Eskimo Indian Olympics have been held every year since 1961. Phone books not involved, but these are more toys for you to play with. Voila, voila. And I'm afraid you're going to have to prepare to get a little bit sticky. These lubed rods here, which are very icky.
Trying to get me to do this for years. I'm sorry, Stephen, but this contravenes my super injunction.
All you have to do is try and work out what the sports are in the World Eskimo Indian Olympics, as they're now officially called.
Well, that's obviously...
You can play it with Brian. It's actually... It's each one of these games is like most games, is there really basically to hone the skills you need for the environment in which you live.
Is this a two-person game?
It's a two-person game.
Is it fire?
Is it fire?
No, leave the string for the moment and grab the stick and... It's all right. It's very helpful.
I think it is.
No, you have to do it with your hands. No. That's it.
Like that.
And it's the one who can basically, without twisting or jerking, the one who can get the stick off the other.
Oh, Christ, I've got no chance.
Sean won. There you can see them doing it. Go on, have a go. There you go.
Right, this time you're going on the floor.
There you go.
Now, you're holding my hand there, Brian.
Oh, sorry.
That's it.
I've only got
No twisting or jerking.
I think you're on one side. You're on one side. You're on...
My hands are too big.
Can you go...
Oh, look, eagle.
No twisting or jerking. And we have a string game yet to play, which is another game.
Right.
Let me guess, we have to wrap it round our balls.
No, you don't. You do have to wrap it around an organ.
Oh, that's it.
Fortunately, not an organ of generation. An auditory organ, one of your ears. Each wraps it round the ear. You wrap the other end down your ear, and you pull. Be brave.
Put it round your ear.
It's a pain endurance test.
I'll go around the other ear.
Oh, look what happened to his ear. I don't want that to my ear.
As you can see from the photograph, it's an endurance and pain are really the... you've got glasses on, of course. I don't know if that helps.
They're quite springy ears.
Have you got springy ears?
Springy ears.
Is that an advantage or a disadvantage?
I think it's a disadvantage because they're very, very springy.
No, whoa! I declare the winner there, Brian. Who's been winning on your side?
Yeah.
He's got it
You've turned
tied
it
in
into a
his hair.
plait.
I cheated, look, I tied it.
You definitely cheating. These are official sports of the Eskimo Olympics. What variety of lettuce did they serve on board the Titanic?
Iceberg.
Well, bless you for...
I took one for the team, as it were.
You did take one for the team, no. The iceberg lettuce had been developed in Pennsylvania, but it was not available in Europe until many years later.
Loro Rosso,
The answer
Cavalliniere?
is we don't know. We do know there were 700 heads of
close to
lettuce
doing
on
it.
board.
Make them sound like heads of state.
I know, doesn't
The
it?
most grand of all the lettuce, the head of lettuce.
Why did they only have 700 lettuce? Because how many people were on
I don't
the
know,
Titanic?
maybe... Either they'd already eaten that much and that's how much was saved, or they just didn't order that. Maybe,
Well, they
I think
saved
it's
the
sad-
lettuce, but not the people. 1,500 people died on that ship.
Sorry.
Okay, get the lettuce for crying out loud.
I think I misread my card. It was, hold the front page, 7,000 heads of lettuce.
One of the bloody things sank then. It was full of lettuce. Before they even started.
Lettuces float.
But
Well, why did it sink then? What is wrong with these people?
What did the Pope's librarian say when he first saw the rings around the planet Saturn?
They initially thought the planet had ears.
Ah, yes.
That was Galileo. I mean, I don't think he actually thought it had ears, because Galileo was a genius.
No, he thought like a jug. Ears in the sense of a jug ears, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No, that's Galileo, who was sensible.
They are
I'm
remarkable.
talking about the librarian of the Pope.
Do you know...
He genuinely believed that it was possible that after Christ's ascension into heaven, the rings of Saturn were where he put his foreskin.
Ah, yes.
Now, you may think, oh, I'm trying to mock the church. This is all nonsense. But Christ, of course, was a Jewish boy, and like all Jewish boys, on the 8th day of his birth, he was circumcised.
50,000 miles across.
They
Imagine
didn't know.
the size.
They weren't aware of that.
I need a peg
Jesus,
to hang
I've
this massive foreskin on.
I've got new respect for Jesus.
That's some girth.
His name was Leo Alatius, and his essay was called De Praeputio Domini Nostri Jesu Christi Diatriba, a diatribe, a discussion concerning the prepuce, foreskin, of our Lord Jesus Christ.
This is how to interest teenagers in astronomy. this is how quick I've been missing.
Is it out there as a relic?
Well, like all the relics, there are 18 places who claim to have the
Really?
one true holy foreskin.
Oh, they really?
Christ, yes. They are. Catherine of Siena was one of the weirder of the saints. She believed that Christ gave her his foreskin as a wedding ring in their mystical marriage.
What a gift.
After her death, her hand was cut off and became a relic with its invisible foreskin on it as a ring. She was an extreme anorexic, a peculiar woman. She also actively sought out degrading experiences. She once drank a cupful of cancerous pus from a woman who had abused her. So naturally...
Has she appeared on Mock the Week?
But now, more importantly, more significantly, how were the rings around Saturn actually formed?
I'm going to play the card there.
You are right. You're a true scientist. The fact is, nobody does really know, do they? There are two sort of major... Well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
I didn't copy, I wasn't copying.
Yeah. There's a Socratic acceptance of the limits of one's own knowledge, and there's ignorance. I'm not saying which is which. No, quite right. There are two major theories. I think there are two major theories. Is
Yeah,
that
it's
right?
thought there could be a moon that,
Yes.
that was either disrupted, so something hit it and fragmented it. Although they are almost pure water ice, which, come to think of it now, sat here, makes the moon theory a bit unlikely, doesn't it? Because moons are made of rock. So actually...
So the other
But
theory
that
would
is
be
what-
that it would be something to do with the formation of the planet itself, that
Yeah.
something spun off it in some way and then achieved a stable orbit around and then formed these...
God
And they
spilled his
don't
drink.
coalesce together. They're held, the structures are held by the other moons. There are over 60 moons of Saturn.
Are they part of the rings or entirely separate from the rings?
Some of them are inside small moons called shepherd moons, which go around and you get rings in between those moons. And then it's got moons outside the rings, which affect the structure of the rings. So they orbit outside and affect it.
Quite
so it's a
big
very
moons?
complex...
Life-carrying moons?
structure. Well, there's a moon called Enceladus, which is about as big as Britain. It's a very small moon. But it has fountains of ice rising up out of the surface. And it's thought that means that there may well be liquid water beneath the surface, so pockets of liquid water. Everywhere on Earth that you find water, you find life.
Of all these moons, like, this is the one thing I wanted to ask you. Of all these moons, which one's most likely to be the home to Ewoks?
It would be
Yeah.
Titan.
Titan,
Has got
yeah.
a thicker atmosphere than the Earth. So you'd need to be furry.
Good answer. We just have to destroy the one that has Jar Jar Binks on it, though. That's David Tennant played Hamlet at the RSC. What did Tchaikovsky play? What?
Tchaikovsky, being the composer, Tchaikovsky.
Was he in the cast, Tchaikovsky?
He was.
Peter Ilyich.
Not Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky, the Russian composer. Another musician called Tchaikovsky. He was also a pianist, a rather startling and amazing pianist, actually. Most eccentric pianist.
Richard Stilgoe.
I've already told you his name. It was Tchaikovsky.
Tchaikovsky.
Are you saying that he played Richard Stilgoe?
Yes.
He blew into Richard Stilgoe and a noise came out the other end.
You're putting him in the past tense, so I am assuming he may have shuffled off his mortal coil.
To quote Hamlet.
To quote.
Or indeed.
And that will be the only quote. That's it now. I've blown all my quotes.
Well, you've done damn well. It's a good start. Yes.
So
Yeah.
if he's dead...
He was dead.
He was so he's not alive.
Skull?
So he's a skull.
Yes, he played the skull. Here we don't have the real skull there, but that's what a skull looks like. He was a very passionate Shakespearean. That is the real thing there, was Tchaikovsky, and he bequeathed it to the Royal Shakespeare Company, asking that it be used in productions of Hamlet for the part of... Do you remember the character? Whose skull it is that Hamlet...
Is it Yorick?
Yorick.
Yes. Yorick,
exactly,
yes.
Yorick.
Poor
Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio, fellow of infinite
Yes,
jest.
well, they went, alas, but wait a minute, this is Tchaikovsky. Isn't it? He can play a tune on his teeth.
There was quite a bit of trouble. There were health and safety issues. There had to be a
Really?
human tissue license had to be ordered in order for him to appear on stage.
Did they cut his head off? I mean, presumably, so he's gone, when I die, I'd like my skull to be used by the RSC. But someone's got to saw it
Yes,
off and then
and-
rot it down a bit.
The funeral directors were rather loath to do this. They thought it might be illegal, but they had to get clearance. And David Tennant every day held it in his hand. Tchaikovsky would have been very pleased. That's what he wanted, after all.
Yeah.
There he is looking at
Look
it.
at that.
Yeah.
A tramp yesterday.
You hope they've had to dirty it up again.
Oh, they very much, yes.
So that's not just a bit of the guy that's still clinging.
There's a little face still on there he's got to wash off.
It's a long time since I've seen Hamlet, but because it's such a well-known bit,
Yeah.
you don't really question what happens in it. And it's an odd thing to do, to pick up a bloke's skull from a graveyard.
someone he knew,
and then to sort of go, alas, you know, I knew him well. You, rather than going, I feel a bit weird having picked up his skull. Because I knew him.
That's sort of what he's saying. He's saying, you know, it's ridiculous. I knew this man. I would sit on his lap when I was a boy, and he's just went to set the table on a raw. And he looks at him and says, so where are your jokes now?
Yeah.
You know,
Not so funny now.
It is one of the great contemplations of death and mortality. And it must be even weirder when you're doing it to a real person like that. David Tennant presumably knew the story that he was doing it to this chap who wanted it to be a symbol of death.
It's going to be like I'm a Celebrity, isn't it? Agents are going to put their acts down to have their skulls used in that. Yeah, oh yeah, no, I'll get you your skull. You'll be in Shakespeare one day.
It'd be awful, wouldn't it, though, if for your whole life you'd wanted to be an actor and it hadn't really worked out, and so you bequeathed your skull and it was used in a major production of Hamlet, and then all the reviewers said, I don't know, Yorick felt a bit stilted. So he'd ruined that scene.
The 2001 census revealed to be the fourth largest religion in Britain.
Oh, this is going to go off, but I'm going to say Jedi.
No, the fourth largest number of people put Jedi as their religion, but they were not counted as a religion. Those who put Jedi were put in the box no religion.
They were ruled out for being silly, weren't they?
Well, basically ruled out for being silly. The fourth biggest religion is in fact.
So,
in
wait, so
Britain.
Christian's got to be top one still. Muslim second.
Yeah.
Sikh, Hindu.
Yes, fourth is Sikhs. There were 14 Scots who put Sith.
Do you know what when they released a press release about this? It's like something like 37,000 or something.
Yes, it was
37,000 people
huge,
put Jedi
more than
down.
that,
They released
390,000.
the actual official census form said. What was the number again? Sorry.
390,000.
390,000 was released as 390,000 Jedi there are.
Which animal has the most genes?
Des Lynam. Jeremy Clarkson. he's
Jeremy
got loads of
Clarkson. That's unfortunate.
It's to do with the age, it's not to do with the complexity.
Yes, it may be
Jeremy Clarkson.
Because some plant has got loads more genes than us.
Yes, there are quite a few things that have a lot more genes than that. The fruit fly has many more genes than we do. But this is actually just a little water flea.
And don't they think that's because of the age, that it's just been around for so long, it's mutated all these different times?
Yeah, 8,000 more genes than the human genome, which is quite a lot. And it doesn't do much, it lies around.
It
Very
carries its own umbrella.
It carries its own umbrella. And it's a very important part of the food chain in water. It's eaten by fish. And...
You can imagine the fish going, you can taste those extra genes.
Yes. What variety of lettuce did they serve on board the Titanic?
Iceberg.
Well, bless you for...
I took one for the team, as it were.
You did take one for the team, no. The iceberg, that is, had been developed in Pennsylvania, but it was not available in Europe until many years later.
Rosso,
the answer is, we don't know. We do know there were 700 heads of lettuce on board.
Make them sound like heads of state.
I know, doesn't it?
The most grand of all the lettuce, the head of lettuce.
Why did they only have 700 lettuce? Because how many people were on the Titanic?
Either they'd already eaten that much and that's how much was saved, or they just didn't order that. Maybe,
Well, they saved the lettuce, but not the people. 1,500 people died on that ship.
Sorry.
Okay, get the lettuce for crying out loud.
I think I misread my card. It was, hold the front page, 7,000 heads of lettuce.
One of the bloody things sank then. It was full of lettuce. Before they even started.
Lettuces float.
But...
Well, why did it sink then? What is wrong with these people?
How do you get a goose interested in volleyball? Joe.
I like to reply with the question, how do you get anyone interested?
I believe the removal of clothes is part of the... isn't
That's
it?
beach volleyball, though, isn't it?
Yeah, no. Well, when I say in volleyball, really, I should be using an indefinite article. There's a great difference between a goose being interested in volleyball and a goose being interested in a volleyball.
Ah, make one out of goose food.
That would do it. Oddly enough, you don't need to do that. If their natural egg is light blue and flecked with grey, scientists have found that you can make the eggs bigger and bigger and make them really bright blue with great big black polka dots, and they'll sit on those instead. In other words, there's no upper limit.
It's about the shape and the colour, not the size.
Yeah, it's a bit like us. We should eat enough food to keep ourselves alive, but we have no upper limit in the amount. We'll have another bar of chocolate and another one, and we end up looking like me. And we shouldn't.
Is that why you're wearing the Cadbury's livery?
Hoping for a freebie, as always. No, it is, evolutionarily speaking, the bigger the egg, the more likely it is to want to sit on it because it's more likely to be a healthy, larger chick.
They'll be thrilled. This is going to be the most amazing goose
Exactly,
ever.
that's the thing. And so you can literally go up inside, they'll sit on a volleyball, because that's a kind of flaw in nature, if you like. I have to say, we have to include ourselves in this, don't we? I mean, there are certain things we need, but we don't need in excess, like sugar and fat and sex, and yet we spend a lot of our time eating chocolates and doing things on the internet.
Sounds like my perfect holiday, that does. It's brilliant, doesn't it? Sugar, fat and sex, yes, please. But we've got the awareness of that we do that.
We at least have the
goose
awareness.
sitting on the volleyball isn't thinking, oh, this is a bit much. The world doesn't need giant geese.
You're right. We have the extra curse of consciousness that we're fools. They're just fools without knowing it. It's called supernormal stimuli, and it seems to exist in a lot of species, actually. Yeah. Anyway, geese like their eggs, the bigger the better. And they just don't know where to stop, which may seem stupid, but name an intelligent bird. Yes.
Me.
What did Mussolini want Italians to eat to make them big and strong? Oh. He had a national propaganda day for this foodstuff, and he wanted Italians really to take to it in a big way.
Was it a vegetable? Some sort of...
Not quite a vegetable.
Nuts.
Not nuts, no.
Right, broccoli.
It's something Italians do eat. They have a specialist dish.
Ravioli?
Risotto. Risotto, which is made from...
Rice.
Rice, exactly. And Mussolini wanted to kick Italians off the habit of eating pasta and to get them into the habit of eating rice. And Italians didn't take kindly for this at all. And so here are some paddy fields, some Italian ladies growing rice.
And singing while they do it.
And singing as they did it. And rather extraordinary, he had on his side the Futurists. You probably know about the Futurist movement, which was a bit like...
Not yet.
The Dadaists and the... not yet.
Very good.
Still almost too quick. Yeah. That was brilliant. Yeah, but the Futurists were an art movement, and they were pretty witty. And Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, who was one of the great Futurists, he said that pasta made Italians lethargic, pessimistic and sentimental. And this caused outrage, as I'm sure was his intention. He opened his own restaurant and he had some extraordinary dishes. I mean, way ahead. I mean, ahead of Heston Blumenthal or anybody like that. Here, this is my favourite one. It's called Aero Food, all right? Pieces of olive, fennel and kumquat are eaten with the right hand, while the left hand caresses various pieces of sandpaper, velvet and silk. All the while, the diner is blasted with a giant fan and sprayed with the scent of carnation to the music of Wagner. Isn't that a dish? I think somebody should have the guts and the wit to open a futurist restaurant again. There are other ones. There was chicken fiat. A chicken is roasted with a handful of ball bearings inside. When the flesh has fully absorbed the flavour of the mild steel balls, chicken is served with a garnish of whipped cream. And there's one called the excited pig. A whole salami skinned is cooked in strong espresso coffee and flavoured with eau de cologne.
I think you've been to motorway services.
What do you call an Irishman with no nipples? That's Richard Harris, of course.
In A Man Called Horse.
God. A Man Called Horse.
It's a great movie, isn't it?
Things.
It seemed extreme when I first saw that, but now there's guys in Camden Town that have that done.
Yes. Yeah, that'd be an Edinburgh show now, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Part of the festival.
He deserved 10 times worse than that for writing MacArthur Park.
Oh, yes. Cake left out in the rain.
Someone left the cake in the rain. Who cares?
My nan left the cake out in the rain. It would have absorbed all the rain. She made a very dry cake.
He didn't actually write, to be fair, to Richard Harris. It was written by Judy Webb, but he did sing it, and he's guilty of that. But this question isn't about Richard Harris. This is about Irishmen with no nipples. Yeah, it seems bizarre, but there is a real historical point of interest here. What could an Irishman never be if he had no nipples?
Symmetric.
We're going back to the past. Symmetric. We're going back into the past in Ireland. It's a very peculiar thing, but part of your way of showing loyalty to your sovereign, if you were an Irish subject in the ancient days of the Irish kings, was you had to suck their nipples. Right? So, and you may say, well, OK, but what kind of person doesn't have nipples? There would be fights, contests, and people would apply, as it were, to be King of Ireland. And if they were found not suitable, they would have their nipples cut off, which meant they could never be King of Ireland.
Sorry, they did it like Britain's Got Talent.
Basically, yes.
This is how Britain's Got Talent should just tweak it so
Wouldn't
it's
it?
the same.
It would be quite something. But there was Old Croghan Man, which was one of the peat bog discoveries. And he was so well preserved that when he was discovered, it wasn't archaeologists or museums or anthropologists who were got in touch with, it was the police. But in fact, it was from between 300-odd to 100-odd BC that this person had died.
So the chances of getting...
well preserved.
You would describe that as a cold case.
No, yeah, you would.
The chance of getting a conviction...
But he was so well preserved, people said, oh, my God, you know, here's this recently killed body. But he was found with nipples pinched and cut off. So he appears to have been someone who basically was deprived ritually of his attribute of kingship before being killed. So there you are. That seems to be the case. But there are extra points if you can tell me the national colour of Ireland.
Well, this feels like a trap.
It does indeed.
That's the flag, but that's not necessarily an indication of what the national colour
Blue.
might
National
be.
colour.
Blue is the right answer.
Get in.
Very
Worth a
good.
guess.
Well done. Yeah. The fact is, of course, it's changed. Now everybody thinks it's green, and green is where one paints themselves green in Chicago and New York for St. Patrick's Day. But St. Patrick's colour was blue, and it was known as St. Patrick's Blue. The coat of arms of Ireland, you may see, is a shield of a harp against a ground of St. Patrick's Blue. And the Irish Guards are distinct because of the blue in their bearskins. So blue was always really the colour of Ireland until really... It was in 1798 when they had one of their many rebellions, and green then became a symbol of Irish nationalism and sort of took over from blue. Sucking a king's nipples was a gesture of submission in ancient Ireland, so if you lost yours, you couldn't be king. In what way is Iceland's most recent volcano similar to Genghis Khan?
I think they're both shag nasties. Genghis Khan apparently has shagged everything that moves, and that he is the father and mother of all populations in Europe and Asia, so he shagged everything that moves. And the volcano, of course, has spurted out, had an orgasm of ammonia, and has fertilised Europe.
Good answer. to be brutally honest and say that's not what's on my card.
Oh, shit!
But if there was no such thing as science, you'd be right. I think I know what it is.
Yes, go on.
I think, obviously, that volcano stopped lots of transport going on.
Yes.
He must have stopped something happening which the volcano stopped happening.
You're in this all right here. The odd thing is it's both very beneficial, especially at the moment. It's a thing we talk about a lot. Now, that volcano poured out, they reckon, between 150,000 and 300,000 tons of carbon dioxide. So there's a huge amount of carbon came out as a result of it. But, if you remember, no one flew for however long it was, and the lack of flying saved 3 million tons. So, in fact, it was a huge offset of carbon. And in the case of Genghis Khan, he slaughtered his way across the world and had the largest empire the world has ever seen. 4 times bigger than that of Alexander, twice the size of the Roman Empire. And he killed about 40 million people. And the result was there was so little farming that the forests grew back. And you can time a huge benefit to the world from his slaughter. But that's rather extraordinary, isn't it?
So what do we have to pronounce?
Now, yes, that's what I was... How did you know that I was going to ask that as a supplementary question?
I thought you already did.
Oh, did I already say it?
Oh, that or I read it off the
you read it off the autograph? You great big cheater!
there.
I would now like you to pronounce the name of the volcano, and it's written up there for you.
Oh, God alive. You're prawn rings.
You should have been a newsreader.
With your accent, you've got the best chance.
It looks a bit like that, yeah? Any thoughts?
Ye Jaff Yally Jockcrow. Yeah.
Brian,
I think
woman just got You may have set it off again by doing that.
Yeah. I think the umlaut changes it, doesn't it? Those two little dots.
The two dots.
Yeah. And I think, actually, the way you're supposed to pronounce it is... Hutch.
If only.
It changes it.
Apparently, it's Eyjafjallajökull. Leiokodl.
And is that translated big smoky bastard?
Yes.
Yeah, you will go by ferry.
Basically the answer. Who had to return to their birthplace for the census?
This is going to be one of those things where we say Joseph and Mary, and it isn't Joseph and Mary because that isn't what you It isn't that at all, because that we don't...
Woods.
Is it? It's not clever. Always been one step behind. The story is given in one of the Gospels, Luke, where it says that Caesar Augustus, if you remember, in those days issued a decree that a census should be taken of the entire Roman world. And we know this is just simply poppycock.
The dates are all over the place, isn't it?
And you know, there was never a census of the entire Roman world. And there is also absolutely no truth in the fact that you had to return to the place of your birth in order to complete a census, if there were a census. There is only one reason why Luke would want you to think that Mary and Joseph went to Bethlehem to give birth.
To fulfil the prophecy.
To fulfil the prophecy is the point. Is that in the Old Testament it says the Messiah will be born from the stem of Jesse. And that means... what is the stem of Jesse? Do you know what...
There's so many answers, I don't even know where to begin. What time is this broadcast?
King David, in the Bible, was David, son of Jesse. And in the various prophecies, they say the Messiah will be born in Bethlehem from the stem of Jesse, i.e. from the family.
But it's all about Joseph. And Mary, supposedly, is a virgin. So the stem of Jesse's got...
Nothing to
do with it. I know the whole thing doesn't make sense.
What?
Which is obviously not. Don't let me for a minute.
I spent a lot of time on this as a kid. And
Yeah.
Don't tell me now. Don't let the scales fall from my eyes now.
It doesn't make any sense anyway. If you were going to count people, I mean, say we had the census here, I'd have to go back to Copenhagen. That would just be ridiculous.
Exactly, that's the point. He's only put in there in order to get him to be born in Bethlehem. And Luke is the one of all the Gospel writers who's most determined to fit in all the prophecies.
And it wasn't laterally, and like a kind of a Bethlehem tourist board type thing, where they said, "Is there any chance you could place this story here?" we got the guys with the relics ready to go. The minute you shift it to us, like we can, like Santa Claus, Lapland versus Santa Claus North Pole.
Yes.
Right? This is probably exactly an excellent parallel to draw between the two things. But Lapland have just decided that's where Santa lives.
And, of course, the real St. Nicholas came from Turkey.
Of course.
And
lived in the North Pole.
The things we've really been cheated on are the really interesting books that should have been in the Bible. As you probably know, the Bible was assembled over a long period of time, well after the birth of
Well,
Christ.
it's about 300 years later they got together.
There were the constant conferences going on, deciding on which bits of scripture they should include in an official Bible. And there are some absolutely wonderful ones about the infancy of Christ, which I would like to share with you. And wouldn't this make you more interested in Jesus? This is one here. They're the infancy Gospels, which were rejected from the final cut of the Bible.
Is this like an Easter egg, ironically, on a DVD?
Mary dismounted from her beast and sat down with the child Jesus in her bosom. And there were with Joseph 3 boys and Mary a girl going on the journey along with them. And lo, suddenly there came forth from the cave many dragons. And when the children saw them, they cried out in great terror. Then Jesus went down from the bosom of his mother and stood on his feet before the dragons, and they adored Jesus and thereafter retired.
Oh, that's fantastic.
No, wouldn't you have paid more attention in Sunday school if there had been more of those?
And you're reading that to us in your Harry Potter voice as well.
I'm sorry, that goes with the territory.
The Bible meets Puff the Magic Dragon.
Yes.
Fantastic.
That is typical. Oh, that lizard. Oh, that's a dragon. That's a dragon, right?
Yes. Who first cracked the Enigma code? Yes.
Was it the Poles?
Top man. Absolutely right. You're a good soul. Yep. There's a general feeling that we did all the work, but in fact it was a Pole in 1932, as early as that, who first cracked how an Enigma machine worked. But in the late 1930s, the Germans changed the way they worked, so that I think there was something like 364 billion possible settings each day to the daily code. Now, that's not something you could guess. But the first one to crack it in the beginning to see how it worked was a young Polish mathematician called Marian Rejewski. And if you ever go to Bletchley Park, and I do urge you to do so, there is a splendid statue to him. And
have they got a good shop there?
They have a very nice shop. They also have a museum of computing, which I know would excite you almost.
Oh, indeed.
Indeed, I can...
Already moist.
I mean, it is well established. The work on Enigma did do a great deal to hasten the end of the war. Eisenhower estimated that it shortened the war by 2 years, which is hundreds of thousands of lives. So it was an extraordinarily important thing that these boffins got together. But how do you think they were first brought together at Bletchley Park? What was the first move the government made to assemble the boffins?
Singles Club.
It was almost that. It was a telegraph crossword competition. Especially fiendish telegraph crossword. And the winners were sent letters saying, you might be our kind of chap. But anyway, they then soon became aware that having people who knew that cart horse was an anagram of orchestra was not going to win them the war. They needed really great mathematical minds.
It's when the world changed, isn't it?
It's when the world changed.
It'll be fascinating conundrums that the Nazis will set us.
But,
we'll have to find clues and follow them. No, you just need a supercomputer.
But fortunately, there was a man ready for it. It just happened to be that history had thrown up a quite brilliant mathematician called Alan Turing, who was at Cambridge at the time. There he is. He's considered the father of computing, one of the truly great men of his time. And you may remember Gordon Brown making an impassioned but far too late apology on behalf of the British government for his terrible death. He was persecuted for his homosexuality and chemically castrated and then committed suicide by eating a poisoned apple. And there are many to this day who believe that Apple computers named their apple with the bite out of it in honour of Alan Turing, the father of computing. And I was in a position to ask one of the founders, Steve Jobs, and he said it isn't true, but God, we wish it were. It's just a coincidence, but they're very proud that people think it might be, because he was a simply extraordinary man. But the real fiendish thing was not Enigma, it was called Lorentz. And for Lorentz was used between German High Command and Hitler himself, basically. And Lorentz was unbelievably difficult. And for that, Turing and his team built what really was the world's first computer. It was called Colossus. And it was way ahead of its time. It was quite extraordinary.
It was all a complete sort of national secret until very recently, wasn't it? Or quite recently.
Absolutely. There is Bletchley Park. And it is open to the public. I'm a big advocate for it, so I make no apology for banging its drum. It's a great place.
It's an interesting choice that we took as a nation, though, you know, during the Second World War, which was an expensive experience for us and left us bankrupt. But out of it, we had basically invented the computer, and we decided to make it a secret.
Yes.
Rather than, in any sense, attempting to monetize it.
Actually, we gave the secret of Colossus to the CIA.
Oh, superb.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
I know.
That's an excellent move.
It was.
No one will be needing that.
But there's a great memo, because there are a lot of people in the British government who thought, what are these people in faintly damp tweed with pipes and glasses doing, writing on bits of paper here? And there's quite a big budget. I mean, what are they doing? And Churchill had a look round, and the fellow explained to him what they were doing, and then there's a very famous memo in Churchill's hand that just says, give them what they want. It's fantastic, that, isn't it?
What can I just ask, and you may not be able to answer this, but what was the nature of the Enigma code? Was it mathematical or was
Yes. I mean, don't ask me to give you the precise details. I'm really no expert. But it was a purely physical, mechanical device, but it had so many different rotors that had so many different angles and positions that there were hundreds of billions of permutations. It was our job was to intercept or work out what the code word of the day was, and then we could translate the messages. It was all very odd. But they were very lazy. It relied on Germans making mistakes by using the names of their dogs and things. So a lot of intelligence was gathered about the people in naval intelligence in particular, about what their dogs, their girlfriends, their addresses and things like that, because it's a bit like passwords, you know.
I'm beginning to think that people will be able to hack into my John Lewis account now.
Not named after your
That's
dog,
ironic.
surely.
They invented a computer and finished the war early, but the cyber war being waged by China will be the death of all of us.
Yeah, there is some... You know, the worry about it is, I mean, I was speaking to a man at Los Alamos, which is where they developed the nuclear bomb, and obviously the science now goes in other directions. They said they had something like 1 million attacks an hour on their sort of cyber front-end security. And I said, what, hackers? And they said, no, nations. Well, let's be honest, one nation. And I was interviewing him on camera, and I said, would it rhyme with Biner? And he said, it might well do. And I said, that's how many times they're battering on the doors of your security.
Well, they
said,
must do. They've got thousands of computers.
Absolutely, they're just slave...
Trying to work it out 24 hours a day.
And presumably we're attempting in our own befuddled way to do the same.
If we've got a ZX80 on it 24
Except when Wimbledon's on.
Yeah, we've got a crow that can get a tiny bucket out of a Perspex tube. Take that, China.
How long do the best hugs last?
20 seconds.
That's a very long hug. I would start getting embarrassed and restless if someone hugged me for 20 seconds. But
do you want to test that?
Yeah.
Do we test that?
Yeah, no, please. Oh, hello. Here we go.
That was lovely. Yep. I'm on the clock. I'm on the clock. Yep, I'm on the clock. That was... Oh, God, this is too long. It is really bad. It is really bad. This is too long. It is really bad. Oh, we're unembarrassed
Did
now.
you say I'm on the clock?
On the clock,
yeah. Lovely. That's got to be at least 20 seconds, and that was embarrassing.
That was very uncomfortable.
Yeah. No,
see if you can beat it.
I've been waiting years to do this.
Well, if you lot are all hugging, I'm playing Tiddlywinks and sod the lot.
Right. That was lovely. That was unusual. I wasn't expecting that response, but it was charming. You're both wearing very nice aftershave, by the way.
Hang on, do you want your watch back?
Would you like my aftershave?
Gorgeous aftershave. Now, there have been tests. It seems weird.
4 or 5 seconds.
Well, 3 seems to be the answer.
3 is the perfect time, you mean? Or...
It seems to be that there is a kind of inbuilt human moment, which is 3 seconds. If it's less than 3 seconds, it really is a bit kind of... Well, that wasn't really a proper hug. If it's 2... 1, 2, 3. That's nice. It's just actually a rhythm that seems to be built in to the human race. This 3-second period is known as a moment, and it happens in a lot of the things we do. Don't say it.
I just can't wait for my great aunt to come round and give me a hug. It's all very nice, and I'll go, it was 4 seconds, you bitch. Next time you'll keep it tight or you don't come in. I think what spoils a hug is when the other person goes, and break.
Yes. Prince Albert invent?
Oh, a cock ring. The comb over.
There was bizarrely, there was something he actually did invent, which is not quite as intimate as the item of piercing jewellery that you referred to.
A cutlass.
No. He and Victoria married, they were very young, they were 20 years old, and she was very nervous, and she wrote a diary, as you may know, and it was quite an intimate diary, and she described the wedding night, the actual events, not the full physical details, but she described the experience as both gratifying and bewildering. Isn't that rather wonderful?
We've all been there.
So anyway, they enjoyed enough to have 9 children, and what he invented was a device that allowed them to lock the bedroom door from the bed, to give them marital privacy. Isn't that rather splendid? Oh. Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Excuse me while I just...
Yeah. So, but he wore very tight trousers, and this myth grew up in the middle of the 20th century that he somehow anchored his penis to one side of his body or another by means of some sort of ring that was therefore able to pull it backwards so that it wasn't on show at parties because he was a Victorian and it would have been rude wearing such tight trousers. But there is no evidence for this. Captain Scott take to the Antarctic to keep his lads entertained?
A first edition of Razzle.
Yeah, because he was going to take strippers, but out there, so many clothes.
Yes.
He just sat there going, oh, come on.
It was for musical entertainment.
A gramophone.
There was a gramophone on the second one, but more extraordinarily...
Triangle.
No, much more extraordinarily.
A piano.
Not just a piano.
Hammond organ.
A player piano, a pianola. Oh. A pianola, you know, the kind that plays itself like so, with a piano roll.
God, I bet they were delighted.
I mean, they took
We used to have one of those, and you do it with your feet.
That's right, you power it with your pedals, and the punched paper goes through, and it plays itself like that.
I suppose they figured that out there it's so cold, you wouldn't want to be playing the piano, would you, with your
Well, oddly
fingers
enough,
out?
on one of his
and if you did have your gloves on, it'd be a right racket.
On one of his first expeditions, he took a real piano, only to discover that nobody on board could play. So when he went on the second one, this company were very pleased to furnish him with the pianola, being an exciting piece of modern technology, and 20 rolls. And on the final expedition, the one in which they all perished, another company got in and gave him another pianola with 250 rolls, each one being a different piece of music, of course. And he actually took it off the ship. It took real effort to get it on land to the first base camp, just so they could have music.
Yeah. And they didn't drag it to the pole with them.
They didn't take it all the way to the pole. No.
That would be odd.
That would have been a bit silly.
Leave it there.
Yes.
You get there as loads of others. Amundsen's taken a whole band.
It was very interesting to put a kind of sad note to the story, was that, of course, Scott got there and he went on the known route, which was tough, going up the glaciers and so forth. But Amundsen, of course, went a different route and found it was easy, and he was lucky. So he got there days before Scott did.
And when Scott got there, of course, he discovered the Norwegian flag.
And when Scott got there, he saw the Norwegian flag. And then Scott, coming back, was depressed and so forth, and they all died gradually, one by one, etc. But Amundsen got back to Norway, and he was in the bath. And his wife came into the bathroom and said, Scott has died on the way back from the South Pole. And Amundsen said, he's beaten me.
Oh, really?
Yes, because he meant by dying, it was Scott of the Antarctic and not Amundsen of the Antarctic.
He just became a hero.
Well, he became a hero.
What he should have said was, can I have his piano?
Well, the one on the left of the photograph is the famous Oates, who, if you remember, was the one who sacrificed his life, who left the tent, said, maybe some time. Yeah, and there's Scott in the middle. Do you remember the rather moving, the last words he wrote in his diary, which when they discovered...
We took risks, we knew we were taking them, and things have come out against us. Therefore, we have no reason to complain.
He ended with the words, for God's sake, look after our people.
Yeah.
What do the signal bars on your phone mean?
Well, it means how much signal you can...
Don't be scared.
Well, they mean how
how well
thing
you're
with the
receiving
speaking of Sky, and it come
close
through,
to you.
and then it not there, all gone.
You're getting
I need it in English, I'm afraid, in order to be able to give points.
Talkie power, all gone away. Sky no fly down in here.
Big bird in Sky.
Yeah.
You're either connected
Go
or you're
away,
not
be
connected,
talking no
aren't you?
by.
Basically.
So
me here,
levels
not
of
now.
connectivity are a bit
Yes,
relevant.
the fact is, really, again, I would have accepted a nobody knows card. Too late now.
Me here, not
because
now.
basically, there is no standardisation between manufacturers and different handset makers have different ways of showing what is apparently a full signal, and we're all apparently really thrilled because, oh, look, I've got 5 bars going up. Absolutely meaningless. Yeah.
How many nobody knows questions are there in this tonight?
Nobody knows.
What I find really annoying is when you're talking to someone on the mobile phone and it cuts out, and then when they call you back again, they say, oh, don't know what happened then. In the past, I've always said, well, it must be you because I've got 5 bars, but now you're
you
telling
know. Exactly. I'm afraid that is... It is...
You've pulled the rug from under me, Stephen.
I'm sorry to do that, but that's one of the things we do on this show. Nobody knows quite what the signal bars on your phone really signify. Given the choice, what would be the next best thing to having a Nobel Prize winner in our audience tonight?
Dennis Leary had a great joke about the Nobel Peace Prize. He said, the Nobel Peace Prize, I'd kill for one of those.
That's very good. Now, there is a sort of serio-comic version of the Nobel Peace Prize.
Oh, it's the Ig Nobel Awards.
Yes. The Ig Nobel Prize is given to people who usually are genuine scientists who have conducted research, some of which is just a little bit weird. There, for example, we have on our left a woman who invented an emergency bra that could be torn apart and turned into a gas mask. And 2 gas masks, obviously. And there on the right is the inventor of the Ig Nobel Prize, Mr. Mark Abraham. And I'm proud to say that in our audience we have a winner of the Ig Nobel Prize, Professor Chris McManus. Are you there? There he is. Hooray! Now, Professor McManus. They called you in the press the oddball professor. Perhaps you'd like to tell us the reason you won the Ig Nobel Prize.
Well, I got the prize in 2002 for some work that was done half a lifetime earlier in 1976.
Yes.
And the paper was published in the most prestigious of science journals, Nature, and it was called Scrotal Asymmetry in Man and in Ancient Sculpture.
So your work was looking at how male testicles were asymmetrical?
Precisely.
I've got an issue. Well, maybe you could help because you're an expert.
Well, perhaps I should examine you afterwards. It's probably easier.
I think I can explain it. One of mine is bigger than the other 2.
Very good. Now, here's one of the oddest things about Iceland is, well, I'll show you. Have a look at this. These are Icelandic. What do you reckon they are?
Legs.
Yes. If I were to tell you that those are empty, does that help?
Hollow leg.
Yeah.
Oh, they're Icelandic cock pants. Is it because, like, when you go out on the beach, everything shrinks? So you basically just put them on, and then it gives you a little bit of...
Just, yeah,
profile.
Bit
Are
extra.
they a pair of trousers, a pair of ski pants?
They are a pair of trousers made of human skin.
Nice.
Yeah. They are on display at the Icelandic Museum of Witchcraft, which is an extraordinary place because Icelandic witchcraft is pretty odd. And what happens is you ask a friend, right, that when he dies, can you have his skin?
Can I have your legs?
And if he gives you permission, you then flay the skin below the waist, all of it completely in one piece, right? And you wear them as sort of tights, right? It gets weirder. You then have to steal from a widow a coin. And you put the coin inside the scrotal area, the sac there, which you see the whole thing is more or less complete.
If it's a blow.
With a written incantation. And then...
You open a bank.
And that's how the Icelandic economy works. Yes. Well, then apparently, well, sort of do, because then the scrotum apparently fills with money. So that's the incantation. They're sort of necropants. There is an official word for them.
Necropants.
Yeah, dead pants, yeah.
That's the sort of thing you see advertised at 3 o'clock in the morning. Eurosport. Do you want necropants?
The Icelandic name is Nabrok. Now, I've got a little task for you to do, a little Christmas party game. I've got these phone books here, And what's happened is they've been interleaved. That's all it is. There's no glue or anything. They've literally, like a pack of cards, one page inside another. So it's two...
That must have taken ages.
So it did. Our props people are very proud of their work. There you are.
We'll share.
All I want you to do, you've got ropes there, is just pull them apart. So you can take one each.
Can't be done.
Go on, pull them apart.
It can't be done.
Go on. There you go. Try. You can't, can you?
Be done.
You literally can't. It's quite extraordinary. Strong as Brian is...
Go on, try and pull, Brian, pull.
All it is...
Sean's alive!
How come your water wasn't spilt? That's magical.
Yes, it's an old trick. Me and Brian have been doing this trick for years.
But that is, I think, proof positive.
I'm trying to sit on the top of my tipped-up chair.
A man as strong as Brian, he may be able to pull Sean off his chair, but it can't be done. In fact, you need 8,000 pounds of force in order to do it.
Really?
It really is quite bizarre. It's friction. And it's just replicated each time. I know, it is. It's so...
This time
if you loosen them...
This time it's me. This time it's personal.
Having a tantrum.
Still can't do it.
When is the present?
Oh, I'm not going to fall into that trap. Who's going to say it?
Well, it's not really a trap. It is a genuinely interesting question. I mean, there are different ways of trying to describe what the present might be, but let's talk about the present in terms of archaeology. Archaeologists actually have an acronym, BP, which means before present, and they can date the present. It's an exact date, January the 1st, 1950.
That's the present.
That, for archaeologists, and there's a very good reason for this, and you might be able to work it out. If you
born in the
did,
future.
I'd be very impressed.
Is it plastics?
Not quite that.
Bakelite?
When archaeologists... No, archaeologists are interested in the distant past. And recently, in the last 100 or so years, certain techniques have enabled us to discover... I say us, I mean...
Carbon dating.
Carbon dating has allowed us to discover how old things are. Now, in the 1950s... Basically, they decided by January the 1st, 1950, we had so screwed up the atmosphere with nuclear testing that no carbon dating could be trusted after January the 1st, 1950. So that is known as the present.
See, these archaeologists need to learn a bit of physics, though. According to Einstein's theory of space and time,
Yes.
which is our best theory of space and time, there's no such thing as a present moment which spans the universe, or indeed even the Earth, or in fact even two people moving relative to each other.
It is absurd to think of an event that might be happening now in a galaxy and me doing this as being simultaneous. That has no meaning cosmically, does it?
You can swap the order of them,
Yes.
as long as they're not causally connected. I mean, we don't know how time works at a very fundamental level, actually.
But time's arrow. I mean, I actually got my head around that a bit.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
you
you
don't
mean-
need maths if you think that everything's going forward and as it does, it decays.
Yes.
So then you understand entropy.
Yes.
I just look, for instance, all you need is an analogy to make that's pertinent to you. So in my case, all relationships. And then you realise, of course, you've got that perfect 18 months, and then they're dead.
The second law of sexual dynamics.
Yes, that's how I, according to me, that's how I extrapolate.
To make it statistically significant, though, you have to have an awful lot of relationships.
Oh, I do. And they really do
That's
all
very
suffer
well
from the law of entropy.
I've got my hands on the American nuclear trigger. Without putting yourselves to too much effort, see if you can tell me what the code is.
Secret trigger code.
The secret trigger code given to every American president between the years of 1960 and 1977.
I think that if you've got to remember it under pressure,
Yes.
and it would be a pressure situation,
Surely.
beginning the end of the world, it's got to be something quite simple.
It's 00000000. That literally was the code. 4 zeros twice, 8
8
zeros.
zeros.
8 0.
Something like that. 8 zeros. That was the password.
Is that because you're just about... It's the end of the world and you're going to go, oh.
Did the president, when he's testing this, did he do the chip and pin, you know, that little dance you do when the shopkeeper just looking at you and you kind of go, or pretend to press?
Well, you do a book, because I just do a cover.
No, because you've not noticed polite shopkeepers now do this, which is what they call the penny chews. We just go like that and they do
I think it's pretend to do other numbers than the ones they're doing. Yeah.
So you're there with the lovely Debbie McGee going...
Do your number, but while you're doing your number, you say a different number slightly under your breath, so you look like a bit of an...
Well, that's like you're all rubbing your tummy and patting your head. Yes, that is clever.
His number's 457.
But because the people I always most hated at school were those who, when they were writing in a test, did that.
Yeah.
As if one cared about what
That's
dribble they wrote.
because you're not an idiot.
Oh, no. It's just such a creepy way of behaving. So I always just do like that, grandly make sure that my number is...
I published mine in The Sun once. It went quite badly wrong.
That was very funny.
I couldn't understand it because they were complaining that everybody's bank details had been left on a train by a civil servant or somebody, and I thought, well, it doesn't make any difference because all they can do is make a deposit. So I published my number, and there you go, there's my bank account number. What are you going to do with that? And the Diabetic Society helped themselves to 500 quid.
What did Mussolini want Italians to eat to make them big and strong? Oh. He had a national propaganda day for this foodstuff, and he wanted Italians really to take to it in a big way.
Was it a vegetable? Some sort of...
Not quite a vegetable.
Nuts?
Not nuts, no.
Right, broccoli.
It's something Italians do eat. They have a specialist dish.
Ravioli?
Risotto, which is made from...
Rice.
Rice, exactly. And Mussolini wanted to kick Italians off the habit of eating pasta and to get them into the habit of eating rice. And Italians didn't take kindly for this at all. And so here are some paddy fields, some Italian ladies growing rice.
And singing while they do it.
And singing as they did it. And rather extraordinary, he had on his side the Futurists. You probably know about the Futurist movement, which was a bit like...
Not yet.
The Dadaists and the... not yet.
Very good.
Still almost too quick. Yeah. That was brilliant. Yeah, but the Futurists were an art movement, and they were pretty witty. And Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, who was one of the great Futurists, he said that pasta made Italians lethargic, pessimistic and sentimental. And this caused outrage, as I'm sure was his intention. He opened his own restaurant, and he had some extraordinary dishes. I mean, way ahead. I mean, ahead of Heston Blumenthal or anybody like that. Here, this is my favourite one. It's called Aero Food, all right? Pieces of olive, fennel and kumquat are eaten with the right hand, while the left hand caresses various pieces of sandpaper, velvet and silk. All the while, the diner is blasted with a giant fan and sprayed with the scent of carnation to the music of Wagner. Wow. Isn't that a dish? I think somebody should have the guts and the wit to open a Futurist restaurant again. There are other ones. There was Chicken Fiat. A chicken is roasted with a handful of ball bearings inside. When the flesh has fully absorbed the flavour of the mild steel balls, chicken is served with a garnish of whipped cream. And there's one called the Excited Pig. A whole salami skinned is cooked in strong espresso coffee and flavoured with eau de cologne.
I think you've been to motorway services.
What went up by 57% during the Blitz?
Oi, oi!
Yeah.
House prices?
Was it Mother Brown's knees?
By 57%.
Oh, they were always up listening to the Cockneys during the Blitz. Yeah. Always up.
Yeah. The birth rate?
No.
Grave robbing?
Crime.
Oh.
Crime went up a huge amount during the Blitz.
Sorry, do you count crime as dropping bombs? Because if that...
No,
if that's listed as a crime, then there was a lot of that.
It's not a crime in actual law, in fact, to do that, unfortunately. Crime? But no, I'm talking about Londoners' crime, yeah. Mad Frankie Fraser actually said it was just terrible. It was a tragedy when Hitler surrendered, because wartime London was a criminal's paradise, is the way he put it. It was. I mean, all he had to do was get an ARP warden, you know, like Hodges in Dad's Army, Napoleon, all that. You put one of those on, and people just obey you, and a tin hat with a W on it. And people would actually help them load their cars with stuff they'd stolen. So, here, come here, help me load this car. They go, oh, yes, because you're a warden. I mean, it was
Are you suggesting that's what the Queen Mother was doing in the East End?
Not...
My granddad was one of those.
Was he an ARP warden?
Well, he says that.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
So was it mainly...
There was looting. It was looting, but there's also scams. There was one fellow called Handy who made a claim for his house being bombed out, for which he got £500, 19 times before they caught on to him. And, of course, ordinary people also were committing crimes through ration books. People who didn't think of themselves as criminals were, you know, black marketeering or involving themselves in the black market. But, yeah, generally speaking, it was a very good time to be a criminal because the police and everybody were concerned, obviously, with bombs falling on houses and people dying in incendiary bombs.
Is there truth in the... Because I've read a thing about the... Well, the house would be bombed and people would be dead and then people would come and steal watches and
yes,
and things.
I'm afraid so, yeah.
It's really sort of grisly...
I'm afraid it is, because we think of it as our finest hour and, you know, the Blitz spirit and so on, but unfortunately there's always human nature, there's always another side to it. And, of course, there was a huge amount of bravery and camaraderie and communal spirit and so on, but there was also, sadly, the darker side. Ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived at our first destination, which is India. And what I want to know is which of these two gentlemen is going to make the better policeman?
Well, one of them's noticed the camera and is presumably about to arrest the photographer, and that seems to be what policemen do nowadays, so I'll go with that one.
Interesting.
I'll say the
And
one...
he's got a biro.
Yeah, the one with the pen. Writing notes down. And also the other one seems to be more concerned with how he's looking. He's smiling, chatting away. The other one's a bit more sober, more professional.
I think it's the guy in white behind them. He's plain clothes. He's mingling in, he's mingling.
You've missed the one detail that the state of Madhya Pradesh will actually pay policemen an extra 30 rupees a month to grow a moustache.
Really?
They consider that policemen are better. They're better in all kinds of ways. They're less intimidating, they work better with the community, they're more respected by the public. Yes. They're extraordinary.
It's bad news never ceases to disappoint, does it?
Well, it's not unique to India. British had pretty weird ideas about moustaches. In India, they're considered a sign of virility, but at the moment there's a north-south divide. In the north of India, it's rarer to have moustaches because in Bollywood and the cricket team, of course, the great heroes, tend not to have moustaches. But in the south, in Tamil cinema, they all have moustaches. Everybody has a moustache. And that is just considered absolutely...
It's Steve Wright in the afternoon, isn't it? I've never trusted a moustache. I'm pretty the other way.
That's very interesting, because in the British Army, in 1860 onwards, it was a regulation that every soldier had to have a moustache. You could be imprisoned for shaving your upper lip. Right up until the First World War, then you had the option of being able to shave off your moustache. So it's not unique to India.
Why did they suddenly in the First World War? Suddenly we're fighting total war. The moustache, that was clearly ridiculous, the moustache. So surely they'd think, if we need moustaches, we need them more than ever now. I think it should be beards.
There, they give you a certain, don't they? I think so. But this, yes, sort of moustache is going to win. Thank you. It's going to win a war, isn't it? But as you can see there, that's British soldiers, typical British soldiers, all of them moustache.
I'm just imagining, Stephen, that moustache is going to have its own website by the end of the...
How long do you imagine the longest moustache in the world might be?
24 feet.
Well, that's a little bit too much, actually.
OK.
It's
12.
It's 14 feet.
14 feet.
There it is. It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Wow.
I mean, this man makes a living out of it. He was in the film Octopussy, oddly enough. I can't remember what he did with his moustache, but it is... it's pretty impressive.
Do you distrust him?
Deeply. Very... If he turned up to do a bit of woodwork in the house, you know, and he just did, well, I measure 14 feet, well, I must be... I'd naturally feel...
You wouldn't want to stand at a urinal, would you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Trailing around on the floor. He's ringing him out, that's what he's doing.
You might like to see a picture of some interesting moustaches there. But, and I have what you might call moustachabilia. These are real things used for people with moustaches that were used in the Great Moustache Growing period. This is simply to drink. It's a little silver, rather beautifully made thing you put in a cup so that you can sip through here without, without staining your moustache.
Keeps your moustache
Yeah, keeps your moustache nice and dry. Similarly with soup, you would want a soup spoon. You would just sip through that part there.
Oh.
So you take your soup like so, and you just like that. And again, I keep my moustache nice and dry.
Nice and dry.
What else have I got here? And this, you may remember that something...
Hadn't invented the straw.
Albert Finney. Albert Finney had something like this, didn't he, in Murder on the Orient Express. This is at night, when you wish to keep your moustache. No. And you put this round your ears, like there, and there.
What's that for, though? I mean, what... you say you want to keep your moustache. Keep your moustache from what?
Escaping.
Wild creatures of the night, I don't know. People who might come and nibble at it in the evenings.
There's a slight air of gimp about it.
There is. It's something a little unusual, isn't there?
The odd thing is that people who are using that spoon and that drink cover, they're people who don't want to look stupid. I don't want to look like a complete arse.
An idiot.
So excuse me when I get out all my paraphernalia for keeping soup off my moustache.
It is true. What you're saying is entirely true. What did Prince Albert invent?
Oh, a cock ring.
Yeah.
The comb over.
There was, bizarrely, there was something he actually did invent, which is not quite as intimate as the item of piercing jewellery that you referred to.
A cutlass.
No. He and Victoria married, they were very young, they were 20 years old, and she was very nervous, and she wrote a diary, as you may know, and it was quite an intimate diary, and she described the wedding night, the actual events, not the full physical details, but she described the experience as both gratifying and bewildering. Isn't that rather wonderful?
We've all been there.
So anyway, they enjoyed enough to have 9 children, and what he invented was a device that allowed them to lock the bedroom door from the bed, to give them marital privacy. Isn't that rather splendid? Oh. Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Excuse me while I just...
Yeah. So, but he wore very tight trousers, and this myth grew up in the middle of the 20th century that he somehow anchored his penis to one side of his body or another by means of some sort of ring that was therefore able to pull it backwards so that it wasn't on show at parties because he was a Victorian and it would have been rude wearing such tight trousers. But there is no evidence
Why
for
won't this woman stop staring at you?
What? She's...
Oi, oi!
Yep.
She's only human. Well, she's got her needs like anyone.
Are we being suggested to say because their eyes are following you around?
Yeah, they do. No,
Follow you around the
they
room.
actually... I mean, not they don't literally follow you around the room, but that experience is wherever you are in relation to that painting, she is looking at you.
What if you're behind her? Behind the painting? That only works on paintings of owls, surely.
There are other paintings. What's the most famous painting in the Wallace collection in London?
You know you're looking at the wrong person, don't you?
Yes.
Lee, you know what? Sometimes your eyes are following me around the room.
Certainly not.
I honestly thought someone was stood behind me then.
It's the... I think I might know this.
Yes, Jimmy?
Is the Cavalier? Is it the Cavalier?
Yeah, the Laughing Cavalier.
The Laughing Cavalier.
My friend's house.
Yeah.
Very good. That has the same quality as well. I mean, it's true of a lot of portraits.
Well, surely it's true of any painting where the person is looking at the artist. It's not unique to that painting, is it?
No, it isn't.
Any painting where the subject is looking towards the
It's looking
camera, for want of a
straight
better
out
word.
is the point. The strange thing is, if you have a painting where someone's looking down, even if you get down to where the eye level is, it will never look at you.
You would look mad in an art gallery doing that. Look, he's looking at me!
Look at me, look at me!
Stand up,
But
you...
it doesn't look at you, that's the thing. You only look at you when they're looking straight out like
Well,
that.
this
It's not
is
like
because...
that in Scooby-Doo, though. Scooby-Doo, right. There's
Yeah.
always somebody behind the painting, isn't there? And they
Oh,
really
that's
are.
true. And the eyes
They really are
moving.
following you
In
around.
those horror films,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's like, if you were to look at me now,
Yes.
and I walked over there, and you carried on fixing your gaze forward, you wouldn't be looking at me. So you would think it would possibly be true of the painting. But you're not looking at the eyes of the painting, you're looking through the eyes of the artist. So wherever you stand, you're looking through the eyes of the artist, not through your own eyes. Good night.
That's rather beautifully put.
So that Stephen is three-dimensional and the painting is two-dimensional.
Yes,
so
the
that
painting-
doesn't work. Yeah.
But because I'm looking at you through my eyes, so if I walk over there,
Yeah.
I'm still looking at you through my eyes, so it doesn't work. But I'm not looking at his eyes, the subject's eyes, am I? I'm looking through the artist's eyes, and they stay fixed at all times.
Sorry, can I just ask you...
So it's like bending light. It's like having a telescope that bends round,
Yeah.
and you're doing that looking through the artist's
Do you know
eyes.
what? In a really
I'm here all
nice
weekend.
way, Lee, I'm going to say I don't think you've fully understood it.
Have you changed the word nice to patronising?
Well, I mean...
And you're very kind with the word fully, because I don't think I understood any of it.
Shakespeare coined over 1,000 new words, but not all of them caught on. Here are some of the ones that didn't. See if you can put them into a sentence for me. Sweltery, quatch.
Quatch. I've got a sweltery quatch at the moment.
Already we're there, aren't we?
It happened when I put my kicky wickies on. Cockleby function. I've always been near-legged.
You're a boggler in those
I'll
times.
boggle my Carlot.
You're Foxton. What happened to Cockled Boggler?
Car lot, that's a thing. That's where people sell
That's a sexy
second-hand
garage.
cars.
Yes, well, that's true, actually.
It's just well
It has
ahead of its
taken
time.
it way ahead of its time.
Yeah.
A boggler is a very clumsy burglar.
Or it's a burglar that can't believe the stuff he's getting his hands on. Look at this DVD player.
Well, he used it to mean a hesitator, one who boggles. I don't know if that was anything boggling the mind.
What is a kicky wicky? Is that like a Russell Brand's version of a football or something?
It's an affectionate term for a wife. Oh, my dear Kicky Wicky.
A kicky wicky is not an affectionate term for
Domestic violence is a lot more acceptable.
Oh, the old smashy washy. The old battery wattery. Punchy wunchy.
And a quatch. Or is it a quatch? It's actually an adjective, I think.
Fatch.
Quatch. Quatch means be a bit podgy, a bit quatch.
Oh, you're a bit quatchy.
Yeah. Sort of, yeah.
Luckily, I'm wearing a surgical truss.
Plump, shall we say. Wappened, or wappened, is corrupt. That's never really caught on, has it? But look at the ones that did catch on. Here's just a small example of words that are first used in Shakespeare. Accessible, acutely assembled, barefaced, beguiling, critic, even-handed, eyeball, Frenchwoman, hunchbacked, neglected, overpower, promising, radiance, revealing, rose-cheeked, schoolday synonymous, three-legged.
A French woman is a bit of a stretch. French woman. He invented it.
He invented taking the space out.
Yes, he may have done. Even-handed, bewitchment.
This is my wife. She is a thingamajig. I don't know. What can I call her? Oh, French woman.
Thank you, She's a French woman.
French woman?
Of course, you can't be absolutely certain he invented all these because there may have been in use before, but he is often the first printed source we have for them.
He presumably had to have a pretty good idea that people would understand what he was going on about.
Yes, exactly. Oh, I've done it again.
Oh, no.
You know, this bit of rough is not behaving. I've said that before. Best-selling children's author has something to say on rabid dogs, suicide victims, slaughtering cattle, and how to tie your shoelaces.
Aye, aye, aye!
Yes, Steve.
Katie Price.
It's a wild stab in the dark.
That was the title of her second book.
Was it How to Slaughter Cattle?
Yeah.
Yeah. This has probably sold 150 million copies since its first publication.
Sorry, is it in the children's book?
It's a book written for children, yeah.
Look at the boys looking
Which
round
part
at the
of
dog's
Timmy
genitals.
are you looking at? He is. Dick. That's Dick there on the left.
Dick.
Dick, Anne and Julian.
Julian
and Dick is
Anne.
looking at Timmy's spits.
Girls, eyes forward. Boys going, hello.
You see, even he did like you. So,
It's an old English book?
published in, the Edwardian era.
We're looking at the name of the book or the author.
The name of the author
Around that time,
was
Graham,
Robert,
Graham?
later Lord Baden-Powell.
Oh, the Scouting for Boys.
Scouting for Boys is the right answer.
Scouting for Boys. It's
Yes.
not something on suicide.
It has. It has an amazing entry on suicide. Maybe you'd like to hear it.
I would love to hear it.
When a man has gone so far as to attempt suicide, they don't count women for some reason, a scout should know what to do with him. In a case where the would-be suicide has taken poison, give milk and make him vomit. which is done by tickling the inside of the throat with a finger or a feather. In the case of hanging, cut down the body at once, taking care to support it with one arm while cutting the cord. A tenderfoot, which is scouting for novice...
Hard to make that sound very simple.
It does, doesn't it? A novice is sometimes inclined to be timid about handling an insensible man or dead man, or even seeing blood. Well, he won't be much use till he gets over such nonsense. There you are. Slaughtering cattle, advice to young boys on how to slaughter cattle. If you're a beginner in slaughtering with a knife, it's sometimes useful to first drop the animal insensible by a heavy blow with a big hammer or the back of a felling axe on top of the head.
Easiest thing to do, really.
Stopping a runaway horse?
He doesn't give advice on that, does he?
He does, yes.
Lie down.
That would stop the horse.
Oh, no, they don't tread on you.
No,
Oh, I know, play dead.
How would that stop the horse?
I'm thinking of ferocious grizzly bear again, aren't I?
And what you don't do is stand in front of it waving your arms. That's the mistake to make. What you should do is go to the side and basically just ease it towards the side of a wall or the side of a house and then catch
When it's running, you ease a running horse to the side of a wall. Don't worry, lads, I'll just ease this running horse to the side of a wall.
You'll see you out of the corner of its eye and it will be pushed towards and it will slow it down naturally, according to Baden-Powell.
Give us a hand. I can't. Uncle Pete's hung himself.
What about saving someone who's fallen in front of a train?
Oh, don't...
Oh, well, I know this. You ease the train up against the wall.
If the train is very close, lie flat between the rails, make the man do the same till the train passes over, while everyone else will be running about screaming and excited and doing nothing.
You're supposed to jump on the track with him?
Yeah.
And push his head down?
Yeah, keep
yes,
lie
I'm going to
flat.
do that.
Does that work, though? Is there such a big gap between the wheels that
Some
you...
people have done movies, but I wouldn't be the one to try it.
That'd be great if you hung yourself and then a scout cut you down and you went, oh, well, don't worry, I'll jump under a train.
And again...
He's here again! Hi, mate.
If by some terrible, terrible concatenation of circumstances, both my co-pilot and I on this flight were suddenly taken ill, how would you land this plane?
Can't they just land themselves on an instrument's landing?
Can't you? I'd stop reading the Kindle on the steering wheel.
That would be a wise start, yes.
Don't you radio... There's the co-pilot slumped, normally.
Yes.
In these situations.
Yeah, someone talks you in.
And somebody talks you in?
That's what happens in the movies, definitely, isn't it?
Yes.
Like Robert Duvall probably would be good.
Yes.
That's who I'd ring.
Or Lloyd Bridges in the case of Airplane, the movie.
Perfect choice.
Yeah.
Yes. Presumably there are legal problems with someone talking you down, though, because you could then subsequently sue if it was interpreted by your relatives that you were given bad advice. So probably these days the air traffic controller would refuse to give advice and would say, "I'm sorry, we're not covered for my saying."
That's right. You'd have to sign a waiver and sort of text it to them, and then they would insurance would cover you to be talked down.
It is a minefield. Extraordinarily and happily, it has never occurred in commercial airline travel history that someone has been, as it were, oh, gosh, can anyone fly this plane because the pilot and co-pilot are ill or dead. It's never actually happened, but it would be fraught with difficulty. They have tried various simulations. For example, those with American civil private pilot licenses in America who can fly light planes were invited onto simulators of big jets. Yeah. And one of them couldn't even operate the seat that moved him towards the control. Another one turned the radio off. Another one turned off the autopilot and instantly crashed the plane. So the fact is, it's incredibly difficult.
Stephen, am I allowed to say that in your uniform how incredibly unlike a pilot you look?
So what do I look like instead? Be brutal, be frank.
No, I think you'd be the chap who calls himself the bursar. He comes round, he's got a big leather wallet and takes money for duty-free.
Yeah, calls himself the bursar.
Yeah.
Yes.
He calls himself the bursar?
Yes, I think he does, yeah.
Or the purser?
The purser.
The bursar is like the one that does the money for a...
Public school.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
What what kind of planes are you flying on?
Yeah.
Yes, the bursar will be collecting money for the end of term jamboree.
Here on a Charterhouse Air.
Yeah.
The bursar with the trolley, and then with the drinks, the groundsman.
Anyway, the fact is it's fraught with difficulty. The first problem you would have is simply getting into the cockpit, because since 9/11, of course, cockpits are locked. And if the pilot and the co-pilot were truly too ill to be able to fly, they may well be too ill even to let you in to the cockpit. But,
Do they have a secret knock?
It's a lovely thought.
When they go and give them their lunch, though, surely they have to get in.
Yes.
So they must have a coded knock or something, like, it's me. I've got your lunch. Something like that. And they go, oh, must be the lunch.
It must be, it must be to do with the lunch. The lunch is. Now, why do I say lunch is?
Because there's more than one.
But why is there more? You are accruing points at a fantastic rate.
God, I tell you what.
Yes, there are more than one. But why would there be more than one lunch? Why would that?
They have to eat different meals.
Yes, the pilot and the co-pilot must eat different meals.
Oh, in case one of them gets botulism.
Exactly, so that if one is by accident poisoned or whatever. And in the case of extra long-haul flights, there are 3 pilots, not 2.
So you can't get into the cockpit. It's very, very dangerous. Never been done.
Yeah,
So...
and if it was on autopilot, you'd be able, obviously, to fly level and it would continue. But once you got into the landing situation, yes, the kind of film scenario would take over whereby you would be told how to operate the flaps and at what speed. But there are so many variables in terms of glide path and vertical and horizontal axes and so on. It really is extraordinarily difficult. There is an auto-land system.
There's no way of flying it remotely, then, from the ground? Like with just somebody with a Wii or something, you know. I don't know.
Maybe one day.
Someone comes in the room.
What? Why?
It's a horrifying thought, but fortunately, as I say, it never has yet happened in major commercial air travel. Which international head of state snubbed Jesse Owens after his triumph at the 1936 Olympics?
Oh, God.
Yes, yeah.
Hitler.
Oddly enough, it's not true. It's what the whole world thinks, but it isn't true. And we know this from no greater source than Jesse Owens himself. In fact, it's a really rather sad and a very typically, I'm afraid, unfortunate story. Jesse Owens, as you probably know, won 4 gold medals at the 1936 Berlin Olympics. The Olympics were stage managed, of course, by Hitler. Now, on the first day, Hitler congratulated only German winners. And someone said to him that he should either congratulate all the winners or none of them. So he said, well, in that case, I won't congratulate any winners. So as it happens, he didn't personally congratulate... He didn't personally congratulate Jesse Owens. Were you looking at that?
The bloke on the far right is just going like that at
That bloke on the far right
To be fair,
is
I
called
think...
Hermann Goering.
I think surely they're all on the far right.
They're all just taking bets on how high the high jumper's going to go.
The one on Hitler's left thinking I didn't get the memo. I didn't. This stuff.
How to dress. Well, no, it is rather extraordinary. As I say, Hitler decided on the second day that he wouldn't congratulate anyone. So he didn't snub Jesse Owens at all. In fact, according to Jesse Owens, he said, when I passed the Chancellor, he arose, waved his hand at me, and I waved back at him. Hitler didn't snub me. It was... Who snubbed him?
So Hitler wasn't such a bad guy after all.
No, it's not that. It's not that.
The jury's still out.
Hitler is, we know, is bad. It just so happened he didn't snub Jesse Owens.
King of England.
No, FDR.
Oh, bastard.
The president of his own country. Now, it's a terrible story here. It was FDR who snubbed me. The president didn't even send me a telegram. He won 4 gold medals. When I came back to my native country, after all the stories about Hitler, I couldn't ride in the front of the bus. I had to go to the back door. I wasn't invited to shake hands with Hitler, but I certainly wasn't invited to the White House to shake hands with the president either. He had to use the goods lift of the Waldorf Astoria to get into the reception for returning US athletes, as he wasn't allowed to use the front door.
So Sammy Davis Jr. couldn't go in the front door of the hotels in Vegas where he was performing.
I know. It is simply astonishing.
He had to go through the kitchen.
Yeah. That still happens to me, though, sometimes.
What did cricketer Thomas White invent in 1771?
The Yorker.
The Yorker?
Yeah.
To hear a German say the Yorker...
I don't know what it means.
It's a fully pitched up ball, but it's a great to hear
What's
a German
googly
say...
then?
Yeah. Googly is...
And again...
A googly is a leg spinner's off spin. It's disguised. It's
Comes
very
on the back.
complicated.
And how does the Duckworth Lewis method work?
Oh, nobody knows that. That's far too complicated. No, he didn't invent any particular type of bowling or of batting, but he looked at the laws of cricket and he noted that there was a rather glaring omission, and he thought he thought, splendid.
Oh, with a big bat. Did he have
Yes,
a big bat?
he came with a bat that was wider than the wicket. This enormous bat. It was Chertsey versus Hambledon, which is the equivalent of Surrey versus Hampshire. So after 1774, they incorporated a law that said a bat must be no wider than 4.5 inches. But this fellow, Thomas White, I suppose you could call him a cheat, but he was within the laws of the game as they were at the time. And there were others. There's an American footballer called Lester Hayes. Does that ring any bells with you? Of the Oakland Raiders, who had such success as a catcher in the late 70s that he was the Defensive Player of the Year. But the reason was that he covered his hands and gloves with an adhesive called Stickum. And he actually admitted, he said, without Stickum, I couldn't catch a cold in Antarctica.
But that's so clearly cheating. They must have spotted
Well,
that.
there was no rule against
There was no
it.
rule.
They had to introduce one, which there now is. There was a jockey at Belmont in New York who, in 1923, died of a heart attack when on a horse and won. The horse won.
Oh, right.
And, of course, the bookies didn't want to pay out. But there was a rule that said the jockey had to be in the saddle. There was no rule that said he had to be alive.
Well, he was a brilliant jockey, then, if he clung on even though he was dead.
Exactly. Pretty amazing.
Keep going!
Yeah.
So the lucky punters were paid out. Where was Louise Brown conceived? Yes.
In a test tube. Why did the skin coming out my mouth? Like, what you fool?
Louise Brown was indeed the world's first in vitro fertilised baby.
She wasn't.
But it wasn't a test tube, it was a petri dish.
So she's a fraud. She's been telling everybody she's the first
She never
test tube
claimed
baby.
to be.
She's
The
the
news-
first petri dish baby.
The news claimed she was the first test tube baby. There's another Louise Brown, who's 91 years old and lives in the Stewartry of Dumfries and Galloway, who has a record, we think, in the United Kingdom, which is rather extraordinary. There's no way you could possibly guess it.
It's got to be the oldest something or other.
Well, she...
Oh, is it too late for this?
No, we definitely know.
We could ask her.
We could ask her. She's still alive.
She doesn't know.
We think she's the most prolific library book borrower in the country. She has read...
That's too much of a leap from
Yeah, it
vitro
is.
fertilisation.
It just happens to be the same name. She's read just under 25,000 books.
Well, she says that. She's borrowed them.
No, but that... 12 a week. 12 a week, and she's never once had a late fine.
That probably proves that she doesn't read them, the very fact she gets them back on time.
I think it's rather charming. They're mostly Mills and Boon romances, war stories and historical dramas. But that's it, 12 books.
Barbara Cartland was writing that many.
Yes, exactly. Just
for Louise to keep reading.
Yeah. I was going to say if Louise is watching, but she isn't. She's reading a book. But if Louise is watching, we salute her in the world of dying libraries. What were the first words spoken from the surface of the moon? How appropriate, Sean.
Hello? Can you hear me?
It was...
It was the clangers, was it?
It's the
who got there
clangers.
first.
But it wasn't one small step for man, because he hadn't gone on yet.
Very true. Very good. So what else was it?
Well, he was like, come on down, Neil, it's fine. It's fine, don't worry about it. What's the big deal?
Golf club.
Yeah.
Great to be here in Philadelphia. I mean, the moon.
Well, let's sort out who said it. Who said the first human words uttered on the surface of the moon?
Neil Armstrong.
No.
Buzz Aldrin.
Yes, it was Buzz. He was in charge of the steering of the module as it landed, and 102 hours, 45 minutes and 25 seconds in, he was saying 4 forward, 4 forward, drifting to the right a little. That's good, that's good. Something garbled, and then contact light. And the contact light that showed they had landed was on. Those were the first words spoken. Not the eagle has landed, and certainly not small
This
step.
is the moon. This is the end of the line. Please. Please make sure you have all your bags and all your personal possessions.
What do you know about Buzz Aldrin otherwise?
Dad had a sense of humour.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, he called him Buzz.
Ah, but he didn't. He called him Edward Eugene Aldrin Jr.
Yes.
His sister...
I think I'm right, actually.
His sister called him Buzz, because she couldn't say brother, so she'd say Buzzer, and he became Buzz. He eventually made it his legal name.
He had the hand of a monkey.
Very good. What was his mother's maiden name? Surely you know that.
Smith, Brown, Jones.
Moon. Moon is the right answer. Well done.
Did you know that?
We've got this little example of a sort of optical illusion here. So if you photograph it in the right way, as you're about to see, the eye plays extraordinary tricks on you. So there it is Einstein. There he is in profile.
Wow.
And there's the inverted bit. But hello,
Oh,
your eye tells you
wow.
that's poking outwards. And yet it isn't. That's the inside bit. And your eye refuses to believe it until you get to that.
That's great.
Oh, you're twisting my melon, man.
Isn't that extraordinary?
Why does it do that? Why?
Well, it does that because your brain is programmed to recognise human faces. And it's one of the first things babies do is look at faces. And you expect to see a face. And even though you know it isn't a real face, your brain fills in the...
I did it again.
It's an astonishing illusion.
Does this, Stephen, does it only work with Einstein? Would it work with another man?
It would work with any human being. It is really creepy. It's amazing, isn't it?
But it's done it. I can't believe it did it the same trick twice.
I know, the point is... it
So,
doesn't matter
listen, we're not going to fall for it this time.
And yes...
OK. No way. Got 3 times on the run.
Outside. This is going to be inside, Lee.
Inside.
How do you do it?
Wow.
How do you do it?
It's so clever, isn't it?
He's so clever.
It is literally... We literally filmed this. I mean, you can see... That's all it is.
This is a great trick. I might cut my head in half and scoop out my brain.
What a wonderful thing. It would make the most wonderful blancmange or something, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it? Right. Are we going to bother with the rest of the show? Because I could happily just... I mean, it's lovely chatting and everything, and I love what we do, but let's just...
You're hypnotised.
Have you got any others apart from Einstein?
No, I tell you what we can do. We can make the Queen happy or sad.
Oh.
We've got a £5 note. You can do this with your own £5 notes, but we'll give you the demonstration.
OK.
There it is. You do a little fold. Why would you swallow a pill made of a poisonous metalloid? Yes.
Would it be because you got really pissed one night and then you woke up the next morning and realised you were next to Michael Winner in bed?
Well, oddly enough, until you got to that last point, one of the uses of that poisonous metalloid was as a morning-after pill, but its other use was for the other end of the body. It's a metalloid called antimony, and it's a poison. But it was popular in the Middle Ages as a pill because it's very good for constipation. The weird thing about it is you'd make a pill of antimony, because it's metalloid, it'd be like... It would pass through the body. You would then rummage through your leavings and wash it and use it again.
Rummage through your leavings.
Wasn't quite sure how to put it.
You're certainly going to use that again, though. I like that one a lot.
And these things would get handed on from father to son through generations. And they'd use the same one. Because it was so rare. And...
Father's leavings and his father's leavings.
This pill was good enough for your great-grandfather.
So that's the earliest example of a repeat prescription.
Yes. Very good.
Hundreds of years.
Absolutely. But the other use of it was an antimony cup, where you would pour wine into it overnight, when you'd had a large evening, and then in the morning you'd take the wine that had been soaked in this antimony cup, as it were, and it would make you vomit instantly. So it was used as an emetic. So it was just really...
So what is it? It's a naturally occurring...
Yes, it's an element.
And it's an irritant, presumably? Because there's a mnemonic for remembering laxatives, which is there are bulkers, lubricants, irritants, softeners and explosives. And explosives work like... they work like cholera. You've got to sort of stick them up your bum. That's
right.
Technical.
Or suppository, as we comedians say. Yes. So that's for a really serious case of being stuffed up.
Yeah, proper phosphate enema rocket fuel on a skateboard.
In ancient Egypt, there was a doctor whose specialised function was to administer enemas to the pharaoh. He was known as the Neru Phuit, which literally translates as shepherd of the anus. It's an official job. Rather pleasing.
So with the crook, you mean?
It's obviously not a natural thing. Animals don't pump warm water up their arses, do they? It doesn't seem to happen in nature in any way that we know of. How did it come about?
Well, they are very popular with quacks. I think there's something quite attractive about how transgressive it is to squirt a lot of something up your bum that makes pretend doctors feel like real doctors. But there was a guy, John Harvey Kellogg, the man behind the man behind the cornflake. Yeah. So he had this this big kind of quack clinic that he ran, where the moment that you arrived, you had to make a visit to a man called the Rear Admiral, who would bend you over and fill you with fresh yoghurt, and then you would poo that out, and then you'd be ready to crack on with your detox.
And they would deal with your thrush at the same time.
What time's this show going out? Will people be...
Well, I mean, it is almost the most kind of basic fact about us all is that we poo. And also that we are, as we age, supposedly, we get more obsessed by it. I mean, it's sort of all you've got left, really, isn't it? And there are stories of nurses who get sent stools by grateful patients. You must have heard those stories, eh?
They're not necessarily grateful.
It's an expression of love.
No idea why, but that habit has followed me through into my comedy career.
There was a chap recently who tried to kill somebody by... he packed his anus with explosives, and it was a Middle East prince, I can't remember which one, but he showed up and went... And his plan was, shake the guy by the hand and then trigger it. But unfortunately, the body is very good at absorbing explosions. That's why, heroic acts where people jump onto hand grenades and stuff. So all that happened was he shook this prince by the hand, the bomb went off, and he just sort of bounced up in the air slightly and then crumpled into his knees. And the prince, like any sort of royal, just went, very good.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, that's antimony. As I say, antimony pills were quite literally passed down through the family. Sigmund Freud, Mark Twain, Henry James, a loony from Newcastle, and the Holy Ghost have in common.
Well, Mark Twain, I know, had a link, but I don't know about the others. He was sceptical about Shakespeare because he thought that a toff wrote it. He didn't believe that a normal boy from Stratford could write.
Right.
Could write
he
properly.
was what you might call exactly a Shakespearean skeptic, as were the others. That's to say, Sigmund Freud also believed that, and Henry James, and the Professor Looney, that was unfortunately his name, though I believe it was pronounced Loney, from Newcastle, who wrote a book in 1920 called Shakespeare Identified. There was this whole movement, started in the 19th century, really, with the idea that it might have been Francis Bacon who wrote the works of Shakespeare. There was particularly a woman called Delia Bacon, who was an American and was completely insane, really. She came over to England and wrote a 625-page book.
God.
In which she didn't even mention the name Bacon. And then when she died, she claimed she was the Holy Spirit.
She claimed she was the Holy Spirit?
Yes. So the Holy Spirit, if she was right, also doesn't believe Shakespeare wrote Shakespeare. So if Bacon was one candidate, there were two other main candidates.
Oh, hang on. What was it?
Marlowe.
Christopher Marlowe.
Christopher Marlowe is one candidate. But the most popular
Earl
one...
of Oxford?
The Earl of Oxford is, yes, indeed, Edward de Vere.
Is that Edward de Vere?
That's Edward de Vere.
Wow. There's a lot going on there, isn't there?
There is, isn't there?
How does he keep that hat on?
It's sort of Kate Blanchett with a moustache.
But, there are serious people. I mean, Freud liked the fact that he lost his father early on, like Hamlet, because, of course, he had an Oedipus complex theory about Hamlet, Freud, so he liked that idea. Who else? Looney invented a rather fanciful scenario because the Earl of Oxford died in 1604, and Shakespeare carried on writing plays many years after that. So
that might almost be the point at which to abandon the theory.
Yeah, you'd think. Instead of which he claimed that before dying he'd left a whole sheaf of plays, and that his servant, Shakespeare, then just produced them one after the other.
Isn't the Tempest written sort of 4 or 5 years after he died? 6 years, maybe, even after he died, referencing sort of stuff of the time. So after De Vere's dead.
Yes, quite.
He probably just left insert topical gag here.
Yeah, that's right. But there are Mark Rylance and Derek Jacobi, both supreme actors, and they both believe that it was the Earl of Oxford. There isn't a shred of evidence, as far as I can see.
It sort of doesn't matter. On the basis that what Shakespeare means to people is the guy that wrote those plays. And so if the guy that wrote those plays is a different guy that wrote those plays, that's still what a great guy.
Yes.
It's not an earth-shattering conspiracy, really, is it? That
No.
perhaps it isn't him?
Over 5,000 books on the subject, incredibly. Yeah, I know, it's extraordinary.
Yeah, no scrap of evidence.
Not real evidence, to be honest. No, it's just speculation. And the odd thing is, they often say, oh, we know so little about Shakespeare. There are very, very few people of the Elizabethan era about whom we know more. I mean, Ben Jonson, for example, who was a very famous playwright. We don't even know where Ben Jonson was born or how many children he had.
If other people were writing the plays, why didn't they say so at the time?
Well, quite. I mean,
that's the bit I don't understand. It always seems to go, he didn't write all that. But wouldn't it have come out if other people had written?
Yeah, but if it was Ben Jonson or any of those others, jolly good luck to them, I say.
Was it just because he wasn't posh? Was that? Is it just come? Does it
That
come down to
is
basic
kind of
class
snobbery.
system?
They think, well, he was just this kid from Warwickshire and he was a woodlander, and but in fact, his father was a glover, which is a perfectly decent trade, as you say, and he went to the grammar school there, almost certainly. And
He's sort of, you'd think, exactly as far up the society as you'd expect a major writer to be.
Yes.
Not, it's not like now the best novels are written by the Duke of Westminster.
Now, his vocabulary. How many words do you think he used? I'm not counting repeats. He used a lot, obviously.
Yeah. Dagger, murder.
This could take us a long time, yes.
Well, we've got to start somewhere.
You've got to start somewhere, you're right. Yeah.
5,000.
Yeah. They're 20,000 words. 20,000 words. And how does that compare to the average vocabulary of a Briton, would we say, roughly? That we
4 times as much.
No, half as much. Half as much. Less. Surprisingly, yes. I mean, we're not saying that Shakespeare used every word he knew in his books. I'm sure he left lots out. I don't remember the word clitoris.
He didn't use hard drive.
I think it's in the second folio.
Oh, it might be. So it's about half that of the average modern English person's vocabulary, because obviously he didn't have certain words to call on, like, texting or vajazzle or whatever. But on the other hand, he did have, guerdon and bodkin and fardel, which we don't use so much.
Yoghurt,
Yoghurt. I don't suppose Shakespeare knew what yoghurt was.
Broadband.
Broadband. There are a lot of words. In The Sun, David Crystal, who's a well-known linguistic fellow, and he estimates that there would be about 6,000 words in any complete issue of The Sun, whereas the King James Bible has just 8,000. So this idea that we're all dumbed down to a lower vocabulary is not necessarily.
Why did the colonels-in-chief of the Royal Dragoons and the First King's Dragoon Guards fail to turn up for duty at the start of the First World War?
They were entwined in an embrace.
Only now can we reveal the truth.
It was one of those embarrassing things about...
Oh, I know.
Yes, go on.
Because it was Kaiser Bill.
Yes. Kaiser Bill was, in fact, the Colonel-in-Chief of the Royal Dragoons, and Franz Joseph the Habsburgs was the Colonel-in-Chief of the King's Dragoons. So
that's a security risk.
It was a bit, wasn't it? But we carried on doing this.
It turned out that Osama bin Laden was actually, an admiral of the fleet. That would have been a nightmare.
We appointed Emperor Hirohito a field marshal in 1930, so we carried on doing this. So obviously there was a bit of embarrassment to begin with when they had to go to war with their own colonel-in-chief. It was eventually sorted out, and we pretty much spanked their botties. We pretty much did.
After only 4 years of carnage.
Yes.
Anyway, who first used the expression OMG?
Was it Hannah Montana?
It wasn't Hannah Montana.
That's my guess.
It's a good guess. A reasonable guess.
I'm guessing that in the past it's meant something else.
No, as oh my God.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
No, this is genuinely the use of OMG in a communication.
Is it going to be on a Morse code?
No, though, funnily enough, you're in the right area. It was
military.
Kissinger?
It's not military, naval. It was two of the great naval figures of the First World War. Who was the First Lord of the Admiralty during
Churchill. I have no idea.
Churchill. Winston Churchill. But the great Lord Fisher, in 1917, wrote a letter to Winston Churchill saying, I hear that a new order of knighthoods is on the tapis, meaning on the carpet. OMG, shower it on the Admiralty. So there you are. Oh, my God.
What year was that, sorry?
1917.
OMG.
Yeah,
That's
OMG.
a really good fact.
That's a good fact, isn't it?
Can we be certain he meant, oh, my God? He might have meant...
Yes, no, he definitely did. He put, oh, my God, in brackets afterwards. He wrote OMG
that
brackets.
rather ruined the point of
Yeah, I
abbreviating
know.
to the second.
As he was the first user, I guess he had to explain it.
OMG, by which I mean, of course, the longer expression, oh my God.
Oh, my God. Eric Partridge's Dictionary of Abbreviations in 1942 contained dozens of SMS-friendly examples, such as AGN for again, MTH for month, and GD for good. So they pre-existed.
But I heard someone vocalise LOL. I actually heard someone said LOL as opposed to laugh. There's two kids in the street, you know, told them a joke, and she went, LOL, like that.
Rather than laugh.
Rather than laugh.
Yeah.
That's just some horrible post-Orwellian nightmare.
How amazing is that going to be at stand-up gigs if people just an audience starts
Exactly.
going
LOL. Yeah. Let's just try it. No,
hang on
after
a second.
three, I'll just say the word LOL with as little expression as you can. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. LOL. That's the...
Tim Minchin has actually suggested that because people don't laugh out loud when they say lol, that he suggests MAS, mildly amused smirk. Which would be quite good, because that's what happens.
Nelly is another one that you could have.
Yeah?
Nelly, N-E-L-I, not even laughing inwardly.
But you'd be impressed to know that in 1659 is the first use of to unfriend, which we thought was a modern Facebook phrase. But to unfriend was used by Thomas Fuller, who wrote to theologist John Heylin, I hope, sir, that we are not mutually unfriended by this difference which hath happened betwixt us.
Yes, and then I believe his friend wrote back that he liked that message.
Yeah, he liked that. So, now, what would be the best planet in the solar system to take your annual holiday in or on? Yes.
Earth.
Absolutely the right answer, I frankly say. I don't think there could be a better answer.
Well, the great advantage of Earth is that you can survive on it.
Yes.
So lovely on a holiday, isn't it?
It is.
To just live through it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Hello.
Uranus.
Why Uranus?
Because it would be much longer.
Ah, now there you're getting very interesting. It's about how long a year is or a season is.
How long is a Uranian year?
A Uranian year is 84 Earth years.
84.
But each day is only 17 hours, so again, it spins faster than us.
So how long would a fortnight be?
It's a very good question indeed.
17 times 14 would be a fortnight.
How long's a year on Jupiter, then?
A year is about 12 of our years, but it spins very quickly. So a day on Jupiter is only about 10 hours.
So you might not get a longer holiday the further away from...
And I think I'd need those things that go around your wrists so you don't get travel sick if it's spinning like that.
Jupiter is also entirely gas, which is not really very nice. The shopping and the sightseeing opportunities are amazing. A layer of black liquid hydrogen, 27,000 miles thick, crushes carbon into diamonds that are literally the size of the Ritz. So you could really get some serious bling from Jupiter.
Try to deal with that.
Yeah.
Sort of that size. A diamond the size of a hotel.
And another thing that's rather exciting is that it precipitates neon rather than water in the atmosphere, which creates brilliant, bright red rain. It's fabulous. That would be so pretty. So, but
it'd be lovely to go, wouldn't it?
That's there.
You don't want rain on holiday, though, do you? Even if it's bunny.
That storm, that eye, as they call it, which is in the middle of Jupiter, is about 4 times the size of the Earth. So that's, you know.
So essentially, Jupiter's a nightmare. Because if your annual holiday, not only is it a shorter fortnight, it only happens once every 10 years.
Yes, that is true.
Very bad.
Venus, on the other hand, rotates incredibly slowly. A fortnight's break on Venus would last over 15 years. That's how long the days are.
But you need factor 980 then.
Oh, the weather is awful. It's clouds of sulfuric acid. The surface is hot enough to melt aluminium, so you need really thick flip-flops. And the atmospheric pressure is equivalent to being half a mile under the sea on Earth. The air isn't very fresh. It's mostly carbon dioxide. So it really is a bit
You'd
It's
only
a bit
want
like being in an Ibethan club at about 6 in the morning.
You'd only want a
Yeah.
week there, wouldn't you? You'd only want a week.
You'd only want a week on
50,
Venus.
yeah.
Right.
So it begins with J and appears to be alive.
Is it me?
You begin with J and are most magnificently, radiantly alive.
He's on the turn.
Lisa.
James Blunt.
Closer, I grant you. Yeah.
Jeremy Clarkson.
This is something that appears to be alive and quite obviously isn't.
Jedward, then. I'm revising my answer.
So much work
Take care
to
of
do. Yes, but in order to find out whether the brain is working, there's a machine that is used by doctors, an electroencephalograph, and you can tell whether a brain is alive by attaching it. And there is something that quite manifestly isn't alive, but if you attach that same machine to it, will give off the same signals as a brain.
Is it jelly?
Yes.
Fucking hell. I can't quite believe how intelligent I am sometimes.
No, no, I see.
How did I get that?
It was wonderful.
You're a genius. Is it any type of jelly, or is it...
Well, sort of large jelly in a mould on which you could fit the electrodes of an EEG.
Oh, that kind of jelly, right.
From its EEG results alone, it would not qualify as sufficiently dead to have its life support removed. That's the point. I know that seems insane. The reason it
All
seems...
the other jellies sitting around the bedside weeping.
Yes. He's still alive, he's still alive. You can't turn it off.
Comforting one another.
Yeah, yeah.
There's one outside having a fag.
One wobble for yes, 2 wobbles for no. Neurologist Adrian Upton examined the electroencephalography of gelatin desserts, as he put it, to make a serious point about brain death. Because what happens is the jelly picks up extraneous electrical signals in the room from sources like respirators, IV drips, even ringing telephones. The implication is that a brain apparently generating similar signals may in fact be quite dead. On the other hand, it may well be quite alive. It isn't enough to use an EEG to tell whether someone's alive, that's the point.
So jelly is always wobbling just a little bit.
It's always going to be wobbling a little bit. But it is rather extraordinary, isn't it? An amazing thought. At least I think it is.
Lovely thought.
It doesn't mean that EEGs are useless. They just have to be considered with other things to suggest whether or not someone is conscious or alive.
Is that an excitable jelly just there that's suddenly flatlined?
Is that right?
Well, now, let's play Stick the Knees on the Elephants. You should have cards with elephants on, and you should have little red dots. And all you have to do is stick your red dot on the knees of the elephant. It's as simple as that. It's a little fun art craft thing that you can do.
I feel a little bit like we've underperformed and we've been taken to a special class.
Yes.
Where it's mainly arts and crafts and colouring in, and you know what? You can't fail. We've all done very well.
That's right.
I'm just doing polka dots.
Very sweet, but try and do it on the knees of the elephant if you can.
I think elephants have got a lot of knees. That's my. Because otherwise, why would you have given us this many dots?
That's just a lot of, you don't have to use all the dots, I may say.
This elephant's actually got the same thing that Jack used to have at the top of his thigh. It turns out it was nothing, but it was a real worry.
Yes.
I've marked his sphincter on there as well.
So have
Well
I.
done. Oh,
So
there
have
you are.
I. We've got
snap.
matching sphincters.
Yes. All right, so if you'd like to present and show.
So, sphincter, eyes, because it's nice to get to know them. And 4 knees.
Can you just tilt the cards forward a bit so they're not too shiny? They reflect on the camera
I've gone 4 knees on each.
Are you tilting it forward a bit as asked?
Sorry.
No, you're not.
I can't get taken down to a lower class than this.
Yeah, there you go.
What are you doing, arts and crafts?
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Knees and knees.
Well, I mean,
I've got knees on the front, none on the back.
everyone except Alan has at least managed to put dots on the knees, which are at the back of the elephant, because the front 2 joints are elbows.
Oh.
All mammals, essentially.
Whoa, hang on. Whoa, you're going to have to back up there a little bit. He's got elbows on his
his front legs, yes. His front legs are essentially arms. I mean, the bones in his front leg are the radius and the ulna, just like ours, They're essentially walking on their hands and on their hind legs. And we may think of elephants as having 4 knees. They don't. They only have the 2 knees at the back. The 2 front ones are elbows. It seems unlikely, but it's true.
That means my interesting bar fact that I tell everybody, that the elephant is the only animal in the world that has 4 knees, is complete rubbish.
Exactly. And it's a common fact you'll find on the internet, and it's a lie.
Wow.
And any zoologist will tell you so. So, I'm afraid it's -10 to everybody except Alan. That's very good. So, well done, Alan. In fact, you got it right, didn't you, in the end?
No, I didn't. I put 2 knees. I thought it only had 2 knees.
Which it does.
But I put them on the front.
Yeah, well, yes, you get the -10.
How many jellyfish are there here?
In that picture?
Yeah.
What is it? One with a very flamboyant hat on. Sorry, where are the words with a flamboyant hat on?
It was the one that was enough, but it is a flamboyant hat. The flamboyant hat gives it its name. If you've ever seen a Portuguese conquistador, they wore hats like that.
They didn't have many in Croydon.
They didn't know, but...
is it a man-o'-war?
A Portuguese man-o'-war is what it is, but it's not... I'll give you a clue that it's not a jellyfish. And it isn't even a single creature. Portuguese man-o'-war is not one animal. It's a colony of animals that operate together as one.
Like the Borg.
Incredibly. Yes, we are Borg. Exactly.
We are Borg. We are jellyfish.
Why isn't it called the Men of War, then?
I know it should be, because originally people didn't understand that, and so they called it the Portuguese man of war because it looked like a Portuguese helmet on the top. The inflatable bladder along the top is one creature which provides buoyancy and works as a sail. The tentacles are separate and carry the coiled, spring-loaded harpoons, which have the most incredible speed. They explode in 700 billionths of a second, which is the fastest known animal mechanism on Earth, and very painful. And there are other creatures that make part of this colony, gastrozooids, which digest the food, and gonozoids, which are the gonads, the sexual reproduction
So
part
they're
of it.
separate, so you've got...
They're actually separate creatures.
The stomach floats along, and then you've got the gonads behind.
Yep.
So the stomach's looking for its bollocks, essentially, in the middle of the...
It's called a siphonophore, that kind of a creature. And because they drift passively, they collect in vast herds of thousands or so. And that's why the appearance of one is enough to clear an Australian beach, as you probably know. You see, because one tends to mean there are going to be lots. And the sting is very painful. 10,000 Australians a year, on average, receive a Portuguese man-o'-war sting. Not pleasant.
Toughens you up, though.
No, exactly.
I mean, that's
exactly.
life, isn't it?
One day it'll toughen you up enough to win a test match against us. How many times in history have I been in a position to be able to say that?
I know, and I enjoyed
it.
so
Exactly.
much.
What did the environmentalists say to the camel?
Stop farting. They produce a lot of methane.
Yes, they do. Where in particular?
Out their arse.
No, there's a particular place where camels are extremely numerous.
Egypt.
Yes, but this is a place
Oh, no,
where...
Australia. Is it Australia? We've got more wild camels in Australia than anywhere else on the planet.
Exactly. They have the highest number of feral camels. In fact, they have 1.2 million of them.
I like rats. They're vermin.
Yeah.
They get in your house.
Yeah,
It's
and
a
you can
nightmare.
see only that sign could be Australia, couldn't it? Look at it. Camel, wombat, kangaroo. But the fact is, they export them to Arabia for meat and for racing.
Because they're a finer sort of species of
They were brought over originally as a pack animal to Australia. They seemed very natural because Australia's a dry country and camels survive well, obviously, in dry climates. People thought perfect, but of course they bred and they bred and they bred, and suddenly you've got these 1.2 million camels.
Yeah.
And they do an enormous amount of anal wind expulsion.
they were on a download. Actually.
Yeah. 45. It's actually...
They supported or catch up maneuvers in the dark.
To be fair to them, it's not so much anal as oral. It's 45 kilograms of methane a year. It's quite extraordinary. It's a sixth the amount of the average car. So now there's a company called Northwest Carbon, which has set up a thing where you offset your carbon footprint, if you're an Australian car driver, by paying this company to go and shoot camels. Which is basically a bit unfair because, let's face it, Europeans with cars are as unnatural to Australia as camels are. And it seems a bit unfair. Why shouldn't the camels shoot the humans?
Yes.
Here's the thing, though. While we're talking about all this whole business of ecology, Sainsbury's, the supermarket chain, very useful supermarket chain. The great thing about Sainsbury's, it keeps the scum out of Waitrose. All right, here's an initiative announced by Sainsbury's.
Go
on. By reducing the diameter of the tube of a loo roll from 123 millimetres to 112 millimetres, right? Just 11 millimetre reduction. They will be able to fit more rolls into the same lorry. Given the scale of the loo roll market, we use 45 to 50 rolls a year each. And that's including you.
I do that over weekend.
Yes, all right. This will mean 500 fewer lorry trips a year just by doing that, by reducing the centre tube by 11 millimetres.
Wow, this is the principal difference between men and women, in my view, is the amount of loo roll that women use is unbelievable.
What is it about humans and big ears?
They get bigger.
They get bigger.
Ears get bigger.
Yeah, I mean, old men do seem to have longer ears, but the trouble is no one's done a study where they've measured their ears when they were younger. Because it could well be, it's logical,
the head's
that
getting smaller.
actually having large ears is a predictor of a long life.
Oh. I know what that man did for a living.
What's that?
He was a bowler hat model.
He was a very fine bowler hat model.
I've got quite big ears, but I can also see what it's like to be someone whose ears are flat against the side of the head, because I can go like that.
Oh, my goodness!
And I can hold it so it's like having an instant facelift, like that.
How do you do that?
Well, I can't really talk like this as well. I'll tell you later. It means I can do a thing like when you do it on a roller coaster and you just go over the top, you go... I bet your so-called serious brother Jeremy can't do that. He can't do that.
Yeah, that's another way.
He could
another
host a phone-in about it, though, couldn't he?
Do call in if you can wiggle your ears.
No problem with your ears. Give us a ring now. Go on.
He did once on his show, genuinely, I thought they were running out of things to do that day. He said, please, and this was, honestly, it wasn't a joke, he said, please phone in if the sound of your own voice terrifies you. That was a phony topic.
Did anyone call in?
Screaming.
Any calls?
Yeah, they had some people ring up, yeah.
Sobbing.
So
help me, I'm so afraid!
What lives underwater and is the loudest animal in the world for its size? Greg Proops.
Oprah.
Good answer, but untrue.
Is it going to be a blue whale?
Oh, you were doing so well. No, it's the largest in relation to its size. The noise it makes is quite astounding. When I tell you that its size is 2 millimetres and it creates a sound of over 99 decibels, which is like a freight train passing by. It's an incredibly loud noise, and it's a little lake creature, actually. You know those things that almost seem to walk on water? Do you remember what they're called?
Our Lord.
You could call this the Jesus insect if you wanted. It's a water boatman. The water boatman is a beautiful little creature, and it uses the surface tension of the water, there you see, to walk along the water.
That's a pond skater, of course.
So unlike a blue whale in almost every respect.
The noise it gives out is like a passing freight train. We have a theory how they produce it, and we'd like you to try out our theory. They use their penises against their tummies.
Peni?
peni, if you like, penises, if you wanted to speak in English. But by all means, peni, if you like. They rub their penises on their tummy and somehow create a noise of 99.2 decibels.
But that's just a theory, though, right?
Yep.
Because I put my penis against my belly, it don't make no noise.
If you really whack it, though, if you...
Steady.
It depends on if I have to get up in a hurry.
Like if I got and imagine that it's a penis, all right? You pass that to Greg.
You know, imagining is not helping, but all right.
Obviously, there's yours, Alan. No. You can have a normal one. Now, this is quite complicated, but you should have a little bowl of rosin, as in the kind of stuff that ballet dancers use to keep their shoes from sliding on the stage and string players use for their bows. Ordinary rosin. Oh, very good. Listen to that noise. Keep doing that. You're rubbing, you're trying to... It gets surprisingly loud, doesn't it? Like... Oh, God, yes!
I don't seem to be attracting any boatmen or women.
Not getting 99 decibel.
There, you see that?
This is still louder, though.
Is that yours?
But isn't that surprising?
Wow.
It was like Mars attacks.
Yeah.
Our brains will explode.
Solo.
Alan's very good at it, isn't he?
How have you given him a wand? Is that a wand?
What does a robot jockey do?
Ah, yeah, these robot jockeys ride camels, don't they?
You are good, and you've already got the points.
Yeah, the robot jockeys, they're a form of racing in Dubai, in particular, and perhaps across
in the
whole
UAE generally.
They have camel racing, and the camels, I think at that speed probably couldn't take human weight on them. They have to be quite small. So I am presuming that at some stage they experimented with either little people or with children.
Children.
Yeah.
And it was reintroduced by King Fahd of Saudi Arabia in the 1970s, and children were indeed taken from their parents and were forced to be the jockeys on these camels.
What do you mean taken from their parents? Well, people would just turn up at a random house?
I'm afraid, as you probably know, much of the service industries are performed by Sri Lankans and Indians. The Gulf Arab people themselves don't do much of the basic work, and it was Indian children who were taken to be jockeys. It was not a pleasant story, and there's no way of dressing it up nicely.
And how much control do they have over the camels exactly?
Well, they've got reins, and they also have GPS, so they know where they are. Now, you may say, why they put a face and a hat and costume on it. The fact is, the camels were spooked out when the robots just looked like machines. The camels were much more relaxed at the idea that it was a human on them, because they've sort of grown used to the idea.
Right.
So these only weigh a few kilos. They're not that expensive, about $500 each. They whip the camels by remote control, because the managers are following in a truck. So they did whip, I'm afraid. They're far lighter than the child jockeys, and I suppose it's less inhumane. They were designed in Switzerland.
Please, may I tell you the only camel joke that I know?
Please.
OK. There's two guys in the army out in the desert, and there's a new recruit, and there are no women around at all, and the new recruit says, what do we do for sex? And the old guy says, I'm afraid it's the camels. And so that evening, they're all let out towards the camels, and the old bloke's running really fast, and the young guy says, what are you doing? It's only a camel. And he goes, yeah, but you don't want to get an ugly one, do you?
So what are those camels we're looking at? What sort of camels are they?
I'm sorry. There is another camel joke. Sorry. Which is same starting point. Initially taken for the first couple of bits and said, oh, I'm afraid there are no women here. I'm afraid it's the camels. So late at night, the guy declares, I can't take it anymore. I'm as horny as hell. And he goes out and he rides the camel. And he comes back in and goes, well, that's the best we can do. And the man says, well, actually, when I said we've got the camels, we normally ride them into town.
Anybody else got any camel jokes?
No.
How far can you go on a cup of Joe? A cup of Joe being an Americanism for
Java coffee?
Coffee, a cup of coffee, yeah.
I thought it was an insane cat. You could actually ride on the back of Joe.
That is a somewhat caffeine-crazed cat.
That's a flat white too many for that little kitty.
It is rather, isn't it?
How far you can actually go in terms of energy?
No, it's more literal than that. If you're carrying a cup of coffee, how far can you go before you spill it? This is actually all down to science. What is the science of the movement of liquids called?
Wobbleology.
Fluid dynamics.
Yes.
Fluid dynamics is a whole science.
Fluid dynamics.
It's a whole science, and the most important one, and much has been discovered as a result of fluid dynamics. It is a very useful and fruitful area of discovery. But one of the things they've discovered is that the average human stepping pace happens to cause an oscillation, which means that between 7 and 10 steps, you are going to spill the coffee. You will set up a series of wave movements. That means the furthest you can go is probably about 10 steps before you will definitely have spilled some coffee.
This is the Mrs. Overall effect.
Yeah, exactly. But they suggest a flexible container to act as a sloshing absorber with a series of annular ring baffles. So they're just suggesting the...
Annular ring baffles?
Surely.
That sounds like space.
You can order them online, can't you?
I'll tell you what, the amount of times my annular has been baffled. I'm always down the
Baffle your rings, sir.
Yeah.
Annular ring baffle is a bit of a tautology because annular means ring-like anyway, so it's a bit silly.
Annular ring baffle.
You used to take the baffle out of your exhaust pipe to make it louder.
That's right, yeah. I mean, baffling is sound muffling, isn't it? But it's also absorbing waves, and that's essentially the same thing, because if you're muffling sound, you're absorbing the
if
waves.
you put a baffle in your anus, that'll make you have quiet farts.
I suppose it would. Until pressure built up to such a stage.
Then you're potentially lethal.
And you could have someone's eye out in the aisle at Waitrose, which you wouldn't want. But there have been more obviously useful...
Baffle your ring, sir.
There have been more useful applications for this business of this whole resonance business of building up frequencies that cause oscillations that can be dangerous. Have you seen Albert Bridge in London? There's a particular sign. It sort of leads from Chelsea. There it is. It's a famous sign. It's a rather beautiful, one of London's most beautiful bridges. All troops must break step when marching over this bridge. Why would that be?
Something to do with an oscillation.
Yeah, exactly. If you're marching in rhythm, chunk, 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 you might set up a resonance that would cause the bridge to collapse.
That's why Michael Flatley can never get north of the Thames. It's a reason. He's furious. He's always wanted to go to Madame Tussauds. Right now, he's at the Elephant and Castle going, I can't believe it. I want to go and see the Queen. I just can't get over there. It's a bleeding nightmare, so it is. Shocking state of affairs.
Good. Well, I think we've... Let's pin the knee on the bird. So stick a little sticker on the bird's knee. That's all you have to do.
Well, it's never going to be where I think it's going to be. In the knee bit.
Or it could be a double bluff.
Oh, not a double bluff.
Well, I'm going to put in an early pitch for there. I'm going to say it's got a knee in its neck.
Right.
And that's how it bends its neck. And it's a little quirk of nature.
Oh, and Jack's put one on.
You're not putting it on the knee where the knee is.
But he
No, because the bendy bit would be... Oh, no, that could be like a little camp-arm.
The wings are going to be the arms this time, aren't they? The wings are the arms, aren't they? The wings are the arms.
Wings are the arms.
The legs are the legs. The legs have got the knees in.
The legs have got the knees in. The legs have got knees.
The knees where the bend in the middle. Going knees, I'm going in.
Going in, he's going in, he's going in, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm feeling a double bluff.
You're just covering the entire animal with red dots, Cal.
I've just
You're just turning it into...
I've given it a perm.
You're giving it a coxcomb. There we are. So you've... Ah, dear, I'm afraid, Alan, you've fallen into our little trap. Those are not the knees. People think birds' knees goes backwards. Those are ankles.
Oh, you see?
You see, those are ankles.
Something like that.
Yeah, maybe. There. Now, Jack. Points for Jack. You lose one for the bottom one, which is there. Forget that one. Exactly.
It's an unusual flamingo, and then it's got a duck coming out of its arm.
It's pretty hard to deny.
Where are the duck's knees? For goodness sake?
That's the flamingo.
Yeah. Well, there are the knees at the top. They're usually covered in feather. And the bottom bit is the ankle. I know
So
it seems strange.
there's a very real chance if you kicked a flamingo in the knees and the balls at the same time. That's some pain, isn't it?
Whoa, yes.
Because they must be up in the same sort of area.
Yes, they don't really have testicles, though, do they? I mean, they have little sexual parts.
It'd be quite a
So
different...
as do I.
It'd be quite an unnerving sight as flocks of flamingos flew overhead if they did have dangling testicles.
Boy, girl, boy,
Very
girl,
worrying.
boy, girl.
So do I get a point? Have I got a point?
I think you've got a point, Jack. Yeah.
There's an apple for you.
Oh, I can't tell you how much that works. That always works with
where
me.
that came
Thank
from.
you, Jack. Oh, bless you, apple.
Dance with an apple, next thing you know, you're in some sort of therapy. Be careful.
The rules on a pirate ship.
Rules?
Yeah. What sort of rules would they have?
Obviously, they've got a captain.
Yes.
So he's in charge. So I imagine he gets most of the gold and whatever they find.
Well, oddly enough, now, they had two senior officers, the captain and the quartermaster. And the captain could be vetoed by the quartermaster on all matters except battle, except rules of engagement when fighting. And they had strong laws. And the quartermaster was, he was about how much they divvied out, including he decided how much the captain got. The captain had no special quarters. He didn't have a, wonderful room such as you imagine in movies. So it's not exactly hierarchical. It's kind of a rule of two, the quartermaster and the captain. Otherwise, it was more or less a democracy in a strange sort of way, but with strict rules. For example, in Captain Bartholomew Roberts' ship, the Fortune, there was no gambling. It was like a boarding school. No smuggling girls into the dorm. No playing music on a Sunday. And lights out at 8 o'clock sharp in the evening.
Rubbish being a pirate.
I know. That's not quite what you imagine.
My
is it?
dad, the captain. That's rubbish.
Where are you going to smuggle these girls from, anyway?
That's true.
Do you rescue one from the sea? No.
When it came to women aboard, the articles of Captain George Lowther, who was a famous pirate of his day, said, if at any time you meet with a prudent woman, that man that offers to meddle with her, without her consent, shall suffer present death. So meddling with a prudent woman without her consent got you death. So they really were very strict with each other.
So meddling was rape, really?
I think essentially we're talking
that
about rape.
lost its meaning by the time Scooby-Doo came
Exactly. Why you pesky kids haven't meddled?
Notorious gang rapists.
That's just terrible. I'm ashamed of you.
Why is the pirate voice similar to the farmer's voice? Why is there something? Arr! Get off my land!
There's one man responsible. Do you know who it is?
It'll be a film actor.
Yes.
Oh, OK.
In Treasure Island?
He played in a great performance of Treasure Island. And in fact, Tony Hancock, the great comedian, he first started out as an impersonator of this actor.
Lawton?
No, not quite as well known as Lawton. In his own day, he was very, very well known, but now less well known.
Anybody?
We've mentioned on QI before.
Hang on a minute,
the chances of Alan remembering it are...
Someone in the front row saying, you've done this! This was on Dave on Tuesday. New facts.
Yeah, well, it was Robert Newton, anyway.
Robert Newton.
Thank you, yes.
Robert Newton.
Robert Newton is the right answer, yeah, but it doesn't count because we've had it before. There we are.
Prowse almost did that, didn't he, to Darth Vader? He has a West Country accent, didn't he?
Yes,
and he famously thought that he was going to be used, didn't he?
Yes.
With his West Country accent, he got redone.
I am
by
your
James Earl
father.
Jones. Very upset.
I'm your father, and I'm your brother as well.
Darth Vader on a big tractor. Trundling down the corridors of the Death Star, chewing a bit of straw. Darth. Mr. Darth to you.
Mr. Darth. It's, yeah, anyway.
You know the skull and crossbone flag?
Yes.
Did they really have that? Because, I mean, that's really giving it away,
We
isn't
definitely
it?
covered that in the last
Oh,
series.
really? I must have missed it.
Alan will tell you all about it.
Go on.
Jolly Roger.
Well, yeah, everyone knows it's called. What is that a proposition? Maybe later, Alan.
It's been 10 years, Stephen, and I've finally come round to it.
Hurrah,
Time for a Jolly Roger.
What's this little frog doing? What's this chap up to?
Wow. It's practicing first position?
What's going on in the background?
He's trying to build up his nerve and to jump into that gushing stream.
No,
He's just going, I can do this.
He's facing the other way.
I can do this.
Is he fishing? Is he catching things
No.
in his webbed?
I was thinking maybe there was a plane load of frogs trying to land. Well, you know, air traffic controller frog.
Air traffic controller frog. What is it about the background?
Running water, water stream.
What does that create? If you've got a waterfall behind you, how do you communicate with your neighbour? How do you shout?
Sign language.
Yes.
No.
Semaphore.
Really?
It's the semaphore frog, because it lives by waterfalls and cataracts, and so little won't get heard. So that's how it communicates. Basically, it's saying to other males, this is my territory, keep away, or it's saying to girls, here I am. It is a wonderful sight. It solved the problem of the fact that it can't vocalise because it lives in a noisy environment. There are other ways of attracting mates which are unusual. Yes?
The internet.
If only you'd said what you often call the internet. What do you sometimes call it?
The interweb.
Yes.
Web spiders.
Spiders, yes.
Spiders make webs to catch prey so they can survive and thrive.
But there's a particular breed of spider. They ejaculate into a pad of webbing and transfer the sperm-laden pad to their palps, which are like their antennae, and then they wave them around to attract the food. I've got some sperm here. I've got some sperm for you.
Oh, God.
I used to do that to my ex-girlfriend because...
Why am I not surprised by the word X in there?
Yeah, I mean, she just wanted to have a baby so bad. It was just real easy to get her excited like that. I got some sperm, and she'd come running, and I'd be like, I'm just kidding.
You'll probably each well out of it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
She's the better for it. I mean, in fact, I take pride in believing that I helped her prepare
And
for
think
the next
what
cat
you're
she
saving on triple-ply tissues. There you are.
In some weird English way, I feel dealt with.
Should you avoid going to bed with a jactitator or a jactitator?
The second one.
Why?
Because it means someone that wiggles about a lot.
Yes.
Who does it?
Yeah, the official name for it is Willis-Ekbom disease, also known as restlessness or particularly restless leg syndrome. That's one meaning of jactitation.
The other...
yes, the other is...
Is speaking unpleasantly of somebody.
No, nice that you're trying, and don't be put off. It's a very specific, I won't say crime exactly, it's a malfeasance, possibly. Yes. It's a wrongdoing that people do, and that is to maintain that you're married to someone when you aren't.
That's right.
You are so angry because if you're... Why are you angry? If a man says, oh, yes, she's my wife, we're married, she goes, no, we're not. You can go to court, and your remedy is a suit of jactitation of marriage, in which you ask the court to declare that you are not married to the person who is claiming that you are.
Is the jactitation, is it the denying of the marriage, or is it the maintaining the marriage, you're still married when you're not?
A jactitator is someone who claims to be married to you when they aren't.
So, ding-dong, darling, I'm home, you're not married to me.
Yes.
That is the bad guy is the ding-dong, darling, I'm home in this situation.
Exactly.
Stop doing this.
I could actually take you to court, because you never stop.
Saying that we are married. But we're married in comedy, Alan. We're married in comedy.
There you go again.
Comedy and erotic love. Those two, surely. Hello.
Do you know what the opposite is? Because my husband often says he's not married.
It's party treat time now. Isn't this exciting? I've got something really interesting for you to try. It's powdered miracle berry. Now, you should have a little cup like this. So if you can instantly put that pill, as it were, that's in your cup, in your mouth,
Promise you it's not going to hurt you.
We don't even question.
Don't swallow it.
Just do it.
Yes, don't swallow it. Please do it. Don't swallow it.
Show me your
Don't swallow it.
titties. I'm not sure we've been down this road before, mister.
Only bite it when you see the whites of the eyes.
Don't bite it. Don't bite it. Just really roll it around your mouth. Roll it around your tongue. It's quite sweet. It takes a little time for it to work, but when it does work, it's rather extraordinary.
It's like a dead refresher. Do you
Yeah,
know
it
what I
is,
mean?
exactly.
My
Like,
head's
it's
just gonna
exactly
work
what it's
like
like. But just to try and do a bit of action on it, just so that you can get it to dissolve, spread it all over your tongue. It is quite miraculous. It's why it's called the miracle fruit. It's rather
Right, I've
exciting.
slightly crunched mine.
Oh, well, don't worry. Don't swallow. Don't swallow. Just keep...
Why not?
Keep it in your mouth. There's a good reason. I want for it to cover all of your tongue, because it does something extraordinary to your tongue, and that's what you're going to discover. So keep sucking. Keep sucking.
I must remember this speech.
Yeah. If you made them swallow,
it does something extraordinary to your tongue. Don't swallow it.
So do you feel you've kind of more or less coated yourself in it?
Yeah.
What it does is it actually gets rid of your tongue's ability to detect sour and bitter. So I want you to just take a bite on this lemon. You'll find, when you bite on the lemon, that it's not exactly sweet, but that it really has taken away 90% of its sourness.
I'm going in.
Isn't it? Your whole pill.
I've done a lot of coating.
Oh, that's delicious.
Isn't it? It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Oh, that's good, isn't it?
None of you has pulled the kind of...
That is like a really sweet orange.
Exactly. It's
I'm going to
bizarre.
regret it later.
It is a most extraordinary experience.
I love that. Ooh,
And that will last. That will last for about half an hour, 20 minutes, half an hour.
I'm going to have chronic
You'll be able to have
gastritis in 20
lime.
minutes.
And it was very popular, this miracle fruit. They used to have parties where they'd have this kind of rainbow of different flavours that would occur because it takes away your ability to taste the bitter or the sour, or indeed the salt. So everything becomes sweet, but it retains a little of its own flavour. But it does work, doesn't
Amazing.
it? It is, absolutely.
Although it is vitamin C, so internally I'm rebelling.
Just for the very fact that it might even be slightly healthy.
Absolutely. No, a friend of mine used to go and feed the horse at the bottom of his garden when he was a kid bits of lemon because it used to make brilliant faces.
That's just naughty.
It is cruel.
That's very naughty.
Very entertaining.
I'm going to save one in my pockets. I'm going to have one later. I'm going to give one to a friend.
Yeah.
It's just...
We've witnessed something big tonight. Yeah. It's all over.
It will taste lovely for half an hour.
My favourite word is sweet. It's not sour anymore, is it? Not sour anymore, Rob. It's all round the mouth.
And that's why I asked you to write a limerick. So have you got a limerick for me? Any of you? I hope you have.
I do.
Oh, go on then.
Girls first.
Yeah.
I carouse in a style bacchanalian, but I sleep in a way marsupalian. I like to eat cheese, but I never say please. Yes, I'm French, but I'm also Australian.
Oh, that's very good. It's certainly better than the one I know about Australia. There was a young man from Australia who painted his arse like a dahlia. Tuppence a smell was all very well, but threepence a lick was a failure. Alan, what have you got for us?
I've got... There once was a show on TV that was always the smart place to be.
Yeah.
I'm fully aware you'd rather be there, but instead you're stuck here with me.
Oh, very good. I like it.
I've got one about Rob Brydon.
Oh.
Just because I found something that rhymes with Brydon.
Yeah.
There was a young man called Rob Brydon whose favourite film was The Poseidon Adventure. He would watch it regularly. That funny old man called Rob Brydon.
That's not an easy one. Yeah.
It's easy to win on QI. You don't need an IQ that's high. Try not to be haughty, just be a bit naughty and make sure you please Stephen Fry.
Yeah! Very good. Yes, Rob, what have you got for us?
Nothing, as will become evident. There once was a chap called Tim Vine.
Oh, hello.
Whose punning was simply sublime. Sat next to Alan, Oh, bugger. OK. There once was a man called Tim Vine, whose punning was more than just fine. Sat on the panel with no end of flannel, that lovely young chap called Tim Vine.
Oh, that's very good. Very, very fun.
This is one I read in one Piccolo book of jokes. There was a young man from Devizes whose ears were different sizes. One was quite small and no use at all. The other was huge and won prizes.
Oh, that's very sweet. I like that. Excellent. Well, the strange thing about them is no one knows why they are called limericks. They seem to have no relationship to the town of Limerick, but they continue to be popular and sometimes excessively rude. There was a young chaplain from King's who talked about God and such things, but his real desire was a boy in the choir with a bottom like jelly on springs. What is it about software engineers that drives people to violence?
I don't like software which anticipates needs I don't have. The sort of spell checker thing which corrects your spell which you didn't want to spell. I've got RSI now from correcting the corrections on my phone.
If I want to type the C word, and I do sometimes, it comes up with Cynthia, and that's my mother-in-law's name. And she's lovely. It seems so unfair.
Let's hope it doesn't work the other way round.
Unfortunately, in the original Greek, it is Kunthia. Is it? There is no letter Y in Greek. It's an upsilon.
That's alarming.
It is Kunthia. Yeah, I'm going back to the very first software engineer that ever was.
Babbage.
Well, Babbage owed an enormous debt to this person.
Ada Lovelace.
Ada Lovelace also owed a debt to this person. Ada Lovelace wanted to use the same... You've done very well. Ada Lovelace was the daughter of...
Mr. Software.
So disappointing.
Because, you have a Mr. Baker, don't you?
Yes, you do.
And a Mr. Butcher.
Old
Mr.
Jeremiah
Cooper.
Software.
But it's so much more interesting that she happened to be the daughter of Lord Byron, and she was one of the great mathematicians of her age. And she was a woman we should celebrate. And she was a colleague, as you say, of Charles Babbage. And they had got their difference engine, and they wanted to steal the idea of a Frenchman who'd come up with the idea. It's a software idea. It was for automating something. As a little boy, he used to sit on a particular type of machine and watch it working and thinking, I could make this better. And he invented a punched card system for it. And he has... its name is...
It's not those pianos that
No,
play
no,
themselves.
pianolas used the same system, but this is before that. It's much more useful because it made something everybody in the world wanted to buy, which is clothes and textiles.
Oh, is it for, like, a pattern on
A loom.
cloth?
A loom. Right. It's a loom, and it's a particular kind of loom. Jacquard is the name. Joseph Marie Jacquard. And he was an extraordinary man, born in 1752. And these looms were used right up until our lifetimes. There you are.
Look at that.
That's what he invented. Now, you look at those punch cards, you think, now, what can that do? Babbage correctly saw this couldn't just make a loom and a tapestry and a picture, but it could also possibly do calculations and other such things that mathematicians were interested in. And so we have a portrait of Jacquard himself, which is done in woven silk using a Jacquard loom. That is done by punched cards. Isn't that astonishing? The depth, the tone, look at the knees there, the way the cloth is. I mean,
Looks almost like a photograph.
It almost looks like a photograph.
You think you'd be happier, wouldn't you?
Well, that's true. Smiling in photographs is a very recent thing.
Oh, really?
It was never considered normal. It was considered weird to smile. But the question was, why did he drive people to violence?
Oh, because he... Was it like Luddites? Did they come and smash his machinery?
They did, because it took so much work away from
the
them.
shoe throwers, the saboteurs.
And what's the French for a wooden shoe?
A sabot.
A sabot is a clog, and they would throw their clogs into the looms to break them up. And a sabot was known as sabotage, and that's where we get our word sabotage. They would sabotage his machines. And actually, Luddites in Britain were nothing like as violent as the saboteurs of France in Lyon and places like that.
Different footwear, I suppose.
Different footwear.
Do more with a clog, can't you, than a conventional shoe?
We had an outbreak of it in my parish.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. It's a shoe area, so when the automation of the shoe trade came in, there was a bit of smashing up of machines.
That's a nightmare, though, because if the people are destroying the machines with shoes, if the machine's still going, they're just making ammunition. For their own destruction.
I don't think they use shoes.
That's so true.
Yeah. Just as they come out, chuck them back at the machine.
You don't have to use shoes to make a machine break. It just the French wore wooden clogs and those sabots. But it is fascinating, isn't it, to think...
Where would we be without trees?
Well, so true. Who fancies a shootout with a real-life vortex cannon? I've given you one each next. You've got a box. See that box there? It's simply a box, all right? Now, the hole is where the vortex emerges. So if you lean it so that the hole is pointing at the target, all right, and basically what you've got to do is smack the side of the box, all right? After a 3, 2, 1, smack! Very good. There you are. Now... What are you doing? But what we can... Yes? What we can do before you destroy the box... Before you destroy the box, you can do something even more exciting, and that is fill it with smoke. And it will demonstrate what, in fact, was happening with the air. You should all have smoke machines. That's it. Fill it with smoke, fill it with smoke, fill it with smoke, and now, look! Look at that! Just a gentle tap. That is a vortex, the beautiful smoke rings, and a lovely one there. And I've got an enormous cannon here. I'm going to fill mine with... I'll see if I can get mine across the...
You can chase each other.
Across the room here. Here we go. I've got the wrong way around. That didn't help. We'll let the smoke drift a little. We don't like a big dustbin. It's simply pressure of air creating this wonderful vortex.
No, it's not. It's magic.
Nice work. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Hours of fun can be had playing with your own homemade vortex.
A dubious theory about Alice in Wonderland for you, if you're quite interested.
A dubious theory from Stephen Fry.
Yes. Alice in Wonderland isn't a wildly imaginative children's fantasy after all. It's a bitter, satirical attack on Victorian mathematics. Dubious or not, visit aliceschmalice.co.uk to review the evidence and decide for yourself.
A dubious theory from Stephen Fry.
I like that one. I like that one a lot.
It's an interesting theory, and there's a book written about it. The fact is, as you know, Alice in Wonderland was written by...
Lewis
Who
Carroll.
was in real life...
A dog. Charles Dodge.
A dog? It's so right, the last letter was wrong.
It was a don.
A don.
A don.
Yeah.
A don.
Don, that's what you meant. In other words, he was a fellow of an...
Autocorrect, autocorrect, damn you, autocorrect.
He was a mathematician at Oxford.
Yeah.
And he was a very conservative, classical mathematician who believed in Euclidean geometry and things like that. And there was a new world coming into maths that would resolve in David Hilbert's famous questions and the Poincaré conjecture and Riemann's hypothesis and all the things that Alan Turing and later mathematicians
The invention of
devoted
number
themselves.
9, of course.
The invention
very,
of number...
very controversial. I've never taken to it myself.
Squeezed it in between 7 and 10 and 8 and 10. In fact,
Eight came even later.
Eight came
was
later,
invented.
that's right.
They needed it for the war.
That's right. So weird. They did it for bingo, I think. No, but the fact is, he didn't like the way that maths was becoming so extraordinarily abstract and pure, and less to do with either symbolic logic, which was his particular subject, or, as I say, the beauty of plain geometry, which he loved. And so this particular author, Melanie Bailey, argues that the scenes, particularly the Mad Hatter's Tea Party, the encounter with the hooker-smoking caterpillar, and the meeting with the Duchess whose baby turns into a pig, all that sort of absolute nonsense, he thought typified modern mathematics. And most of all, he added in the later story, the Cheshire Cat, who disappears leaving only a grin. It's a humorous way of making a serious point about the futility of abstraction. How can the cat leave a grin behind? The cat was brilliantly played in the Tim Burton film by who did the voice of the cat? It was superb. Oh, God.
Hugh Laurie.
Hugh Laurie, that's it. That's it. I knew it was someone good. Minus 2,000 points. Anyway, Melanie Bailey, the author of this book, reminds us that his other works are painfully dull and moralistic, or very technical works. In fact, Queen Victoria read Alice and loved it so much and said, "I do hope, Dr. Dodgson, that you will dedicate your next book to me." So he wrote a book called something like Problems in Symbolic Logic. to her Majesty Queen Victoria, who must have read it and thought, what the fuck is this?
Queen Victoria bumper book of boring math. Happy Christmas, Your
Anyway,
Majesty.
she says, this lady, Melanie Bailey, that Dodgson was most witty when he was poking fun at something, and only then when the subject matter truly got him riled. Whereas we think of him as just an absurdist, a kind of surrealist, as a nonsense, a master of nonsense. Anyway, it's nice to have dubious theories on our J series, and that's one of them.
What were chainsaws originally invented for?
Proctology.
Wow. That's scary.
Yeah, that's a...
Slicing an arse in half.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you were in the right area, I have to say.
What?
I mean,
Really?
Circumcision.
What I mean is, you began straight away with medicine. You didn't say trees or, you know, cutting down
cutting off legs.
buildings.
Like bones and
bones is the right answer. Yes, in particular, it was a rather unpleasant procedure.
Oh, don't. It'll be a boy thing against a girl thing. It
Well,
will
not
be.
against, you know.
Well,
It's doctors trying to help.
Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. It'll be a boy thinking a woman's taking far too long over labour, going, oh, I can't stand all that panting. I know, we'll get a chainsaw, just cut that baby out. That's what it is.
But you know, you're absolutely right. It was in 1783.
That's no excuse.
It was two Scots doctors called John Aitken and James Jaffrey, and it was called a symphysiotomy, and it was a procedure to widen the pelvis if the baby's head was too large to pass through.
Oh, can you hear the high tone of all those sighs?
About this picture.
It's a bit eye-watering.
It's a ladies' ward, so of course there is some baking going on.
Yes.
On the cake display cakes.
And I tell you
Or buns in the oven, Stephen. You see what I did?
Buns in the oven.
They didn't really, darling.
I'm afraid they did. When I say chainsaw, it was literally a chain. It was like a watch chain, in fact.
Ah, right.
It was like an up and down.
lumberjack giving it... It's a boy!
They hadn't yet invented the internal combustion engine.
And caesarean sections.
Caesarean sections have replaced the same idea. That yes, quite, exactly. It's a bit of a relief.
To do the caesarean section, I think. Sawing the pelvic bone in half is not as easy as maybe just a small incision. And
But is there
I
not
know,
like-
you'd have thought they would have
Pop it
made
out the sunroof.
But this was before antiseptic. It was before antiseptic surgery, and of course it was before any kind of anaesthetic.
They're not a meeting. You know what I mean? There's not a meeting where someone goes, I've got it. And they go, what? They go, chainsaw, innit?
Well, they looked at a watch chain and they said, you know, if we could sort of ease away the bone like that, rather than using a saw. I know, everyone's wincing.
Have we got another question that isn't about that?
Would it heal? Presumably not very well.
Well, they then went on to use the same thing. For example, if someone had a bit of diseased bone, they would do the same thing. They would sort of tick it in, then they'd go up and down like that, and then they'd do it lower down, and the two bits would fuse together and have a stiff arm. But it would get rid of the diseased bone. It was called an osteotome and eventually became like a chainsaw. You can see one here.
My
That
God.
is more like a chainsaw.
You don't
Pretty
want
unpleasant.
That, you don't want that coming at you.
You really don't. You really, really don't.
I remember my wife had a baby. I remember it well.
I was gonna say.
Yeah, it's
You
a
wouldn't
grand day.
forget.
It was a grand day. But when she had a baby, and there's a point where you go in to see the fella who's going to sort it out on the day.
Obstetrician?
That's
Yes,
him. Yeah,
yeah.
he's got an official title. And and you go in to see him, and as the husband, he says, right, you sit there on a chair, and then he pulls the curtain across. While
Yes.
him and your wife are in this thing, while he has a little dabble or
It's a
whatever he's
bit
doing.
intimate, isn't it?
It's a bit like you go, I've seen it, mate. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing... This is why we're here.
Well, you don't look when that happens, though, do you? At the moment of conception, do you actually have a look? You're looking into... Surely. Sorry.
Stephen doesn't need to know, Jason. He doesn't need to know.
You're gazing lovingly into her eyes.
Gazing lovingly at the Bourne Identity, which is still on the television. As you reach for your drink.
What do you think, darling, that he's got a periscope at the moment?
I'm sorry.
I don't know why you and I are having this conversation.
After the invention of the internal combustion engine, where we were getting Jeremy to his home territory now, eventually by 1920 they were small enough to be able to have a hand-powered
Cut down trees.
And then they cut down trees,
Yes.
exactly. Well, anyway, there you are. Chainsaws were originally invented for midwives. What kind of person lived here? Yes, already the tragic tones.
Initially, you think a very angry person that's quite small.
Yes.
Small-minded or just small?
It did genuinely exist, this Daily Mail model village. This was after the First World War, when housing was in short supply and we were trying to build a land fit for heroes.
And it was made entirely of Daily Mail papier-mâché, was it? Copies of the Daily Mail.
Well, the Daily Mail was never shy about trying to draw attention to itself with publicity stunts of all kinds, athletic stunts, firsts in aviation and so on. It was the Daily Mail that sponsored Amy Johnson to fly to Australia, for example. And they decided that they would lead the world. And they thought they would contribute to a model village.
I can see that, like, if they go, let's have an air race, let's try and cross the Atlantic, and then they're all quite... like that. And, but then model village, it's like... You know, it's the sort of thing where, like, you know, Richard Branson said, right, I'm going to send a rocket to the moon and I'm going to take people. And they go, wow, Branson's amazing, we're going to fly.
And when we get there, I'm going to build a model village.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose you have to go back to after 1919, all those people wiped out by Spanish flu. Before that, all those people wiped out by the First World War. And the Daily Mail thought we needed a new, modern Britain with new, modern cities. And so they devised this village, which they thought were going to be absolutely marvellous. But the plans were a little over-ambitious, and they were overtaken by the...
Guardian Village.
The company who owned the land around and who named this new town Welwyn Garden City.
Oh.
Yeah. But there it was, the Daily Mail model village at Welwyn Garden City, 1922.
It's a good job it wasn't the Sunday Sport model village, because then it would be the Welwyn Garden City. Check out the fronts of those houses. It's double fronted. Oh, look at the garage
And there's
doors
always
on.
the back alley, too.
Well, that was a rubbish model village. It's clearly full size.
Yeah, don't forget model has two meanings. There's model in the sense of it's a paragon, it's a model of its kind. And that's what they meant by it.
It's got three
Not
meanings,
like
hasn't
it's a
it?
teeny
Because
weeny.
model village, everyone just walks around.
There's also...
Yeah.
The high street is called the catwalk. Yeah.
Everyone's just in their pants.
That's true.
I have to say, I weep when I think of my childhood and the amount of time we spent around a model village.
Oh, Beaconscott.
And what kids have today.
Yeah.
They've got so much, and my mum and dad would go, oh, look at that, it's Big Ben, but this big, and we'd go, wow.
Yeah.
Your dad didn't drink.
My dad would go to a model village, drink and go, I'm King Kong! And just start smashing stuff. Oh, how we'd laugh. You know why I can't go to model villages? Because when you walk round, because of the painted faces, they all look like people who've been, like, trapped by witchcraft. And they're
Yes,
going,
they do.
Help! Get me out of here! I'm not really queuing for a newspaper. But when I come home, shrouded in guilt and drink. I don't know enough about the dark arts to make them all fully sized again.
What is Australia's deadliest creature, in fact?
Oh,
Yeah.
Rupert Murdoch.
After Rupert Murdoch.
So sorry about
After
the
Rupert
fact he
Murdoch.
came here.
Yeah,
Sorry.
excluding a member of the human race, which I'm not sure whether that does or not, but anyway...
Is it the spiders, the funnel web, the red
It's going to be
Yep.
something on the road, isn't it?
It's the box jellyfish.
No, it's not. That is a nasty creature. Is it people?
Is it rabbits? Is it rabbits running in front of utes or some sort of... it's gotta
You're
be
certainly
something-
right that most of the deaths
gonna be
caused by
a-
animals in Australia are caused on the road, but the animal that is most responsible...
Crocodile?
Is it man? The most deadly of all
Snake.
Shark.
No.
Can we say that? I was not born there.
It's not about a cat, though. In the year under the sample year, we're taking one human being in Australia was killed by a cat that year. But 128...
A cunning plan executed skillfully and quietly. Is it?
It's the road. The road's involved.
Often the road.
Are the people in the car at the time?
Sometimes, yes,
Oh,
but,
kites. Is it
but sometimes they're on the animal involved.
They're on the
Horses?
That's a horse, yes. A horse. More people are killed by horses than... It's a very angry horse there.
That one needs a dental hygiene appointment ASAP.
Seriously does. Yeah, because they fall off and break their neck, or indeed they cause car crashes and so on. And horses kill 3 times more than the ones you've mentioned.
Well, when we lived in Australia, my wife bought a horse, and she's desperate to try and get me to ride, right? So she said, I've bought this horse, it's really docile, you'll be fine.
They never are.
So I got, well, no, there was actually, the problem was it was too docile. What happened was it ended up being studied by Melbourne University because it was one of the few horses that was medically got narcolepsy. So I swear to God, it's one of the rare cases of a narcoleptic horse. So she buys this horse, and she said she couldn't work out why every time when she was grooming it, it would get heavier. Like that. And so she couldn't groom it because it would fall on her. So she says to me, "It's fine. The horse is narcoleptic. Get on it." And so I got on it in full motorbike gear because I wasn't taking any chances. And I sat on this horse, and it started to just... And you know, normally you kick a horse to make it go. This one, he kicked it and it would go, what? Hey, like that, to make it up. And sometimes it would fall asleep against the electric fence. So it would go like that. Oh, hey, hey! It's like Jack Douglas from the Carry On.
Oh, well, that's my
Narcoleptic
kind of horse, frankly.
Yeah.
But it is the horse, anyway, that
Who's
turns
this?
out.
What are they doing? I thought it would be 10 times as exciting as a swing boat at the fair, but it wasn't. There was no sensation, just a lot of noise and wind. My hair was blown into a tangled mess, which couldn't be combed out for days.
The inventor of the hairdryer.
Is it Brian May on the latest Thorpe Park ride?
Well, we're with a transport experience, and this person was famous for their achievement in it, but the first time they tried it, as they say, they thought they found it horrible, noisy,
Amy Johnson?
Amy Johnson is the right answer. Very good. There she is. It's the J. And what was her great feat?
She...
Flew the Atlantic.
Yeah.
No, that was
Flew
all
across America.
Cocker Brown. No, she flew from...
Flew to the moon.
Oh, she flew from Britain to Australia.
To Australia.
Yeah, it's a heck of a flight.
Did she ever come back?
Yes, she certainly did. And when she came back, she landed at what was then the sort of London airport, which was Croydon Airport, and there were 200,000 people there to meet her.
You're kidding.
No, it was a sensation of the age.
Was there a car boot sale going on as well?
There was She had a 12-mile parade through London.
So she was describing when she first got into an aeroplane and first flew.
She hated it, absolutely hated it. But she stuck with it and became obviously incredibly good. Remember who wrote the first dictionary in English?
Oh, yes, Johnson.
Samuel Johnson.
Samuel Johnson. Oh, it wasn't Samuel Johnson. I led you down the garden path.
Baldrick.
Banked you, Baldrick. B. Probably a B, yes.
Very good. We're going to have to write the whole dictionary tonight.
Dr. Johnson's dictionary, which was written in the earlier part of the 18th century, was preceded by... Well, there was...
Famously, the first
there were
dictionary.
Lots, weren't
There was a Richard Mulcaster in the 16th century who came up with the name football, in fact, and indeed invented refereeing and the idea of football teams. But he wrote Elementary in 1582. He was the first to gather all the words which we use in our English tongue out of all professions, as well learned as not, into one dictionary. But he didn't give definitions. He just listed all the words that he thought they existed. But in Robert Corddry's Table Alphabetical of 1604, not only listed words, but gave definitions, so it was perhaps the first true dictionary in the sense that we know it. It listed around 3,000 hard words, as he called them, defining each one. So then Johnson's dictionary had how many entries? Around the time there were about 250,000 or 300,000 words. How many did he list?
42.
So, you were so close, 42,000. Was it? That was really close. 42,773. But we've got some Johnson words that have gone out of use, and maybe you can mention what they mean. Tongue pad.
Mouth friend.
Mouth friend. Don't we all need a mouth friend?
Sometimes we certainly do need a tongue pad and a mouth.
Sometimes I like a frigorific.
I hear you, girl.
Frigorific.
Yeah, we've all been frigorific in our time. A double latte is, I
That's
think
a
it's
coffee.
single shot,
you
isn't
can
it?
get those in.
It's depucillate.
Oh, that's what you do before a big date, isn't it? Yeah.
You're meeting a mouth friend.
Yes.
You're going to be a tongue pad. It's going to be old Shapesmith.
Is a shapesmith just a rubbish blacksmith?
No, a shapesmith is basically what we...
I've done a thing. You've been to the Shapesmith? Yeah. Sort of looks like a doorknob.
Yeah, it's not a horseshoe, but it's horse jewellery. And
like a horse clog.
Nipple clamp. They found in Camden Market and sold all that crap.
Yeah. No, a shapesmith is actually what we would call a personal trainer. It's someone who gets you into shape and improves the shape of your body. It's
Time
a
for that word to come back.
Shapesmith, exactly.
I'm going to see my shapesmith.
My shapesmith. A tongue pad.
I hate that.
A tongue pad is just a great talker who just gives someone who just natters all the time. A mouth friend is... No, someone who is a friend to your face but is duplicitous behind your back.
Oh, God, I know a few of those.
Yeah, a few mouth friends. Pretends to be your friend. To depucillate is to deflower, to bereave of virginity.
It's not a bereave.
To pluck the...
Let's not see it as that. Frigorific sounds like something Del Boy might say, but what is it?
Actually, I suppose we would... It's probably rather badly spelled. We should pronounce it, yes, cold. Should pronounce it frigorific, probably. It just means causing cold. Something that's frigorific. Causes cold. So, some of his definitions were just a little bit lazy. Sock. Something put between the foot and the shoe.
He must have thought, though, because, you know, previously the one before you say had been just of hard words. He must have just thought, look, everyone knows what a sock is.
If you can read, you'll know what a sock is.
Yeah, if you've got this book and you don't know what a sock is, then I can't help you.
Exactly. Oates was a famous one.
Oh, yes, he said horrible things about the Scots in his one on Oates, didn't he?
He did. He said a grain which in England is generally given to horses, but in Scotland supports the people. He describes the worm to deprive a dog of something, nobody knows what, under his tongue, which is said to prevent him, nobody knows why, from running mad. It's just a very strange...
Wasn't a scientist, then?
No, I think probably not. It was one of our greatest... Napoleon say to Josephine on his way back from a journey?
Ah, I sense a trap. The only thing I know about Napoleon to Josephine was he said...
Yeah?
What was it, Rob? What was it?
Phil?
I'm going to do it. I'm coming back, don't wash.
Oh! That is one of the two things
that people know that Napoleon said, "Yeah, I shall be home soon, don't wash," because he liked them dirty. There is no evidence for that whatsoever. The earliest place this quotation can be sourced is 1981.
I only know the other one.
The other one, which might be... what?
It's the one... Rob, what's it?
Yeah, you know it.
Cal, what? It's really...
I'm still stuck on the no
Pas ce
washing.
soir, Josephine.
Oh.
And I got away with it.
Josephine, on the right there, she's got the same black eyes that all the people in my pictures have got on my computer when I try and get rid of the red eye.
Yes, that's so true.
They end up with massive black dots and they look like some sort of zombie film.
Anyway, I'm sorry you fell into our trap, but now you managed to avoid the trap of Not Tonight, Josephine, which is the other thing he was supposed to have said.
That's the one I know.
That appears in a play, W.G. Wells' play called The Royal Divorce, which didn't come out until 1891, some 70 years after the death of the Emperor.
An army marches on its stomach.
Yes, well, indeed, yes.
Did he say that?
Unlikely to have said that to Josephine, but he might have done. I think he made it more as a sort of, you know, a point about logistics.
Maybe he discussed all sorts of battle stuff.
He might have done. He said, "I prefer a lucky general to a skilled one," he said as well. So we don't really know anything particular that Josephine and Napoleon might have said to each other. Do you know the capital of Alaska?
Yes, you just said it.
Exactly, thank you. Very good. Juneau is the capital of Alaska. Juneau. Juneau. But there's something unique about it.
It rains all the bloody time, I know that.
Well, it's not accessible by road. You can only get there by air or water. There is no road to Juneau.
Sarah Palin can get there by walking on the water.
And can you tell me the biggest joke ever to come out of Alaska?
Sarah Palin.
We're not forfeiting you that. It was so obvious.
Oh,
we weren't even going to forfeit it.
If I had forfeited, I would have repudiated.
We would have repudiated. Anyway, the point is, there is actually a famous practical joke, an April Fool's joke that came out of Alaska. It took a lot of preparation and it was rather extraordinary. We'll show you a photograph that might give you a hint. I mean, it's not really going to be easy, but what's in the background there?
This is a volcano-based practical
joke,
and it's one that I read about it, and it very much impressed me because if you do a practical joke, which is, you know, cling film over the toilet, something simple.
Yeah.
The person who did this practical joke... It's a good one. It doesn't work for women necessarily because we tend to notice when we sit down that there's some... But for men, I tell you, it's a hoot. There was a volcano... and a gentleman, I can't remember his name, I apologise, decided to try and make it seem as if it was erupting, so took loads of tyres and set fire to it, and then everyone came out of their houses and went, "The volcano's erupting!" Because it was
absolutely
so good.
right. He waited 3 years till there was a clear April the 1st. He took kerosene and smoke bombs and tyres, and he dropped them down the crater and set fire to it. But in 50-foot letters, he did say, "April Fool," and he warned the federal authority. He called them up, but he forgot to call the Coast Guard, who did panic a bit. But it was, fortunately, all taken in the right spirit. And his name is Porky Bickar.
Porky?
Porky. That was his nickname. Porky. He was American, so he was called Porky. Porky Bickar. And that is, aside from Sarah Palin, the greatest joke ever to come out of Alaska.
It is a good one.
I have to say, I am
very...
Let me take you back now to your childhood and innocence. You remember all those white Christmases? No?
OK. I remember one.
Yeah.
1971.
1970. The January was 71.
There you go.
Christmas itself, 1970. Had you said yes, I would buzz you, because you don't remember any, because you're from the southeast. You might remember a few more, because South Shields has had more. We've actually tried to work out how many white Christmases you've had. We think you might have had them when you were 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 9.
Wow.
Which is actually quite a lot.
That is quite a lot.
Because in the whole of the 20th century, if you lived in London or the southeast, there were only 4 white Christmases. I know. It is extraordinary. And they were in 1927, 1938, 1970 and 1981. As we know, in the 21st century, we've had a few. But what's important about this is that in the early part of the 19th century, around about 1812 to 1820, there were 8 in a row.
Oh.
Now, why was that important to our culture?
Is that when the song was written?
No.
No.
A certain child was born in 1812. We were
Jesus.
there. You really do need a little bit of a religious education. This was an author, a writer, who created the idea.
Charles Dickens.
Okay, Charles Dickens. For the first 8 years of his life, it always snowed on Christmas Day. And so whenever he mentions Christmas, not just in A Christmas Carol, but in several other novels, it's always snowing. And this helped the myth in British culture of a snowy Christmas. He also lived at a time known as the Little Ice Age. You know this, I'm sure you've seen paintings of fairs on the River Thames.
Yeah.
There were times where the River Thames froze so solidly they would have fairs, not just fairs, they'd have bonfires on the ice.
Those crazy cockneys.
Yes. they could guarantee...
Light a fire up.
Yeah.
It's freezing.
Let's light a fire on the river on the ice. What could possibly go wrong?
But the odd thing is, nothing did go wrong, because it was so thick, the ice. The last Frost Fair, as they were called, was in 1813-14 on the frozen River Thames. Wow. But anyway, this century we've had more White Christmases, as we know, but only 4 in the entire 20th century, and only 2 in our lifetimes. More in Scotland. I'm really being very metrocentric here, and I apologise for that.
Imagine that Jamie Oliver was to be crowned the next King of England. It's sort of... Not inconceivable in the strange world in which we live.
President Oliver.
What number, James, would he be? What would be his regnal number, as the official...
Well, it would be different in England from Scotland.
No, there's just one UK, so it would be the same in both. But what would it be?
I'm desperate to say James III. Yes!
No, because what happened was when Elizabeth was crowned 60 years ago, she was, of course, called Queen Elizabeth II. But in Scotland, there was a bit of an outcry because she wasn't the second Queen Elizabeth in Scotland, she was the first. They had Mary, Queen of Scots, when Elizabeth I was on the throne. So a few early E2R pillar boxes were trashed in Scotland, and there was a big fuss. And Winston Churchill, who was Prime Minister in 1953, he sort of decided that
350 years
I
later.
know, people, there's long memories on these things. So Churchill essentially laid down a convention whereby UK monarchs would be numbered uniformly according to either an English or Scottish reckoning, whichever was higher. So James I of England was James the Sixth of Scotland. So James II was James VII. So if there were another James, he would be called James VIII. That would be the procedure.
I worry when you say things like this that you're the only person who knows. If Jamie Oliver did become king and you weren't around to tell them, they might get it wrong. What are you going to... You need to leave these things in a notebook.
You need to get some tablets for you to...
Princess Anne looks a lot like my daughter in that picture, this quite disturbingly.
Gosh! She's very young there, isn't she?
I feel sorry for all the other finalists to be queen.
Ancient Greeks used it for earache. Columbus took 80 tons of it to America, and Henry VIII made it compulsory. What am I talking about?
Oh, hang on a second. What's the theme of the show? It's joints?
Yes.
I'm going to guess marijuana.
Ooh, marijuana is the right answer. Cannabis, yes.
So he took 80 tons to America?
Yes.
You're saying that he's
Columbus
a trafficker? Saying Columbus is a drug trafficker?
He must have had a very big sphincter.
It was pretty enormous.
Pretty nervous when you got a custom, I would imagine.
Well, as you probably know, cannabis plant is also used for the creation of hemp and ropes. He had tons of it just on his ship alone, of rope made from hemp. And also, it was made under King James, it was made compulsory for the colonials to grow it and to use it. They mostly wore hemp clothing. And hemp was used as an oil, as a lubricant, and all kinds of things. As you can buy hemp oil now. But by the middle of the 19th century, cannabis was recommended by the US Pharmacopoeia for the following disorders: neuralgia, tetanus, typhus, cholera, rabies, dysentery, alcoholism, anthrax, leprosy, incontinence, snakebite, gout, tonsillitis, and insanity.
So that seemed to be a list of pretty much everything, though. I would imagine if you went into the chemist, it sounds like they only had one thing. What have you got? One, I'll have a think.
Well, there's a Greek word for that, panacea, a cure-all, literally. And so they did more or less think it was a panacea, as they did so many drugs, as they did heroin when that came out, and cocaine.
Well, in defence of both of those, it will take the edge off.
But there are still people who believe it.
people are very keen for the legalisation of medicinal marijuana.
It seems weird that we haven't got medicinal marijuana, but we've got medicinal heroin.
Yes, isn't
That's
it?
kind of an odd quirk, isn't it?
I suppose so, except that, of course, there is no real painkiller available except the one that we get from the poppy, which includes morphine and heroin. We just can't make a drug that does the same thing.
Mummy's hugs.
Mummy's hugs and kisses. Oh, sweetheart.
Mummy's hugs.
That's so
and
lovely.
Then if they don't work, heroin.
Yeah. I think you've got it spot on the money, Jack. Absolutely. What was Jingle Bells written to celebrate?
The end of a war.
No, it wasn't that.
End of a famine.
No.
The beginning of a famine.
The arrival of the first member of the Ku Klux Klan in Iceland.
It does look a bit like that, a bit, doesn't it?
Christmas.
No, not Christmas.
One of these days there'll be a double bluff.
There will be. We do have double bluffs concealed within. It was written by a man whose nephew went on to become the richest man in America, I believe.
Rockefeller.
No, J. Pierpont Morgan, the great banker. But his uncle lived in Massachusetts, and in 1857 he wrote a song, and it was to celebrate a winter festival that takes place in America, not
Thanksgiving?
Christmas. Thanksgiving, exactly. And he wrote the song, and its real name was not Jingle Bells, but...
Turkey legs. Jingle Balls.
No, it's a line from the song.
Jungle Bells.
It's a line from the song.
Jingle all the way.
One Horse Open Sleigh was the name of the song. It's called One Horse Open Sleigh. And he played it on... Yes, that's the one. And that's right. Yeah, right. Your mother will be coming to visit tomorrow. So I'm going to sit you in front.
Jingle bells. Batman smell.
Yeah. What's unusual about Bailey's pocket mouse?
Wait a minute.
Obviously,
That's it.
Bailey's pocket mouse doesn't look like that.
No.
If you take away the handsome features, that's it, Bailey's pocket mouse.
Is it some sort of desert mouse that doesn't drink or something?
Well, you're almost right. You're very close.
Oh, it does drink, but only Bailey's.
Yeah. That's right.
It shins up the bottle like that, and it brings its own miniature parasol.
There is a particular oil-bearing plant in Mexico.
Jojoba.
Yes! And it was thought for many years that the Bailey's mouse was the only one that could tolerate eating it, because it is basically disgusting to all other animals.
So they can survive on shampoo?
Well, that's the point, yeah. It has then become a useful oil. Since whaling stopped, it has some of the same properties as whale oil.
A lot easier to apprehend.
Yeah, than a whale. Exactly. You just get hold of a jojoba plant and it gives off this oil. But very few animals eat it, and very few animals are tolerant of it. It's a disgusting oil.
Well, not if you're a Bailey's mouse, it's not.
Exactly. And it was thought to be the only animal that could eat it. And in fact, 3 others have since been discovered that are also capable of surviving.
Pete Burns.
Jojoba. Pete Burns is one. Sean Ryder is another.
And Bez, yeah. Your 3 go-to jojoba guys.
As an oil, it's a laxative, and so some people use it as a frying oil, so that when you fry things in it, it just runs through you. So it's just a good way of keeping on the diet. But mostly jojoba is used for...
Shampoo.
Your skin.
Your skin, shampoo, cosmetics.
Yes.
Who was it who made jojoba famous?
Billy Connolly.
Billy Connolly, exactly, did a famous routine about jojoba. What's that? What the fuck's that? Jojoba? Jojoba? He has a way of repeating words, Billy Connolly, that I remember many years ago, when for the first time he was elected president of Israel, and I got this phone call.
Billy Connolly was?
No.
Hey, I tell you what! Israel, it's a lovely
phrased this the
place.
wrong way, but this particular person had been, and the phone rang, and it was Billy Connolly. He didn't introduce himself. He just went, Benjamin Netanyahu? And I said, what? He said, Benjamin Netanyahu? And I said, sorry, who is this? He went, Benjamin Netanyahu? What's that about? For fuck's sake,
Benjamin Netanyahu? And then he put the phone down. I thought, it was Billy Connolly riffing on the name Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, and he would have done the same with Chachoba.
The month before November, that was the joke.
That, exactly.
Sometimes Paul O'Grady phones me up and just goes, oh, then hangs out.
What's that? Get that? No. Stop it. No, don't.
Doesn't say no, don't.
Doesn't it?
No, that's Frankie Howard.
Oh, damn. So easily confused.
Which reality TV format was invented by Charlemagne's father? There's a picture of Charlemagne.
Big Brother?
It's not as well as Big Brother.
All
I will
right.
give you a clue.
Celebrity Big Brother?
On Channel 5. I'm a king, get me out of here.
That would cover it. I can tell you it was presented by Dale Winton.
Supermarket Sweep?
No,
Total Wipeout? What else has he done?
Oh, yeah, you're pretty good. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I know the workings
Big
of...
fan.
Yeah. You're good on Dale.
Yeah.
You probably don't know who Dale Winton is, do you?
Chap or lady?
Audience, behave.
He's a very charming gentleman, Mr. Winton. Well turned out, crisply well turned out gentleman. Very nice man.
Who was his father then?
Well, Charlemagne's father is a good question. You're unlikely to have heard of him. I'd be very impressed if you have heard of him. He was called Pepin the Short, unfortunately. But if you go back to this is even pre-medieval. This is the Dark Ages. If you go back to that time, justice was meted out in all kinds of odd ways. And one of the odd ways, it was a system of testing, which was called an ordeal.
An ordeal.
Ordeal. There were various kinds of ordeal.
So it's ordeal or no ordeal?
Oh, no. If only with Noel Edmonds we were talking about, then that would do.
Is he a lady or a man?
Is Noel Edmonds? Well, ordeals. This particular ordeal involved two people had a quarrel, and they both had to make the shape of a cross. See? And stay there. I don't know what that's about.
Someone said he's got a small penis.
Are you a real doctor?
It was called Judicium Crucis, the justice of the cross in Latin. And basically, it's a bit like those school punishments where they make you do that, if you ever did that. The one who just dropped his hands first was wrong. And it happened to the Archbishop of Paris with the abbot of Saint Denis. Only they would use champions to do it for them. So they would say, you on my behalf, stand for as long as you can in the cross. And in this case, the Archbishop of Paris won.
It's a pity you have to nominate someone, because if you didn't, you could just pick on old people, couldn't you, in those days, because you know that.
You could have ordeals by tickling. They genuinely had all kinds of ordeals. Ordeals by water, ordeals by fire, and so on. But there is a car game.
Is it that one where you've got to keep your hand on the car? Yeah, and then the last one wins it.
You see?
Yeah.
You do know it.
Yes.
Dale Winton presented, I think on Channel 5, an endurance game show based on a Japanese original called Touch the Truck. That's Dale, that's on
I'd
top
love
of it.
to watch that.
That's
Just
him.
loads of people touching a car and then that's it.
Yeah.
For an hour.
For an hour? 81 hours. It's
Well,
because
I'd Sky Plus it and fast forward through it.
It's basically the last one to give up on touching the truck.
But it doesn't do anything, you just stand there.
No, you have to
with your
touch
hand.
it.
Yeah, it's going 80 mile an hour. That's a game show.
You were allowed you were allowed a 10-minute break every 2 hours and 50 minutes every 6 hours.
This is made up, isn't it? No one would...
If you fell asleep, you were disqualified, so you had to stay awake. You couldn't just lie on the car with your hand on it, so you had to be consciously touching it. And the idea was the last person left touching it won it. And the winner, you probably want to know all about him, I expect, he won the truck, obviously, and he sold it. In order to raise funds to stand as a political...
arm surgery.
No. To stand as a political candidate. He stood for Kingston and Surbiton at the 2001 general election. There was a turnout of 49,093 people, and he secured 54 votes.
Wow. We do it in New Zealand. It's a radio show contest. It quite often happens. Yeah, we're probably the last country still doing it. It's the only way you can get your cars back in New Zealand.
Doing it on radio sounds even weirder to me, I have to say.
Still touching it? They're still touching it?
Do you have to drop it?
No, they interview the people who are touching the car. So right. I've got John here. How's it going? Ah, good. I'm still touching it. You know. How many hours now? 7.
Anyway, that's it. That's basically a game show inspired by a Dark Ages endurance test. Yeah, extraordinary. Describe the travel arrangements of the Japanese flying snail.
Where is it going?
It probably won't travel more than 11 miles, but very fast.
Does it drop?
Yes,
Is it a fall?
Yeah, but how would it get up?
They haven't got wings, have they, see?
No, they haven't. They so haven't got wings. But we haven't got wings and we fly. How do we do it?
No, in an aeroplane.
We get in an aeroplane. We get in some...
Oh, I got the answer
We get
to
in a
this.
conveyance that flies.
They hop on a bird or a creature with wings.
Yes.
A bird.
Yeah.
They
Could have been a bat.
Could have been a bat.
Yeah.
Could have been a bat or a bird.
Yeah,
or a strange hybrid of bird bat. They hop onto a creature with the ability to fly.
But 11 miles, that's very, very high.
It's not the height, it's not the altitude, never mind. They travel...
I've still got it in my head that they're dropping 11 miles.
No. It's not a voluntary act. They get eaten by birds. There are 2 types of birds. On the little island of Hahajima. Hahajima, it's one of the Agasawara Islands, south of Japan, as you can see. And there is the Japanese white-eye and the brown-eyed bulbul, which are 2 types of bird. There they are.
Yeah.
And they eat this particular snail. Yeah. And about 15% of them survive the process and are excreted out alive. And so they're kind of spreading their
Is this to
their
scale?
genes further around, yeah.
Because that seems unlikely.
No, it's not. That would be a seriously weighed down.
That snail would eat that bird. I'd back the snail.
Is the bird on the left, is that a white ring round its eye, or is it just excreted a full-size snail?
Whoa! It can be up to between 30 minutes or 2 hours later that it passes through the bird system, as it were, and the bird can fly at about 11 miles per hour.
Does the snail go into his own shell, by which I don't mean get a little self-conscious? does he retreat into his shell
I should imagine he
to
would.
take shelter?
I should imagine he would.
But don't they pick them out of the shell anyway? Don't they get in the...
Like you do in a restaurant with a special fork.
They've got a special fork.
Which is called Arnold.
They've got a special fork.
I'm writing it down.
Arnold.
An ice cream scoop called Vanessa.
Yes. So anyway...
What would you call one of those pizza cutters, the roly pizza cutter?
Clement.
Clement. Fair enough.
Dave.
Well, there you are. Describe the rules on a pirate ship. Rules? Yeah. What sort of rules would they have?
Obviously, they've got a captain.
Yes.
So he's in charge. So I imagine he gets most of the gold and whatever they find.
Well, oddly enough, now, they had 2 senior officers, the captain and the quartermaster. And the captain could be vetoed by the quartermaster on all matters except battle. Except rules of engagement when fighting. And they had strong laws. And the quartermaster was, he was about how much they divvied out, including he decided how much the captain got. The captain had no special quarters. He didn't have a, wonderful room such as you imagine in movies. So it's not exactly hierarchical. It's kind of a rule of 2, the quartermaster and the captain. Otherwise, it was more or less a democracy in a strange sort of way, but with strict rules. For example, in Captain Bartholomew Roberts' ship, the Fortune, there was no gambling. It was like a boarding school. No smuggling girls into the dorm. No playing music on a Sunday. And lights out at 8 o'clock sharp in the evening.
It's rubbish being a pirate.
I know. That's not quite what you imagine.
My dad, the captain. That's rubbish.
Where are you going to smuggle these girls from, anyway?
That's true.
You rescue one from the sea. No.
When it came to women aboard, the articles of Captain George Lowther, who was a famous pirate of his day, said, if at any time you meet with a prudent woman, that man that offers to meddle with her, without her consent, shall suffer present death. So meddling with a prudent woman without her consent got you death. So they really were very strict with each other.
So meddling was rape, really?
I think essentially we're talking
that
about rape.
Lost its meaning by the time Scooby-Doo came
Exactly. Why you pesky kids haven't meddled?
Notorious gang rapists.
That's just terrible. I'm ashamed of you.
Why is the pirate voice similar to the farmer's voice? Why is there something? Arr! Get off my land!
There's one man responsible. Do you know who it is?
It'll be a film actor.
Yes.
Oh, OK.
In Treasure Island.
He played in a great performance of Treasure Island. And in fact, Tony Hancock, the great comedian, he first started out as an impersonator of this actor.
Lawton?
No, not quite as well known as Lawton. In his own day, he was very, very well known, but now less well known.
Anybody?
Someone we've mentioned on QI before.
Hang on a minute.
The chances of Alan remembering it are...
Someone in the front row saying, you've done this. This was on Dave on Tuesday. New facts. New facts.
Yeah, well, it was Robert Newton, anyway.
Robert Newton.
Thank you, yes.
Robert Newton.
Robert Newton is the right answer, but it doesn't count because we've had it before. There we are.
Prowse almost did that, didn't he, to Darth Vader? He has a West Country accent, didn't he?
Yes,
and he famously thought that he was going to be used, didn't he?
Yes.
With his West Country accent, he got redone.
I am
by
your
James Earl
father.
Jones. Very upset.
I'm your father, and I'm your brother as well.
Darth Vader on a big tractor. Trundling down the corridors of the Death Star, chewing a bit of straw. Darth. Mr. Darth to you.
Mr. Darth. It's, yeah, anyway.
You know the skull and crossbone flag?
Yes.
Do they really have that? Because, I mean, that's really giving it away,
we
isn't
definitely
it?
covered that in the last
Oh,
series.
really? I must have missed
Alan will tell you all about it.
Go on.
Jolly Roger.
Well, yeah, everyone knows it's called What is that, a proposition? Maybe later, Alan.
It's been 10 years, Stephen, and I've finally come round to it. It's time for a Jolly Roger.
What's your great-grandmother doing down the back of the sofa?
Was she a borrower?
Was she a borrower? No.
I come from a particularly small family, and we lost many various reasons. I had an aunt went through a cane chair. We never saw her again.
Was she dead and been cremated when you spilt it?
What was happening around the time of one's great-grandmother? What sort of...
They were using the elderly to stuff sofas.
About 100 years ago, families began to do a thing in order to register their lives and formalise their existences after
Photographs.
weddings.
So photographs.
Exactly.
So Victorian.
And particularly their babies. They like to have their babies photographed. But exposure times were quite long. And how do you keep a baby still?
Oh, I've seen this. This is this weird thing.
Heroin.
There's loads of pictures. They've got, like, sheets over their head.
Yes.
They're sort of holding the child in place.
Exactly. They're called hidden mother photographs.
They're terrifying. There's a website of them.
Yes.
And they're terrifying. Yes. Oh, wow. It's horrible.
It's like a woman in a burqa.
That's horrible.
There's the mother pretending to be a sofa or an item of furniture, keeping her baby quiet and still enough for the exposure time of the photograph. We got another one where the mother looks a bit like a carpet. I mean, it's really... It's not even a baby. I know, it's not even a young girl. There is a whole class of these. And
Don't move, bitch, don't move.
You will definitely get the points there for having known about them.
It's
They're
terrifying.
rather peculiar.
Brilliant. There's hundreds, and they're all sinister. Like, you've gone, rather than just let the kid stand by itself, you've gone, go stand with that ghost.
Yes.
Well, you know, it's weird.
Well, the mother will be talking to the child, saying,
Yes.
it's all right, darling, sit still. I'm going to... It is talking!
I am the sofa.
We have for you probably the first ever photograph of a human being, which is rather exciting. It's from the 1840s, and it's by Louis Daguerre himself. He took a photograph in those days, very long exposure, and all the people who were there would have moved through as a blur, you wouldn't have seen. But there is a boot boy with a customer with his leg up, as it were, and you can see that, and we can probably circle it for you and give you a little bit of a... And that is the first human being, or pair of human beings, ever photographed. It's rather wonderful, isn't it?
How long does it take doing them shoes, then?
Yeah, I know, it's surprising. It was a 10-minute exposure, in fact, a 10-minute exposure. It was in 1838. That's how long ago it was. And we have a photograph for you, and you have to identify who the person is in the photograph. Who's that?
Is that Bruce Forsyth?
It's not Bruce Forsyth.
In the early years.
It's quite surprising. It's someone you would not imagine there would be a photograph of.
OK. Can you give us a country? Is it
He's British.
Is it British?
He was Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Small, it's a Prime Minister
but he was from an Irish
Is it-
family. Actually, the Duke of Wellington. Duke of Wellington. Yeah, the victor of Waterloo as an old man. He looks surprisingly benign, considering his reputation. But isn't it amazing? There is a photograph of the Duke of Wellington. Yeah, it's rather fabulous.
That's just a great picture.
It is actually a lovely picture.
I had an anxiety dream about coming on here. I was so terrified of it. And in the dream, I was sitting here, I think I was on the other side, and you were asking the question very sternly.
No.
Yes. The question was, why was the March hare so important to the Aztecs? And I didn't know the answer. And I said, did they worship it? And the screens went, worship it, worship it. Which was absolutely terrifying.
Stephen, ask the question. Let's make it happen.
Yes, come on.
I'm such an amateur, I didn't even Google the answer.
That's an amazing dream.
It is a good dream.
That's very specific. You know, it's not like... I mean, I dream, I went up to the shops and bought some milk and some bread, and I wake up, I go, oh, where is it? And... I thought, I'm sure I went up the shop and got it, but... clearly, that's a crazy dream. Must have been that blue cheese I had last night, but that...
Oh, yeah,
really...
Bill. Definitely the blue cheese was the issue.
Yeah, OK, all right. Blue cheese. Were you actually asleep? Or was this a sort of a premonition?
Well, we'll find out.
Well, yes, we will.
Can we just confirm this is happening now, isn't it?
Yes.
We're not in one of Vicky's dreams, because that would be...
That would be brilliant, now, wouldn't it? You could be the March hare, I'll be the Aztecs. Bring it on.
Let's get some blue cheese.
Were you actually rather giving away your strategy? Anyway, why was the March hare so important to the Aztecs?
You see? Thing is, Victoria, whatever you dreamt was the answer is the right answer.
Yeah.
No, but I know the answer isn't, did they worship it? Because... I think you'll find I said that's not the answer.
Yeah.
What the answer actually is... I don't know, why is a raven like a writing desk? It's that sort of question.
It is that sort of
Maybe
question.
for years people will now debate this. 50 years from now, people will be asking, why was the March hare important to the Aztecs?
There is a kind of answer that maybe your subconscious somehow knew. They worshipped rabbits, not hares.
Yes.
So some part of your brain knew that Aztecs worshipped rabbits.
Honestly, Aztecs worship rabbits?
It's true.
I swear to you I didn't know that. That's really
I swear, and I think people are going to believe me.
I'll go even further than this. There are many people who believe that the rabbits that the Aztecs worshipped were jackrabbits, which are, in fact, technically a type of hare.
And a J word, which makes...
And a J word. So, Victoria Corrin, burn the witch. You didn't see that one coming, and yet you did.
And I dreamt a thing that I didn't think I knew that you say is nearly a fact beginning with J.
Yeah.
This world is far more mysterious than we give it credit for.
Isn't it just a senior moment? The famous volcano near Java, the game...
Krakatoa.
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 What's the name of the movie?
Krakatoa.
East of Java.
East of Java, yes. And oddly enough, it's actually west of Java.
Oh, west of Java, yes.
It is an odd thing, but it was one of the first big Cinerama kind of movies called Krakatoa East of Java. And it was just a bizarre lie, because it's Krakatoa west of Java. So some producer must have thought, I don't like the sound of west of Java.
It's not going to sell. It's not going to sell. What can we do? We can take it north,
East
south,
of Java.
east. It's going to be fantastic.
So within 10 years, tell me when this great, huge explosion.
1883.
1883?
1882.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, viewers at home, brace yourselves.
Oh, hello.
The explosion, the great, enormous, gigantic eruption of Krakatoa, was in 1883.
I think
May I just say, WTF?
There There was a documentary about it on the BBC when they reenacted it.
Well remembered, is it? I mean, it's not an easily... I mean, not particularly...
remember anything.
It was the loudest sound, apparently, that has ever existed, or at least as far as we know, certainly within human reckoning.
So 4 atomic bombs, it's sort of...
No, it was 13 times greater than the Hiroshima bomb. There was 5 cubic miles of rock was spewed into the air, and it was heard 3,000 miles away. You could actually hear it 3,000 miles away, and it... yes.
That's sounded like in Australia.
it reverberated around the world, the ripples of it, 7 times. It was a most extraordinary...
Wasn't Krakatoa was like the first global event that sort of was the news of which spread around the world.
We can see behind us Harper's Weekly. It was a media event for the first time. The island and volcano of Krakatoa, Strait of Sunda, submerged during the late eruption.
Yes.
When eventually a human party of people arrived at the site, they found one living creature, and I will give you 10 points if you can tell me the species.
Was it a spider that they
Yes!
found? It was a spider.
Absolutely marvellous. Everybody's on cracking form here.
Wow.
You really are doing superbly well.
Was the spider going, oh, it's hot?
It was indeed. It was using 2 legs at a time. Anyway.
Like this.
So it was doing the washing up. Yes, it was. The Jane was used by the first man to row the Atlantic to attempt suicide.
Jizz.
Suicide by jizz.
Just on any level. I mean,
Jill the ferret had just sex star for 364 days. Attacked him in an erotic frenzy.
Yeah.
Jellyfish.
That's
something that
they do
that are in the sea.
You're right. We're slightly confusing. This happened to be the first man to row the Atlantic single-handed.
It wasn't while he was on the boat.
No. He was very extraordinary. As a child, he nicked a pistol from his scout troop leader and fired at his fellow scouts and was expelled from the scouting
I've got a
movement.
badge for it.
But then at age 13, he ran away from home to live in the jungle. And then in his early 20s, he met a pirate who taught him to be a pirate. And he pirated his way around the Caribbean, smuggling liquor and cigarettes and things. And then in 1969, January the 20th, he pushed off from the Canary Islands in a self-righting rowing boat and rowed all the way to Florida. It took him 180 days, and he was the first person to do that. But it was when he was in the jungle in South America that he despaired of his life, and so he wanted to be killed by something beginning with J.
Oh, is it a jaguar?
Is the right answer a jaguar? Exactly.
So what did he do? Did he go out in a meat skirt and a meat helmet and just wait there in the middle of the jungle waiting
Well, in a
for
sense, he just wound them up all night, like teasing them and taunting them.
You look a bit like a cougar, no one can tell the difference. You're a panther.
But the awful thing is, he kept a gun by his side in case he changed his mind, and as the jaguar attacked, he did change his mind and shot it dead, and then sold its skin.
Right.
So it was a bit, frankly, unfair on the jaguar.
So he didn't die?
So he was just lying.
But no,
basically lying.
But he really wanted to end his life, so he went out and
Well, he had a gun.
Aggravated. Yeah, I
You
know.
also had a spear.
I know. If you'd really
I
meant
just don't believe this bloke. I'm sorry.
I don't know how to kill myself, so I'm going to wait here for a big cat to arrive.
Sit here winding up jaguars for days.
Yeah, I mean, he's just doing it for attention.
Yes, I think so. The J part of it is that his name is John Fairfax, and if you look up who, you know, the first person to row the Atlantic single-handed was, it was John. Johnny Fairfax. Yes. Anyway, you know how they used to have men with red flags walking in front of cars?
Well, yes.
Yes.
I've heard of such
I don't remember it.
Oh!
What a trick.
Because they never did.
They're not?
They never did, no. They had a Red Flag Act, which was a little bit earlier, and it meant if you were in a steam...
He tricks you now. It doesn't feel like it's a question.
A steam
It feels
bus.
like it's in the
I
conversation.
know.
Yeah.
It was a trap. It was a wicked trap. I'm very ashamed of
So
myself.
nobody ever had to follow a car? I've
No.
seen a drawing of somebody doing it.
The
I know
Red Flag
drawings
Act
aren't necessarily real.
I
but-
saw a drawing of a unicorn once.
Yes, yeah.
The Red Flag Act of 1865 required men known as stalkers to walk 60 yards in front of a vehicle.
60 yards?
Yes, carrying a red flag. But it lasted
Miles
in
it's back there, it's coming.
It lasted in 1878. So it was only relevant to traction engines and steam buses. From 1878 to 1896, the flag was optional. And in 1896, it was abolished, and by then there were no more than 80 cars in the UK. So there was never a time when cars were preceded by red flags in the UK.
Gérard de Nerval.
No, one of them. Gérard de Nerval was a fascinating man.
He was.
Very much enjoyed the way you said that.
Je suis le veuf. L'un compte.
And he also
Le
famously had a pet lobster, Gérard de Nerval.
He did, indeed.
Who we used to take for walks on a lead.
Vite, vite, monsieur! Monsieur Clicky!
Stay with it, stay with it, stay with it.
Allons-y!
Stay with it, because it's good.
Non! T'es fatigué? Non! Allez-y!
Mangez quelque chose.
L'eau! S'il vous plaît, l'eau!
Non. Non, pas de l'eau. Non, le artichoke.
I never thought I'd see the day when Bill Bailey force-fed Gérard de Nerval's lobster with... One of these words on this board has 28 separate meanings. And I'm going to put those meanings up, and you tell me which word it is. Back passage, vagina, penis, jobby...
Jollocks.
Jobby, you think? Jigger. We're getting a lot of jiggering from the audience. Ouija
It
board,
must be jigger.
Golf
It
club.
must be jigger.
Jigger is the right answer. I'm going to share 5 points with Victoria and 5 points with the audience. The word jigger has all those definitions. It's a measuring device, a jigger of rum.
Yes.
A snooker rest, an odd-looking person, Bill. Sorry, I'm just an odd-looking person. A distillery.
Don't say vagina and then point to me.
Penis.
Again.
And... woman's coat. That's a nice... Thingamy.
You see,
Door,
now,
pulley.
people do complain that there aren't any good words for vagina. There's no way of saying it that sounds nice. Jigger is not the answer.
I think Twinkle Cave.
Twinkle Cave.
It's a less offensive term for a foo-foo.
So jigger is back passage, vagina, penis...
Well, that's confusing
flea,
right there.
straight away.
just stick it in a jigger. What?
Yeah.
We're going to have to be more
talking
specific.
about jigger 1 or jigger 2?
It's also a golf club, so if you ask your caddy, do you think I should pull my jigger out for this shot? What do you think?
Yeah, get your jigger out, rest it on your jigger, stick it in my jigger, mind the jigger.
What about Ouija board? You're at a party and let's all put our fingers together on your jigger. It's moving. Is it doing that by itself, or are we late?
Potter's wheel. That was what they used to put on the TV when they ran out of programmes.
Yeah.
Just put the jigger on. Not that one!
Anyway. Certain
A revolving jig. No.
Certain words do double duty, certain words do triple duty. Words like... who's this? What are they doing? I thought it would be 10 times as exciting as a swing boat at the fair, but it wasn't. There was no sensation, just a lot of noise and wind. My hair was blown into a tangled mess, which couldn't be combed out for days.
The inventor of the hairdryer.
Is it Brian May on the latest Thorpe Park ride?
Well, we're with a transport experience, and this person was famous for their achievement in it, but the first time they tried it, as they say, they thought they found it horrible, noisy,
Amy
windy...
Johnson?
Amy Johnson is the right answer. Very good. There she is. It's the J. And what was her great feat?
She...
Flew the Atlantic.
Yeah.
No, that was
Flew
all
across America.
Cocker Brown. No, she flew from...
Flew to the moon.
Oh, she flew from Britain to Australia.
To Australia?
Yeah, it's a heck of a flight.
Did she ever come back?
Yes, she certainly did. And when she came back, she landed at what was then the sort of London airport, which was Croydon Airport, and there were 200,000 people there to meet her.
You're kidding?
No, it was a sensation of the age.
Was there a car boot sale going on as well?
She had a 12-mile parade through London.
So she was describing when she first got into an aeroplane and first flew.
She hated it, absolutely hated it. But she stuck with it and became obviously incredibly good at it. So, yes, now then, talking of flight, I want you all to do a jolly jape now, which is make a dart, a paper dart, and see the person who can throw it the furthest wins.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah. There are various kinds you could do. Just try the type you did at school. And obviously, take your time as quickly as you can.
The thing is, I'm going to make one in the way we used to make them at school, knowing full that they didn't fly very well.
Well, some people were good at it and some people weren't. Interesting to see how well you're doing.
Precision engineering.
Oops, made a hat.
I'm going to put little flaps on mine. Is that all right? And a tail?
I just had that idea.
You seem to be... who's... David, have a go. As far as you can go.
Yeah.
Not bad. Should you throw or should you pass like a bowler?
Ah,
Yours is great.
It's up to you.
Look at that.
Yours looks
Yeah, that
great.
looks very
Incredible.
It went up because of the flaps.
Yeah, the flaps.
Corrugated
Flaps
roof
gave it
tile.
lift.
Watch out in the back row. This is going to be lethal.
It's one of those stealth ones. You won't be able to see it. You won't be able to measure it.
Yeah.
You can buy it from Wick. It's got her name on it. Oh! A suicide plane.
That's impossible. It
Was that
defies all laws of
was that
physics.
acrobatics?
Sue, your chance for glory.
I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, despite the brilliance of Amy Johnson, but would you be surprised to know that the paper aeroplane that goes the furthest looks like this? Stop.
Yeah, that's a bracelet.
I know, it seems hardly credible.
You just scrunch it up and chuck it.
Unfortunately, not very good at throwing it. I've practiced a bit. But the world record is 200 yards.
No way.
I'm not kidding you.
Straight down.
It's supposed to give it a twist, and that's what I'm not good at. I've never thrown in American football. That's what you've got to do, is do it in the style of an American football.
Whoa!
There you go. Not bad. Pretty good, isn't it? Which of these would you rather have on your Quidditch team? A Muggle, Hagrid, or Dumbledore?
Is it the one that looks like Julius Caesar who's about to be sick in a bucket?
I don't know which one that is.
On the left.
Oh, see, yes, it does. I think that's Dudley, is it?
Yeah.
The point is, in a lot of J.K. Rowling's work, the words are real, and Dumbledore is a real English word, as is Hagrid, as is Muggle. And I want you to tell me what they really mean.
Dumbledore's going to be some sort of a term for a village idiot, I think.
Well, funnily enough, yes, it became that. In Thomas Hardy's Under the Greenwood Tree, it means a slow simpleton. It's used as a bit of a Dumbledore, but actually it has an original earlier meaning, yeah?
Is there not a Hagrid reference in one of the Thomas Hardy books?
There may well be.
I don't know, one of the Thomas Hardy books. I don't know which
I've
one.
read, I mean, I've seen
sure
the longer form, Hagridden, I've seen many times, but start with...
Monster-like.
Start with Muggle. Do you know where the word Muggle might first have been
Sounds
used?
like some sort of woodland creature or something furry.
Actually, it's an American Jazz Age word. It's a drug.
It's a marijuana.
Marijuana is the right answer. Muggle was a word for marijuana, for cannabis, and indeed more particularly for people who smoked it. They were Muggles. People who smoked marijuana were called Muggles.
That's hilarious.
But what's the next word, then? We've got Hagrid, which is used in Thomas Hardy, you're right, in the Mayor of Casterbridge.
I've seen it in the longer form, Hagridden.
Yes, Hagridden. Very good. Clever of you.
It means... Hagridden. It means a bony old horse.
It's a mare.
It's a nightmare.
Yes.
It's a nightmare involving a horse. No.
Was there somebody chasing through?
If you had bad dreams, you were said to be hag-ridden.
Oh, that's great.
That your witches had come to you in the night. You were hag-ridden.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, to be Hagrid.
Is that a drunk person not finding the toilet?
Well, it's a... since records began... That's horrible. When people sleep...
They'll feel terrible when they wake up.
That's a relationship that's not going to survive, isn't it?
When people sleep badly these days, they think they've been probed by aliens, but before the idea of aliens came, it was goblins and witches and demons and hags. And that's what hag-ridden means.
What's the horse doing?
That's the nightmare.
He's operating the video.
Very good.
With his big hooves.
So that leaves us with Dumbledore, which, as you say, has been used to mean a slight simpleton. There's the Great Gambon. But it had an earlier meaning, and the first half of it...
Dumble.
Dumble. Think of a rhyming word for dumble.
Jumble.
Mumble, mumble, crumble.
Mumble.
Not mumble.
Mumble.
Bumble.
Yes.
Bumblebee. It's a type of bee.
It is a bumblebee.
I've redeemed myself.
Yeah, there were different ways of saying it. A door means a humming insect in Old English. So a Dumbledore was a bumblebee.
That's great.
That's what the word means. It's rather nice.
Wow. That's great.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Pleasing.
I can't believe I didn't know it.
No.
I'm really annoyed.
There
Well, I missed out on more precious points.
Is it hard to hang on to a hagfish? There's a hagfish, yes?
It releases mucus
The
to
hagfish.
defend itself,
It does,
which works in real life. If anybody ever comes at me, I just sneeze at them and they're backing off.
But I don't think you could produce the kind of slime that a hagfish
You don't
could
know
produce.
me. I'm very young and fertile.
Would you like to see, have a look at a hagfish releasing slime and tell me you could produce as much? Here's someone manipulating it. That is producing that. It can turn a bucket of 20 litres of water into slime
That's a
in
great,
minutes.
Great party piece.
Isn't it?
I actually think my baby daughter might be a hagfish. Yeah, because that's nothing. to be honest with you, I've got that on my trousers every morning.
It also can tie itself into knots, which is another impressive thing. It literally does a slip knot or an overhand knot. It's quite bizarre.
Given the choice, if I had to have special powers, I'd like to be bitten by one of them. Because excreting mucus would be... You know, because like Spider-Man, he's all very well, do a bit of climbing and that.
Slime
but imagine
boy.
if you just sat in a chair and somebody went, do your thing, and you went... It would be fantastic. It'd be brilliant. Because if somebody tried to get you in a headlock, you just go...
That's exactly it. That's what it does.
Yeah, Ross, superheroes are meant to help people. How would you help people with this mucus? You know, like Spider-Man helps people. How would you help people with this mucus?
Oh, there's a child, he's got his head in the railings. Oh, no. Oh,
Yeah, that's a really good comic book story, isn't it?
This gravy is unnecessarily runny.
Hagfish are hard to hold because they tie themselves in a knot and ooze slime in all directions.
I before E, fingers on buzzers, excepting after...
Please.
C.
No, that just isn't a rule. Why isn't it a rule?
Because of words where...
Words where it's not.
Yeah.
E becomes
Because of the
before I have to
exceptions to the
see.
rule? Because there are more exceptions to the rule than the rule itself, by quite a long way.
Who's counting?
Ceiling.
They've been counted. Would you like to
Ceiling
know?
one.
God.
Yeah, there are 923 English words that have a C-I-E in them.
Do we have to name them all?
No. you're let off, but name some.
New Year.
Ceiling.
No, that's C-E-I.
CEI, that's what you said.
No. The rule, the supposed rule is...
except after C.
But I'm saying, in
ceiling,
fact, there are 923 which break that rule.
receive, receipt.
So hang on, if it's I before E except after C,
Yeah.
we're looking for words where E follows C, aren't we?
No. No. The rule is it should be C-E-I, according to that.
Yeah. Oh, but you're saying it's wrong.
There are 923.
I know one, which it isn't.
Yeah.
Ceiling. That's not one. Ceiling isn't one.
No.
Ceiling isn't one of the ones you're looking for.
Yes, I want the ones I am looking
That's
for.
right. So I would repeat my answer and I say not
Lee,
ceiling.
I'm looking for the ones I'm looking for.
You're looking for the ones you're looking for.
So give me a C-I-E.
Ceiling?
may explode at any minute.
CIE. Receipt is CIE.
Yeah, those are the ones that conform to the rule. Receipt.
Okay, the rule is looking pretty good right now, because...
Glacier? Species?
Yes, but now I know them, and I didn't think I knew any.
Yeah. The point is there are lots and lots and lots. These are ones with EI without the C in front, obviously, as well as the CIE, concierge.
Oh, you don't even have to have a C in it now.
No, they're EI. Are you incapable of rational thought? You cannot be that stupid.
You've really...
You cannot be that...
Stephen, can I just say, you really are going to have to work on your Bruce Forsyth. Are you really capable of rational thought? I mean, really?
This is not a rational game. This is QI.
Are you a human being? I don't think you are.
No, work it out.
These words don't count. They're not even English words.
Well...
You can't have hacienda and concierge.
Yeah, but there are... The point is there are 21 times as many words that break the rule than don't.
However, if you want to spell ceiling...
If you want to spell ceiling...
Or receipt.
Or conceit, or deceit.
C.
Yeah. But if you want to spell veil and weird...
Yeah, but there's no C in them.
No. It's I before E every time, except after C. But in weir, that's the point.
I see. Yeah.
They're exactly...
You
cannot be that stupid!
What? He said it and you're looking at me! How do I get the blame for his stupidity? I've got my own, thank you.
Wow!
Daniel, you're the only person on this show who isn't a complete idiot.
Why shouldn't you crack your knuckles?
Oh.
Is there lasting damage? Can you do lasting damage on the bone?
No!
Oh, you just did it.
Oh, no.
Problems?
Oh.
There's
I think it's an old wives' tale that actually, if you do that, it causes arthritis. Yeah. Because there was a famous doctor called Dr. Unger who believed that it did, and for 50 years, this doctor every day cracked the knuckles on his left hand and didn't on his right.
Well, but the story is that his mother, when he was very young, he cracked the knuckles on both hands. And his mother said, "You do that, honey, you'll get arthritis." And he thought, well, being of a scientific turn of mind already as a child, he thought, I will test this by only doing it on the fingers of my left hand.
arthritis, and I'll show you how.
Exactly. So he did it on his left hand only, and for 60 years he cracked it. And then he had various tests, and there was no suggestion of arthritis on the left hand more than the right.
So you can crack
and he
your
apparently shouted up, "You were wrong, Mother, you were wrong."
Oh.
I wasted my life.
You were wrong, Mother, you were wrong.
When did slavery become a criminal offence in England? It
I
was
bet
not
it
in
was
the
one of
19th
these
century.
odd little new labour laws in about 1996, 7, 8.
What an odd law to outlaw slavery. It's political correctness gone mad.
I don't mean odd in the sense that it's a bit late.
Yes, that's exactly right. It was 1807 when the slave
1807
trade was ended, and then finally in 1834 it was illegal anywhere in the British Empire to own a slave. It has never been illegal to have a slave in England until April 2010. I'm saying I could have had you as a slave legally.
You mean this series I'm finally free?
Yes!
But you know what? I mean, one of those slaves who just goes back to the master. I don't know what to do. I work for you anyway, please.
I'll tell you one thing is that there are now estimated to be 27 million people held essentially in bondage, in slavery on this planet.
But the show will be over soon, you can go.
Yeah. Right now? More than there ever were in the days of cotton picking and so on.
27 million?
27 million.
In the world?
Yeah, that is the estimate. It's pretty grim problem still, slavery. The point is, it was never illegal in England because it was never recognised as a state of being.
I wish I'd known that.
There were laws against kidnapping and abduction and false imprisonment and sexual trafficking and all the other things that we might associate with slavery. But it was not illegal for one human to own another human, which it now is.
So this is a law this isn't one of those laws where they thought, oh, that needs clearing up. It's a loose end from history.
It kind of was. In 1967, there were a number of obsolete crimes that were taken care of. Barratry had been illegal right up to 1967, which is vexatious lawsuits.
Oh, building of
vexatious.
Yeah, what they call a vexatious litigant, somebody who just keeps...
Dorothy Squires.
Yes.
Dorothy Squires, the singer Dorothy Squires towards the end of her life when she did have a mania, but she was probably the last person to be done for vexatious litigants.
And if you kept prosecuting someone for it, you'd be prosecuting them.
Yourself?
Yeah, well, it's completely... Anyway, there's scolding. Scolding was a crime in 1966, but not in 1967.
With hot water, you mean?
No, not scalding. Scalding. Scalding!
That was a crime.
You! What time of the night do you call this, Eddie Izzard?
12.
Yes.
12:30.
Well, they'll give you a good scolding.
And that was illegal?
That was illegal.
Illegal?
Yeah.
And that was legal?
Eavesdropping was illegal. Challenging someone to a fight was also illegal until 1967.
What about going round and round and roundabout more than 3 times?
It certainly wouldn't have been a medieval law, would it?
Well, I don't know, and if you're in a horse and cart, you have a couple of hours spare.
On a medieval roundabout.
On a medieval roundabout.
Yes. Anyway, there you are. Due to a quirk of English law, it only became a criminal offence to keep a slave in the year 2000. Oh, the humanity. It's time for general ignorance, so fingers on buzzers, if you please. Name the fastest human runner of all time.
Now.
I'm going to go Usain Bolt.
What? He is?
Well, he is. Did you not watch it? It was on telly. He's called Bolt, for God's sake. What more do you want?
The argument for him being one of the fastest is strong, but...
It's him winning and being the fastest?
He won that race.
He won that race, yes.
But humans...
you think you're faster, too?
No, I don't think I am. I think T8 was faster.
T8?
T8.
Who's that?
It's a fossilised footprint in Australia of an Aboriginal people. And you can tell from the strides that they ran really fast.
What were they running from?
The white man.
Yeah, possibly. They had good reason to. Usain Bolt can reach 27 miles per hour for a second
Which is very, very impressive. But again, rabbits run at 35 miles an hour, and that's much more exciting.
It is not as fast as a rabbit.
It's not as fast as Jimmy Carr when it's his round.
20,000 years ago, on the Gold Coast, they discovered these footprints. One of the males was running at 23 miles per hour, but, all right, so Usain Bolt can travel 27 on a running track with spiked shoes, whereas T8 was in mud, barefoot, and was accelerating. We don't know how much faster he got. It seems likely that he was faster than Bolt, and anyway, it's quite likely also that he wasn't the fastest of his 150,000-strong tribe. So anthropologists believe that he could have gone up to about 28 miles.
In fairness, Usain Bolt wasn't being chased by a lion, was he?
There is also that, yeah, that's
For all
true.
we know, he could have been like a fat bloke who was about 45. And all the others were really fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Doing like 48 miles an hour. How do they actually tell? Is it the stride length?
I think it is. I mean, it's, stride length, depth of impress. You can be pretty accurate about it.
Maybe they just had a rock in the shape of a foot and they did it for a laugh.
Maybe. On your way there, though, how would you spot a Neanderthal if you saw one on a bus?
He'd be the one who comes and sits next to me. Nearly always.
Yeah.
He's the one already sitting next to me because I'm married to him.
This is going to be the humiliate my husband show.
Yeah, he doesn't watch this. It's all right.
Oh, fine, OK.
He doesn't really understand it.
Is he the one looking at the wheels going, what the hell?
They've got the lump and great forehead, or is that the Cro-Magnon?
Well, the point is, actually, we'd be very hard put to tell the difference
exactly
if they wore a T-shirt. Admittedly, you'd say, well, it's an unusual looking
that's
person.
our producer.
Yes, but if you imagine... if, and I dream of it, we shaved and dressed our producer one day, put her on a bus... she might look like a normal person. The point is that they...
So far, we haven't.
No, we've not managed that yet.
He looks like... Is that a model?
That's a model of how they might look. Unfortunately, we think of them as incredibly stupid, but they had religious rites, they buried their dead, they made ornaments. At one point, we were one species that diverged, and these two branches of humanity lived in Europe. In fact, Neanderthals lived in Europe for 4 times longer than we ever have. They had a long period of living there.
And did we cross over?
We did cross over, and no one quite knows why they went extinct, whether we bullied them, whether we outsmarted them. They were stronger than us.
Right.
We invented the bus, though.
We did. They didn't invent the bus. No, you can't get on that one. But about 1 to 4% of our DNA is Neanderthal, so we crossbred.
So were there ever, for instance, Homo sapiens who married Neanderthals? You imagine a wedding like that?
Yeah.
It's going to be a punch-up in a car park.
Yeah. Go to Basildon any Saturday night.
I'm glad you said that. Sorry. No, I just want to tour again one day.
Of Norfolk.
Yeah. But no, the fact is, yes, you're right. I mean, there was interbreeding. And there are many theories. Some think that we, Homo sapiens, as it were, kept Neanderthal girls as sex slaves, but it's very possible it was the other way around, because they were stronger than us. But certainly there was a lot of interbreeding, but for some reason they died out.
Probably the first genocide, first of many that we proudly executed over the many centuries.
Maybe we just teased them to death. They couldn't take it anymore.
Wonderful.
I know I'm ugly and stupid.
So politically incorrect.
Oh, I can run fast. Oh, you're really good.
Why are they called Neanderthal?
Is it an anagram?
Probably is. Anagram of leather dant.
Leather dant. Leather dant.
But no.
That's a period in time, isn't it?
No, it's not actually. It's just simply a valley near Dusseldorf in Germany where they were found Neanderthal. There were many other. Can you name other species?
I do like the idea, though, of having
Homo
another
australis.
species of human that is just a little bit stupid, but, you know, friendly, and lived with us and were quite happy just to do all the jobs and stuff for us.
Well, it's Brave New World, isn't it? Exactly. The
I like the
gammas.
idea of it. I have to say. I mean, I'm not a nutter or anything.
No.
But I like the idea of who wouldn't mind either. They'd be very simple
and could be your sex slave.
obliging.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can we go back to the picture of the man that looks like a gnome?
Oh yes.
Where's
the producer.
Yeah, I don't really fancy that as a sex slave, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not being overly fussy, I just think... Yes.
Bearing in mind, though, Jimmy, this is before the invention of electric light. You know, it's gloomy.
Yeah.
Be in a cave.
It's cold.
You be in a cave, it's cold.
Have a few beers, you'd be fine.
He's quite a friendly-looking bloke, isn't he, really? For a Neanderthal?
Yes, definitely. But if you gave him, and when I say him, I mean a Neanderthal man, a tracksuit and a haircut, he would attract no more attention than any of the other nutters. When might you engage in paradoxical undressing?
So you're undressing, but you're actually dressing.
No, it's not really paradoxical.
Is it physics or some physics or mathematics?
No.
Is it counterintuitive undressing?
That's much more what it is.
So taking your clothes off if Jeremy Clarkson asks you would be...
Meow.
Would be silly.
It's taking your clothes off when taking your clothes off looks like the worst possible idea you could have.
Is it some effect of hypothermia? Is it some mental thing that does to you?
It may be mental, it may be physical. It's not quite understood, but one of the...
Oh, that is very unpleasant.
Yes.
Go back to the previous picture.
Yeah, it's one of the peculiar side effects of hypothermia when you're actually dying of cold.
You feel
hot. Almost the last thing you do, very commonly, not always, is take all your clothes off. And people think it may be a delusional thing, but it also is part of the fact that your blood vessels near your skin tend to just give up and open. And it may be that people feel very hot. Because you never survive once you've got to that stage, you can't actually ask someone why they did it. But it is a common thing for people to do, and they're
I went in freezing water once in New Zealand, and I screamed a lot and swam about a bit, and then I got out and I was completely shocking, livid pink, and felt hot. So that was perhaps seconds from death then.
Maybe you were. Maybe you're one of the few who survived it.
Yeah.
Well, what sort of temperature do you think would start you on the road to hypothermia? Body temperature, I don't mean outside temperature.
What's the temperature in here?
I'd say pretty quickly. I don't think you'd have to drop much, maybe 4 or 5 degrees below normal body
Basically, that's right, 35 degrees Celsius, once your body temperature starts to get below that. And interestingly, in the coldest cities in the world, hypothermia is very rare. It's much more common in places like Britain, where it doesn't get very cold at all. There's a very remarkable Briton called Lewis Pugh. Have you heard of Lewis Pugh? He's a man who's able to control his own body temperature. He does endurance cold swimming. As far as we know, he's the only person known to science who can do what he can do. He can swim in cold conditions unlike anybody else, and he is able to raise his body temperature at will. It's completely startling. He can stop himself shivering. He is really an incredible figure. And we contacted him. And he said that he thought he could do this...
He's not coming in here because it's free.
He said he thought he could do this because he had trained himself, as it were, over years and years and years to do these endurance swims in incredibly cold waters. And that his body, as it were, saw it coming and prepared for it. That was his only explanation. But
cold water has a bad effect on a boy. I mean, he looks good there. I bet he doesn't fill his swimming trunks when he gets
well, maybe that. How would you like to spend 2 weeks lying on a pile of parrotfish droppings covered in phenyl benzimidazole sulfonic acid? Does that sound like a good...
Is that sun cream?
Oh, very good. Excellent. Excellent. So... that may not be such a bad thing after all.
So it's lying on a beach covered in sun cream?
Yes, most people would like it. But parrotfish droppings is a very special kind of beach, the kind we'd most like.
White sand?
White sand. Soft white Coral Island sand is parrotfish droppings. It's called a parrotfish because it has a beak, like a parrot's beak, and it scrapes away and eats at coral. And it excretes this white sand. And each fish will excrete over a ton of it in a year.
Good
And there are lots of them. And that builds up as the white soft sand that is the particularly prized sand of such a beautiful island as that, for example.
Each fish excretes a ton of...
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What, a
Single
little parrotfish like
it's
that?
not- yeah. Every single day it's eating it. It's a ton a
It's
year.
eating? A ton of... Well, I suppose, yeah, you're pushing out. Constantly...
So how much does
processing.
the average man excrete in a year? I don't know. I'm looking at you. Why did you know that?
I'm afraid I don't.
Your classical education has failed you.
Stephen knocked that up in an afternoon.
The average man will excrete the Isle of Sheppey.
By lunchtime.
And the sun cream? What's the maximum sun protection factor at the SPF you could...
50, isn't it?
50.
50.
What does it mean when it's SPF?
It means you can stay 50 times as long in the sun as you
really-
would do if you would say, if, say, for example, the sun was so hot you were going to burn in 1 minute.
Yeah.
If you put that on, you can stay 50 minutes.
Yes,
Right. Or if
That's
you
the
put it
thing.
on in England, you could stay for a lifetime.
Notorious pirate Blackbeard has just given me a map. What does the X mark?
The spot.
If anything, I suppose he gave me, maybe it would be his signature because he probably can't write. Most pirates couldn't. But the fact is, there is no case in history that anyone knows of pirates burying treasure and
Does it mean the whole-
drawing maps with X's on. It all comes from
Treasure Island.
Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson. Why would a pirate want to bury treasure? I mean, you know, it should
Stop the other pirates getting it.
Yeah, but he's got to spend it. That's
They
what
can
they do.
hardly go to Bradford and Bingley, can they? Oh, you're a chest full of doubloons and booty. Yes, would you like fixed term or extended income?
Oh, God, I went to the Bradford and Bingley and got stuck behind a bloody pirate. I was there for my whole lunch hour.
I got 20 Portuguese whore.
That's why they brought in those pens on the chains, because they couldn't get it with a hook. They'd be like that, and they couldn't... So they just hook the pen, it would go like that, and then he'd just do this.
Yeah, there are a lot of myths about pirates. There's no known pirate to have
Man's
a...
face is the colour of a strawberry. That's incredible.
What, you know who that is?
No, I don't.
Right, it's Robert...
Newton.
Oh,
Robert Newton,
yeah.
who really
defined it.
invented pirate speak.
Yeah.
That, oh, our Jim
That
Lad.
did. That's
Robert
all
Newton.
from him.
In fact, Tony Hancock's career started as a Robert Newton impersonator. That's what Tony Hancock did. That was his act. There's an International Talk Like a Pirate Day, isn't there, in September?
Somalian.
Somalian?
I met a kid from Somalia.
Yeah?
He came up alongside me on his push bike. He said, "You is on TV, innit? You is on TV, innit?" And I said, yes, it's nice to see you. Don't walk away, don't walk away. You've got to help me get into TV. And I said, OK, well, how do I get in? I said, well, you know, join your local drama group. I don't know what I said to him. He goes, I'm Somalian, but I can do Eritrean.
There may be a demand for that, you know, somewhere.
I said, I'll see what I can do. I'll speak to the producers of Jonathan Creek.
On that bombshell, pirates very rarely buried treasure. They preferred to spend it, and they never once used a map with an X on it to help them locate it. So, we're currently now, not giving too much away, in a studio in London. Where is the nearest piece of American soil to us here?
Grosvenor Square?
Is it?
The fact is, most people wrongly think that you're right that the American embassy is in Grosvenor Square. At the moment, they're about to move it. But an embassy is not considered the sovereign soil of the nation whose embassy it is. It belongs to Britain, the soil there. It's not American soil. This is a myth, this idea that the moment you step foot, you're on American soil. They wanted to buy the lease. Who owns Grosvenor Square?
Duke of Westminster.
The Duke of Westminster. The Grosvenor family, yeah, the Duke of Westminster. And they asked for the freehold. And do you know what he said? He said, yes, if you give my family back the state of Virginia, which you confiscated from us, you can have that. So they decided not to.
Good work, Duke of Westminster. I like him already.
But there is American soil in Britain, and the nearest to us is in Surrey. It's a tiny area. It's a memorial. A place in Surrey famous for an extraordinary British event in the year 1215. Do you know what happened?
Signing of the Magna Carta.
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
I know where it is. Runnymede.
Runnymede. Is
Runnymede.
Yes. But what is the memorial in Runnymede?
There's a JFK memorial.
It's the memorial to John F. Kennedy.
I've been there. I've been there.
Yeah. And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
deliberately these sort of isometric, or whatever the word is, asymmetric steps, this slightly higgledy-piggledy, to suggest a journey of pilgrimage towards him. And it is officially American soil. What conclusion did the great biologist Stephen Jay Gould draw from a lifetime study of fish?
Oh.
Yeah.
They haven't got any legs.
Is that his lifetime study?
Well, no. It wasn't his lifetime study of a fish.
Yeah. He was,
After a while, they smell.
he's a bit thick, and he just stared at me, and they haven't got any legs.
Starfish don't have brains. It's the kind of Louis Walsh of the aquatic world. They really don't have brains, they're starfish.
And they're not really fish, are they, starfish, to be honest?
Well, the word fish is in there, which kind of qualifies them, I think.
Well, is a starfish a fish? Is a jellyfish a fish?
Well,
is a cuttlefish a fish?
Yes,
is
I
a
believe
crayfish?
but the starfish...
A crayfish is a lobster.
There's a division, isn't there, in the world, whether it should be down to sort of experts in biology, whether things are fish, or whether it should be down to menus.
Yes.
Certainly, for example, a crayfish comes under fish in a menu.
He looks like he's reading the sell-by date on that.
He does, doesn't he? Stephen Jay Gould was very great. He's dead now. He's very great. He won a Nobel Prize. He was a paleontologist and an extraordinary biologist. And he came to a conclusion which is...
They can feel no love.
No, that they... that there is no such thing as a fish. A fish has no biological meaning. There is just...
Well, that's so I'm absolutely
That's it,
right.
your
Go
menu.
with menus.
On a menu it does. But in a menu, a fish is not the same as shellfish or seafood, is it?
It often comes in the same bit and separate from pudding.
Things that live in the sea.
How can
Fish and a
something...
pudding are different.
How can something not be something? Something can't be not something, can it? But if you've created a something, then something has to be that something, otherwise you haven't created a something. So it has to be a fish if there is the idea of a fish in the first
I
place.
swear there's a philosophy somewhere.
Slow down, Plato.
There's some sort of ontological argument going there, and of course, to us, that we use the word fish. But biologically speaking, a salmon is more related to, say, a camel than it is to a hagfish. Like, there are lots of things that fly, like a bumblebee flies, a vulture flies, and there are flying lizards. They're not all birds.
No.
But we call things that swim in the sea fish, and actually, biologically, evolutionarily, they have absolutely nothing to do with each other at all. So, after a lifetime study of fish, biologist Stephen Jay Gould concluded that there's no such thing as a fish. But now it's time for a round of quick-fire hypotheticals.
Quick-fire hypotheticals!
So, all you have to do is tell me the first thing that comes into your head, basically, all right? It's a quick-fire hypothetical question. Let's say you found a fallen tree in the forest, right? Obviously, it fell down before you arrived, but did it make a sound as it fell?
Ooh, no.
No one's going to say yes.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, do you know where this question comes from, as it were?
It's a
Bishop
famous
Berkeley.
Bishop Berkeley, yeah.
philosophical question, isn't it?
That if there's no one to hear a sound,
Is there a sound?
is there a sound? It depends so much what you mean by sound, doesn't it?
Well, there isn't, because sound is the vibration of the eardrum. There is no sound
Is it?
if there's no one to hear it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it depends, though, because part of the definition of sound is that there has to be a recipient for the sound.
Yeah.
Doesn't there? There's the thing that makes the noise, and there's the transmission of the noise, and there's the reception of the noise.
Yeah.
But if there's no reception of the noise, then maybe the noise doesn't exist.
Other things are still vibrating, but whether that vibration counts as a sound or not is a
That's the definition of sound is what happens in the ear. There isn't any sound if there's no one to hear it.
It's a mooty point.
If there's a speed of sound and it's only what happens in the ear, well, how do you get that speed between that and your ear?
Do you know,
maybe by the time that tree's fallen, you got there, that sound's halfway around the world and making someone else very nervous. Ah!
So, Stephen, are you sure about this?
Well, no one is sure. That is the point. That's why it's a hypothetical. No one knows. I mean, to a semanticist or a neurologist, they may say that sound is that, but to a physicist, they would say the propagation of sound waves is sound. Whether or not there is an ear to vibrate, it is a sound wave.
Stephen.
And if it's a sound wave...
I disagree that they are sound waves, because if you go...
You may disagree, but you're welcome to. But you're not...
Vibrations, but they only become a sound wave when there's an ear to receive it. It's rather like... Do you remember we talked about a thing that really astonished me? Did you know that light's invisible? It's the most extraordinary thing. If you, in a dark vacuum, if you shoot a beam of light across the eyeballs like that, you can't see it. Because you can only see what light hits. And it's the same thing, but people said, but that's a stupid answer, because the definition of light is something that goes into your eye and is then received. Until it does that, it's not light.
But we have all kinds of things like not ears, for example. Are you saying that it's not sound if it registers on a recording device that is left there without a human there? That it's bending the needle of a recording device? Does the machine not hear? Is it not a sound wave that is actually causing the machine to register?
Well, but in Bishop Berkeley... So
I talked about you, not about Bishop Berkeley entering a field. The point is, it's not as simple as just to say yes or no. That's why it's a good question. It's a good question. We would have unfairly forfeited someone who said yes just as much as somebody who said
I thought
no.
you said there was no right answer to this question.
There is no... That's why I said there is. That's why it's a good question. There is no right answer. So your yes and your no are both... That's
whatever I said, it would be...
Yeah, I'm afraid
So if the tree fell down and there was no one there to see it fall, it should still be upright.
Very true.
My only conclusion.
You're right. Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, Alan, are you keeping well?
Yeah. Which of these birds would you trust to take home with you? I mean, sorry, I should put that better. Which of these birds would you trust to take you home? You've been confusing me with your dirty talk.
So the question is a blind pigeon better than a one-eyed robin?
Yeah, or a particular one-eyed robin, because the one is a...
Vehicle, reversing.
Yes, it's the pigeon.
The pigeon you trust.
Because it follows magnetic lines. It doesn't need eyes for that.
You're right. The pigeon could indeed take you home. But oddly enough, so could the robin on the right. The one whose left eye is covered. The one on the left, whose right eye is covered, couldn't navigate at all.
Because he's pissed.
No, because his right eye is covered.
Oh, right.
That's the weird thing. It's
So
a
was
really...
the left eye is just ornamental, is it?
No, it can see with it. This really is peculiar, but we know now that they use magnetism to navigate in their long journeys. You know this by the fact that you can disorient them, that's pigeons and robins and many others, by placing magnets near them, and they suddenly no longer know where to go. But they also need to see. That's to say, they're not just sensing it. They obviously see some magnetic flux in the way that we see light, colour, whatever. But the weird thing is they discovered, and gosh knows why they tried it, but that a robin, it's only its right eye that sees the magnetism. With its left eye covered, it can find its way using magnetism, but with its right eye covered, it can't.
So like an Apache helicopter pilot, they have to have the binocular rivalry, they call it.
Yes.
So you're saying that it would be physically impossible for a pigeon, a homing pigeon, to deliver a fridge magnet?
Yes. It's a shocker.
No wonder my business failed. fabulous.
You're right. It is a shocker.
What do they think? If the Robin's right eye can see magnetism, and also
they think it's controlled in the
normal
left
things.
brain. Therefore.
So what's the left eye's special power?
Well, just
Maybe
seeing.
it can-
It's just an ordinary seeing eye.
Or
We
maybe it
assume.
can see smells.
Maybe it can.
Like the sort of Bisto brown thing.
Yes.
You know, it can see
Yes.
deliciousness.
There's clearly more work to be done.
What would happen if you threw a hippo in the deep end of your local swimming pool? It would sink.
Yeah.
In the winters, I live in Miami, and they all look like that. But they have lipstick on, so nobody would bat an eye.
No, they wouldn't.
They walk along the bottom. That's what they do.
That's exactly what they do. What hippos don't do is swim.
No, but it's not the first thing that would happen. The first thing that would happen would you'd get your swimming card revoked.
Yes.
Would be the first thing.
But also, Ross, I think there'd be a huge sense of relief that you'd finally got rid of the hippo. You'd got through the turnstiles with it, through the changing rooms, and then you think, oh, Christ, at least I've bloody done it. I've got... Oh, dear, the guy's here about this. Probably take the traffic cone off your head.
So this one would die because he's got floaties on, and actually they need...
That is a mistake. I mean, they can float and they can drop to the bottom, but what they can't do is swim.
Is do the backstroke.
Which is
Which is
strange.
why
They
that
can-
ident on BBC One, where they're all swimming around in a circle,
is all wrong.
factually incorrect.
Exactly, where they're doing a sort of doggy paddle, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of EastEnders isn't true either.
Really shocked us. How then do they get out of a river?
A small boy in pyjamas
Oh,
dives
yeah,
in and
that's
saves
true.
them.
No, they walk along the bottom or bounce and
Oh,
strike.
I know. They fill their lungs and float to the top.
Well, no,
I'm
actually,
just
they
using
just walk
logic.
to the
shallow part.
Sometimes they carry a small thing of helium.
Yes,
And they put it in, and they get to the surface and then just keep going.
Well, they certainly can't use a ladder.
You said that with anger. Like, bloody hippos. Like, you've paid a few of them to do some decorating. You came back and they were just sat round smoking. You went, can't even use a bloody ladder. I'm sick of it.
The fact is, they just walk up the shallow bit to get out onto land. How many teeth does a hippo have?
A full-grown one has 40. And the reason I know that's a fact is I got asked a question by my daughter the other day. Dad, how many teeth has a hippo got? And I went, let's go over to this little bit of equipment here.
Are you sure you didn't go, well, I tell you, but I just pushed my last one into a swimming pool?
I'm not ever see, when they do that, they always have that photo with their massive
That's
mouths open, and there's two at the top and two at the bottom.
No. It said that a full-grown hippo has 40, minimum of 40.
Is that Wikipedia?
No. No, it was hippoteeth.com.
That is the oldest trick in the book.
Is it an ancient Greek book?
It's even older. Ooh.
Egyptian?
Egyptian is the right answer.
I think I might have.
You might know
Is
this?
it about a man called Dedi?
Dedi? How do you know about Dedi? You're right.
He was a man who did the first magic trick, which was, I think, a decapitation of a goose.
You're right.
And tore it off and did it to impress the king. And it's in an ancient scroll.
It
which I
is?
do know the name of. I think I do.
Yeah, go on.
The Westcar Papyrus.
The Westcar Papyrus, this
Oh, yeah.
man is brilliant.
I should say, you know, I have
Do they
had...
teach-
Yes, they do. There is a
They
certain
teach
amount
this
of...
in ancient wizardry at
Yes,
Hogwarts.
they do,
don't
absolutely, yes. I mean, I don't want you to...
This is going to be a very short show.
Next question, come on. I'm not about the jokes, it's all about points for me.
It's all about
I'm here
points.
to win.
Can I just ask,
Pretty much it.
what part of pulling a goose's head off is a trick?
Well, no, sorry, yes, and then restored it.
That's the
And
point.
he was
that's
very
the
sorry,
key
yes,
bit.
that's the
the
trick.
point. It's a
Oh, the
great-
old two geese in my bag trick.
He did a goose, as you rightly say, then he did a duck, and then he moved on to an ox, and he would wrench their heads off, and then they would be restored. But you may say, I want to see this trick. If this really exists, I want to see it. After 3, 2, 1, we go Accio Scott. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Accio Scott.
Whoa! Oh, my God! I believe you can do the Dedi trick that Dan told us about.
Yes,
Would you
indeed.
like to do it, please, with
Well,
your...
we'll give it a go with Norman. We just give him a little bit of a...
no.
There we go. Just pop his head back on. There he goes.
Brilliant. Fabulous. The sensational Scott Penrose, ladies and gentlemen. As he conquered Everest, what did Edmund Hillary do for an encore?
He had a massive teeth off with Sherpa Tenzing. I can notice no other consequence. Although my teeth have grown. Look at my teeth. Mine too, Edmund. Mine too.
Look at this. Ready? Ready?
You do look like him.
Did he become a Welsh comedian?
No. Me or him?
Hey.
No, I do look a bit like him, actually, but you can't... There's not a lot you can do with it.
Not really.
You've got to do a Kiwi accent.
Yeah, I mean, I've climbed a few mountains in my time, sure I have, but it's not something I like to go on a bit. I'm struggling because...
These are going to work there, right? Sorry, I apologise. I apologise to any New Zealanders watching. He's trying to do the fish and chips.
The Australians, they don't say Elvis, they say Ilvis.
Yeah.
Ilvis.
Yeah. And I heard that New Zealanders are traditionally quite sort of puritanical, and it's quite hard for them even to say the word six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Oh, I can't say it. 6. There's a famous graffiti that was seen in Melbourne, which was looks like a rugby score. It's Australia 6, New Zealand 7, which, of course, they would pronounce as Australia sucks, New Zealand's hidden. You see? Isn't that clever?
It doesn't really travel, does it?
No, it doesn't. No.
I should tell you, when this photograph was taken, I'll never forget it, we'd had a wonderful day, and I'd just said a lovely joke to my good friend there next to me, and as you can see, he was pissing himself laughing.
And his name was?
His name was Bert.
His name was?
Sherpa Tenzing.
Sherpa Tenzing Norgay.
Well, yes, but to his friends.
Isn't it cheating having somebody carry your luggage for you?
No. Now, which one of them got to the peak first?
Sherpa Tenzing.
No.
No?
Hillary.
Edmund Hillary.
Edmund Hillary got there first. And not only that...
Were they racing?
No, they're not at all. They were friends. And Tenzing Norgay wrote in his autobiography that Hillary got to the top first, and that Hillary said, no, we tell everybody we got there together. Then the King of Nepal said in a rather angry statement, everybody knows that Sherpa Tenzing got there first, and Hillary didn't say a word. He didn't correct him. He was very noble about it.
Yes.
And he actually devoted most of his life to raising money for the Nepalese people. 25 schools, his charity, and very things. So he was a very good man. But what did he do after Everest?
He went to the bottom of the sea.
No.
Did he climb something else?
No, he didn't. Well, he sort of did, because it was in the Himalayas, but he went on an expedition.
He took an incredible challenge that tested the extremes of physical endurance.
Not really. It was a bit of a wild goose chase.
Was he looking for the Yeti?
He was looking for the Yeti. He went on a Yeti hunt. He concluded that the thing didn't exist, but this is him preparing, looking slightly less like Rob in that angle.
Who does he look like there? Edmund Hillary.
Edmund Hillary, basically, yeah.
He does look awkward. He does look like, yes, I am going to marry her because I love her.
I'm standing by her.
In that picture, I look more like the chap in the drawing, actually.
Does he really think that it existed? I mean...
He wanted to settle the matter, or at least to attempt to settle the matter, and, of course, they didn't find that one. But one thing that they discovered, of course, is this footprint business. And in shadows, a fox print is small, but as it gets into a sunny area, it gets elongated as it melts along. And a human footprint can go up to 21 inches. And that seems to be an explanation for some of the footprint stories. It's simply that.
They're like the crop circles of the Himalayas, aren't they?
Kind of are. On the other hand, to be fair, one of the members said we were probably too noisy because they didn't see a sno leopard, and we know snow leopards do exist. So it doesn't prove that they do.
Are you suggesting only an expedition that was fantastically quiet might find it?
Well, what I'm saying... yes, basically.
Lost their mobile signal. And hello, yeah, we're nearly at the top. You're breaking, I'm sorry.
We're looking for the Yeti.
Actually, ironically, you get fantastic mobile coverage when you're up high up mountains. If you ever go on a skiing holiday, oh, good God, what's that?
An artist's impression of a thing that doesn't exist. That's what some people
Edmund
thought
Hillary
a Yeti might look like.
After looking for a Yeti for 20 years.
Some people thought that actually they were on a spying mission because two of the people that were with him were rocket experts, and that they were spying on Chinese rocket installations in Tibet. Who knows?
What we think that might still... Some people now think that may have been what they were doing.
Yes, they still think that's actually what they were doing, yeah. So, there you are. That's basically the answer. He went to look for a Yeti after conquering Everest in '53. Edmund Hillary went in search of the abominable snowman. Perhaps you can tell me which side Yorkshire was on in the Wars of the Roses.
Well, there's the White Roses, Yorkshire.
Well, it's not the counties, though, is it? It's just the royal houses.
That's the point, exactly.
Oh,
Yorkshire has no more to do with the House of York
Yeah.
than Kent or Norfolk.
It's the Duke of York versus the Duke of Lancaster.
Yes, exactly. The point is, in fact, most people who lived in Yorkshire were Lancastrians. In fact, they favoured the Lancastrian cause.
But now,
Henry
of
VII,
course,
I mean.
people in
Sorry?
Yorkshire very much associate with the White Rose and the Yorkists.
Well, because it's become the symbol of the county, and the cricket match between the two counties is known as the Roses match, and so on. But you're right. Talking of Yorkshire, there are other things that are called Yorkshire that aren't particularly Yorkshire. Can you think of one?
Pudding?
Yorkshire pudding is not a thing that was invented in Yorkshire, although people from Yorkshire are... Hello.
Oh, yes, this was really annoying. that Yorkshire, but that they're trying to say that, like, you can't make, champagne outside the Champagne region or Stilton outside a certain region, that you wouldn't be allowed to make something and call it Yorkshire pudding outside Yorkshire, which is basically entirely an idea cooked up entirely by people who manufacture those horrible frozen Yorkshire pudding.
You're right to be angry. Yes, it's called a protected designation of origin, a PDO. And Champagne, as you rightly say, has it. Parma ham has it. You can't call it Parma ham unless it comes from Parma.
But making Yorkshire pudding one of those things would be like making a sandwich.
Yes, I know. You had to come from Sandwich in Kent.
Yeah, you had to go to Marks and Spencer's in Sandwich for the authentic sandwich.
Yeah. But give me some other British PDO protected foods.
There's one, I think that Stilton is one.
Stilton, where must it come from?
But it can't come, for example, from Stilton.
No, that's quite right.
The town of Stilton, which the cheese is named after. The cheese is named after it because that's where the cheese was sold, not where it was manufactured. Exactly. So the designated area that you make it in with bits of Leicestershire, I don't know.
Yeah,
anyway, Stilton's not in it.
Mostly around the Melton Mowbray area.
What about pork pies then? Melton Mowbray pork pies?
I guess you can't call it a Melton Mowbray pork pie. I don't know if that's a PDO.
Do you know that the chairman of the Pork Pie Association is vegetarian?
I didn't know that.
Yes, I interviewed him and I said, because he brought pork pies for us to try, and I said, go on then, Tucky. And he said, oh, no, thanks very much, I'm vegetarian.
That's very peculiar.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Yes, what?
He's angry now.
No, I'm absolutely sure. What's this man done with his life? You can't, on the one hand, say it's wrong to eat animals and then dedicate your professional life to the marketing of ground-up pig.
Like...
You've got a point.
It's just a sort of pacifist nuclear weapons manufacturer.
But not all vegetarians are vegetarians because they don't agree with the slaughtering of animals. Some do it because they just don't like the taste.
Maybe he thought it was a job being chairman of Pork Pie Hats.
Yes. Or of lying.
Or of lying.
Yeah. Yes, telling
he
porkies.
Thought he's being a spy.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
I've got to tell porkies. I've got to tell pork pies.
I'm going to destroy the pork pie business from the inside.
Well, there you are. The fact is, the more Yorkshire folk supported the Lancastrians than the Yorkists. Imagine you're taking a hamster on holiday. How can you make sure it doesn't get jet lag? Yes, Ross.
Holiday in England.
Don't necessarily have to be in England, you just have to stay in the same time zone.
If they're in the cage and they're moving that way and the plane is moving that way, this isn't my area.
Yeah.
Doesn't it balance out in
what do you mean?
space and
The
time?
wheel is going one? No.
The wheel is going...
It doesn't quite
It's a-
work.
it's an
That's a nice
idea.
thought.
Is there an answer to this?
There is, yeah. I mean, they have experimented on hamsters and jet lag. They've not actually...
See, look how cute.
They are
You know what I
very
mean? It's a woman. I want to nurse it.
But you pay for it and you realise it does nothing. You watch these guinea pigs in G-Force, they are like fighting, climbing, firing guns, saving people. Yeah. You go home and you see him sitting there, lazy, useless. You're just like a furry scrounger. You get out there
Can you
and
put
do
your
something.
head in a hole like that? I don't think so.
Yeah, but
And they drop pellets. They do a lot of things.
The thing is, Sean, he made that wooden thing.
I was visiting a friend's house, and on the upstairs landing, I had gone to the loo, and I came out, and it was a summer's day, and there was a big open window over the lawn, and there was a football, and I kicked the football through the window, and a child burst into tears, and it had a hamster in it. It was a hamster ball. I didn't know that. I'd never seen such a thing. There are these balls that you put hamsters in. It was terrible. It was shocking. It was actually fine. It was a little dizzy, but it wasn't dead.
Exhilarated, I thought.
Exhilarated.
Again. Someone's done it. Don't take me back in. No. Ah.
It was most unfortunate. But, yeah, they do have...
melatonin. You give it melatonin.
It's not melatonin. It is a drug, and it's a rather surprising one. It's a common drug.
Paracetamol?
Not temazepam, not paracetamol. I'm sure you haven't taken it. You're too young and virile. Viagra is the right answer. Viagra appears to recover from jet lag as long as it's eastward-bound jet lag. That's the weird thing. Jet lag's a lot worse when you're travelling east. It's a lot better when you're travelling west. So, for example, if you go to America, you recover better than when you come back home. It takes you longer to recover. Good. Excellent. Yes, jet-lagged hamsters can have their symptoms alleviated by giving them Viagra. It was a really horrible way of transporting smallpox vaccine.
Was it via Marty Feldman?
God bless him, I remember that scene so well, don't you?
You mean now, when are they transporting smallpox?
No, now you would transport smallpox...
You infect an animal, and then you transport the animal, and then you take...
You've got the right principle. It's actually not an animal, though.
People?
A rock. You infect a rock.
No, a human.
A volunteer prisoner.
A human child, an orphan.
An orphan?
Yeah.
It's got no one to tell.
Yeah. You go back to the early 19th century, vaccination has been discovered. We know about vaccination.
Cowpox.
Cowpox, exactly. Edward Jenner discovered that if you injected people with cowpox, they would be immune to smallpox. A smallpox which killed about 60 million people in the 18th century. It was a really terrible disease. Now, in about 1803, the King of Spain, whose son had died of smallpox, thought, we want to vaccinate everybody in South America. But how do you get the vaccine in a ship for months? You haven't got ice packs. You know, it's 1803. So you round up a few orphans and you inject one orphan with the vaccine and he develops the immunity and his blood is full of the antibodies and it's all great. So you take his blood and you put it in the next one and the next one until you've got a whole colony of orphans who are not harmed because they are immune to smallpox, but it means you can use them as a kind of serum, if you like. It's kind of creepy.
They're not harmed, but they're quite a long way away from home.
Yeah, that's the one trouble, is they find themselves in the middle of the jungle. The British, I'm afraid, we did it too. We did it with low-caste Indian boys. It's a pretty squalid thing to do, but it did work. It saved hundreds of thousands of lives, but, as you say, at the expense of some rather bewildered Spanish orphans.
Yeah, but presumably they weren't brought there and then summarily killed. No,
not killed, but they were just left there, presumably. I mean, they were orphans anyway, so you may say maybe they wouldn't have had that good a future in Spain in 1803. Yeah. So maybe their lives went well for them in South America. Who knows?
Too late now, anyway. Nothing we can do about it.
No, there isn't. You're right. Yeah. But we can we can think about them. We can give this little pause and
don't worry about
honour them.
It's gone. Don't forget about it. Let's move on.
So what about smallpox today? Is it a worry?
Yes.
How so?
Because it's really the orphans.
That you care so much
orphans
about.
Of great dynasties who are coming back to attack us.
No. It came that close to being the very first disease that humankind completely got rid of, in the sense that there was not one vial or test tube left of it in the world. And then they thought again in about 2002 and said, well, maybe we don't really have the right actually to extinguish it from the face of evolution. So there is somewhere a tiny amount of it left.
Is there not a fear? Is it? I would have thought that they might keep it to develop a vaccine in the event that, I don't know, North Korea had kept hold of some smallpox.
Well, that's also possibly it. You're absolutely right. It may just be that they can't risk the possibility that somebody else has it, and that's human nature. But it's...
I'm sorry, this feels like we're in the opening scene of an apocalypse movie or something.
Yeah. Doesn't life often feel like
chatting about...
But don't worry, it's in this test tube. Nothing can...
And of course, it was so virulent in the 18th century, and people knew that it was contagious, that actually you were much more likely to get a job if you were pockmarked.
Because you'd actually had the
Because
disease.
it showed that you'd had it. So servants and things who were unblemished were unlikely to get a job because it's possible they would catch it and pass it on in the family. Anyway, smallpox vaccine was transported to the New World by successively infecting a series of small boys and then dumping them in South America when they weren't needed anymore. Queen is coming for tea. What should you do with your lavatory seat?
Cover it with money. Wear it round your neck with pride.
No, I mean, there is a sort of rumour, a myth, an urban legend, a nonsense, a fallacy, that you have to get a new lavatory seat for the Queen's visit.
Yeah, super glue it.
Put cling film over the bowl.
Well, ow!
See if she can play. I don't know why that pleases me so much, but it really does.
There was a rumour, but it's a nonsense, that she had to... Or that she carried her own calfskin one around. Calfskin lavatory seat.
Wow.
But apparently Prince Charles did have his own... We'd given one as a present, and he liked it, so he used to carry it around.
Back. You say that Charlie's got his own seat and he goes around with it?
No, he was given it as a present, and he used to take it around as a sort of joke.
As a joke?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So, I mean, the people who deal with royalty, you know, they do say, well, of course.
I know. Well,
and they would have bolted it on with a trice, wouldn't they?
They probably would.
No one would take the joke. Well, we've made 9 of them. I don't know what you do, how that works in a toilet. People powering the toilet.
Oh, hell.
Jet-powered toilets, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, no.
A royal flush.
Oh, yeah. You can be sucked out of a jet toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get wedged in it.
Yeah.
You can create a vacuum.
If you create a vacuum, then the whole plane sucks in on itself.
Yeah, like Oddjob.
Yes.
Did he get...
Well, Goldfinger himself gets
Goldfinger himself goes
yeah.
out the window, doesn't he?
He doesn't...
But not out the loo.
Yeah.
Down the loo.
No, out to a hot... Isn't it funny how you just have to press the button and then you think, oh, I'll have to press it again because it didn't... And then, whoa!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stand well back.
Yeah.
Don't leave your tie dangling over.
Yes, according to Buckingham Palace, the idea that the Queen requires a new lavatory seat is a complete myth. Though you might... Why did Julius Caesar wear a laurel wreath?
Was it because he was bald?
Yes, is the right answer. Absolutely right. He was very vain. According to Suetonius, his baldness was a disfigurement of which he was deeply ashamed, and so he chose the laurel wreath as one of the things he had a right to wear, and wore it all the time, which others wouldn't.
They said the laurel wreath is going to do wonders for you, Julius. What it's going to do is going to take attention away from the baldness. Now, they come in a variety of colours and styles. We're going to start you off with a very simple, traditional one.
He was also supposed to have invented the comb-over, because Suetonius also...
Invented the
Yeah. He combed his hair forward. I should quote you Suetonius in translation. He used to comb forward the scanty locks from the crown of his head, and of all the honours voted for him by the Senate and people, there was none which he received or made use of more gladly than the privilege of wearing a laurel wreath at all times.
It's going to look really
must
obvious.
have looked like a 60s footballer who'd come through a hedge.
It'd be like leaving your Christmas cracker hat on all year.
What is the roundest thing in the universe? Yeah.
No, just saying.
Oh, no, Oh, not at all.
You should see it. No, the roundest thing in the universe.
Yeah.
Ball bearings.
Ball bearings are quite round, but
I
they...
swallowed a ball bearing.
The roundest... Dude. you mean smoothest, most...
Well, the most purely round, in other words. Because if you... Well...
The Earth is thingy, is it's squashed, it's not round.
No, that's right, it's an oblate spheroid.
Oh, Nelly Furtado! He's got a word for everything.
Is it a liquid drop, a water drop?
They can get jolly round. They can be very round. Very nicely. We're actually further out of space than Earth, beyond Earth. It's a cosmic phenomenon.
Is it a black hole?
It's that kind of a deal.
Oh, it's those space helmets, those big round helmets with the things on the top.
Is it the thing called the genius point? Is it the point at to which everything goes to, ultimately?
Not that. It's when a supernova has a gravitational collapse, it turns into something called a neutron star.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, the neutron star.
They're really round.
It's not round!
No, that's not. That's a supernova, I think. That's a supernova. Going supernova.
Then show us the round thing!
He's very upset, aren't you?
Yes!
It only has a diameter of about 15 miles or so, and there isn't one near enough for you to be able to see it with the naked eye.
Have you ever noticed how we always have to take Stephen's word for it?
But what's interesting is that if I had a thimbleful of a neutron star, it would weigh more than a mountain.
Yeah, but you don't.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, imagine how confused the old woman darning your socks would be if you had a thimble full of it. She was just trying to fix a hole, and there's all space and time coming out with a thimble. That's no way to treat the elderly.
You're right.
So you put a thimble down and no one can pick it up?
No one at all.
And when you've got a good cleaning lady, you want to hang on to them. You don't want to mess it around. I'm leaving, Mr. D. Why? Well, because of all this space business with your thimbles. I don't like it.
It might have double the mass of the sun, but it's only 15 miles across, roughly. And the highest mountain on it is weighs 5 millimetres. So it is superbly round.
The highest
because,
mountain is...
as opposed to the Earth, which, although the Earth is jolly round, apart from the flat bits at the top, the point about the Earth is it's actually jolly smooth compared to, say, a billiard ball.
Smoother than a ping-pong ball, isn't
Yes, now why is that a snooker ball...
I'm sorry, I did not know there would be a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Why is the Earth...
If you were to scale up a snooker ball to the size of the Earth, the mountains and trenches would be hugely greater than our highest mountains or deepest trenches, i.e. the little pits that you can see when you examine a snooker ball closely, if scaled up to the size of the Earth, would be gigantic. So the Earth, in that sense, is smoother. What are the advantages and disadvantages of guide horses for the blind?
Well, I'm going to say the obvious one is the fact that it could give you a lift. If you've got a guide dog, you have to walk with it. If you've got a guide horse, you'd be crazy not to climb on, wouldn't you?
Yeah. You are aware they exist, though. Did you know that?
I wasn't aware they existed.
I
I can't
wasn't
imagine
aware.
it. I didn't know
Nice
they
surprise. You didn't know? No. They use these miniature horses as guide horses.
But hang on, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Other
So there's a blind
horse-
person walking a Shetland pony?
It's smaller even than a Shetland pony.
Oh, okay, and even smaller. But is the blind person must be aware of the people whispering, "Oh God, somebody's nicked their dog."
You can see how small they are.
Oh, well, it's a falabella then. It's even smaller.
It's a
It's a
exactly.
little tiny
It's very,
one.
very small. And
Toy.
there are many bigger dogs than that.
Mm.
Anyway, what are the advantages of a horse rather than a dog?
Well, the poo's much nicer, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's nicer.
it's cooler, you know.
It's cooler.
It's cooler, you know. You got a falabella pony, for God's sake. You got a tiny miniature pony.
Well, it looks hard. doesn't
Bragging
it? You know.
rights.
It could carry a shopping on its back.
Yeah, shopping on its back is
Carry it or pull a little trolley as well. They're
Yeah.
quite good at hardy pulling
Some
animals.
people, not many, are allergic to dogs. I would say more people are allergic to horses,
I would have
but
thought
probably if you're allergic to dogs, you may not be allergic to horses.
It might not go and shag the leg of every passerby.
Very helpful.
If it does, though, it'd be more of a problem.
They do have very good memories as well, horses.
Do they?
Yeah, they do. Very good memories. And it's usually it's a panicky memory, connected with something that was genuinely painful or distressing for them, and they never forget it. It can be the smallest little...
So they would remember the way to the shops if they're particularly frightened by the way to the shops some time ago, and you could just go,
That would be
and the horse would immediately go to the shops.
That would indeed be a disadvantage. They're flight animals rather than
Yes.
pack animals,
Yeah,
and so they can spook. Another advantage, and it's a big one, is simply the relationship that you have with your animal is longer.
Because they live, what, 30 years or something?
20 or 30 years, as opposed to a dog, 8 to 12 years. So that's a very, very strong advantage. Another one is simply their stamina is greater than dogs, of course.
But can you house train a horse like a dog?
Oddly enough, you can. I mean, not as well as a dog, it must be said,
Occasional
but
accident.
pretty well. The disadvantages in restaurants tend to have a policy of no horses, or at least don't have a positive yes to horses policy. And also the other disadvantage, if you go into a bar or somewhere where a dog is welcome, the dog can curl up and go to sleep. Or go
horse will be on
under
the
the
pinball
table.
machine.
You won't get a horse.
Getting up on a horse.
Yeah,
They're terribly
I just got to do the black now.
You go home, I'm going to stay.
What happened, I feel? They are slightly less able to blend into the background, shall we say. How does it work when a blind person with a guide dog wants to cross the road? Does the dog say when it's clear, as it were, and make the decision to cross the road?
I hope so.
You hope so. Well, oddly enough, it doesn't. It's the blind person who makes the decision.
And the dog keeps stopping him.
The dog has the ability, it's trained what's called selective disobedience or intelligent disobedience. The dog will overrule if it must, but otherwise it's up to the master or mistress, as it were, to initiate it. And it's all done through the feeling of the harness. So when the dog gets to the other end, it puts its paws up on the curb, which alters the angle of the harness. And these blank £2 coins. Just try and draw the Queen's head as she is on the coin.
Queen's head on the...
Yeah.
Oh, OK.
Is she wearing a crown? Is she, you know, just... But an outline. We want...
Which way does she look? No one knows.
No, don't ask for help.
Anybody
Alan Davis, I'm going to take points away if you cheat.
How do you think I got through school? How do you ask for help?
Is everyone done?
Yeah. Yes.
OK.
She looks like Lenny Henry on mine, unfortunately.
Well, that's all right.
OK, done.
OK, when Alan's done... OK, all of you all hold
I like
them up.
it. Mine
There we
looks
are,
like a
there we are.
triceratops.
And let's have a look at yours. There. And you're extraordinary. The point is, you've all, especially Bill somehow, you've all made the fundamental error that everybody makes in thinking she faces left. She faces right. You've done that.
You said left.
Yeah, because most people think
Sorry, it's too late now.
88% of people think the Queen faces left on her coins.
88%.
On every coin that ever was stamped since she was Queen, it's always faced the right.
Never
always.
Do they take it in turns? So
Yes,
did
they
her
take-
father
they
face the other
alternate.
way?
Yes.
And Prince Charles,
Yes,
should he be
Straight
spared?
on.
We'll
He's
take
full
the-
on with the ears like
They
that.
alternate. They've alternated since Charles II.
But does she not face the other way on the paper money?
No, on the stamp.
On the
And
stamp.
that's,
right.
that's it's one theory. One theory as to why 88% of people seem to think she faces left is because she does on the definitive edition of the stamps, which we can see here. We're all familiar with that image. But on the other hand, that's true in Denmark. Queen Margrethe, they also think she faces left, but on the stamp she looks out. And on the coin, she looks to the right.
Wow.
But if you ask a Dane which way she faces on their coins, they will say, as most of us would, left. It's something to do probably with right-handedness. We just picture a profile that way. It's really strange, but because we handle these things every day, unless you're Giles when you have someone to do it for you. But it's bizarre that we just don't notice, isn't it?
So that's all coins?
All coins with the Queen's head on.
And how long has that been?
Beginning,
Ever since the beginning of
she came
time?
to the throne. No, it alternates between monarchs. So her father faced left.
Oh, I see.
And
So
his father, George V, not counting because the abdication was a wrinkle, but George VI.
So if you could get all the coins
There
of
we
all the monarchs together, or alternating monarchs, and just you could flick through them,
Yeah.
they'd be doing...
It would. It would be like a tennis
How many
match.
real friends do you have?
Just one, James Taylor.
What a friend you have in him. Yeah.
I've
Moving
got to
on.
4.
4 friends you've counted, have you?
Well, actually, I'm not sure about him. Because he once spiked my drinks and stole my trousers when I was...
You can definitely cross him out.
He's coming off the list, yeah.
Which did you do first?
Drinks first, Phil.
I don't know, maybe he's agile.
Good friend. You say that a friend will help you, a friend will come over to your house and help you move, and a good friend will help you move a body.
That's good.
I have 2 good friends.
Oh, Rich! Oh, that's disturbing. There is this thing called a Dunbar number. Does that mean
Yeah,
anything
it's
to you?
about 100 and something.
You're right. There was a
120
professor
or
of
something.
evolutionary anthropology at Oxford University called Dunbar who calculated, if the calculation is the right word, that we can't have more than 150 friends. And obviously, some of us have a very high doctrine of friends.
150?
Yeah. He defines it this way.
I don't even know 150 people.
It's a network. It's a network.
I was going to say 5.
Right, well, I know what you mean. But he defines this friendly network as containing the people you wouldn't feel embarrassed to join at the bar in the transit lounge of Hong Kong Airport at 3 a.m.
Oh, no, thousands of them.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever been embarrassed to join anyone at a bar in my life.
Yeah. It's a peculiar definition.
That is, yeah.
It's an odd one. But on the other hand,
Is
the
there something
number...
about this particular transit lounge?
I don't know. But 150 does turn out to be quite a special number amongst peoples and groups. It's the average size of traditional hunter-gatherer communities, small religious groups such as the Amish, and the average English village size at the time of the Doomsday Book. It also occurs all over the modern world. It's the number of Christmas cards the average person sends, apparently. 130? 150. The size of a company in all modern armies is 150, as opposed to battalion or platoon. And it's also close to the average number of friends people have on Facebook, which is 130-odd. So it is a strangely
It seems to be the number beyond which it's too many, and any less than that is a closer friend. But it's also, when we say friend, we mean someone, as you say,
We
someone
like.
who'll bury a body for you. Yeah. Facebook. Are you all on Facebook? No?
I don't,
You're not?
I
You
don't
are?
really go on the computer.
I read a prediction the other day that said that at the current rate, in 10 years' time, 1 in 3 marriages in America will be people who met online. It's already 1 in 8. It's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, God.
Is that bad?
Well, you just fill out a lot of forms, don't you? Here's everything I like.
Oh,
I
no,
wanna meet
no, they
someone
don't necessarily meet on dating sites. Well,
Oh.
some of them will be, I agree. But
How else do you meet if you're not on a dating site, though?
Join a group.
You join a group.
Yeah, join a
Chat.
Facebook group with like-minded people.
Oh, right.
They send you witty remarks.
And which are the most
eventually, you send them a photograph of your genitals.
Yes. You know. Whoa. Well, Alan, that's the most popular so far, the genitals.
The genitals.
Of the genitals.
So it's just like a normal courtship then, but
yeah,
done digitally.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel quite bad, you know, for the Amish in this situation because, you know, they're not going to meet people on Facebook, are they? Unless we create an Amish Facebook where you just write everything you know about yourself on a sheet of paper and put it in a barrel in the middle of the village. People can just dip in and out of, you know.
It's true, because they don't have electricity.
Raised the barn today, lol.
Regularly smuggled into the USA from Canada for the traditional Burns Night celebrations.
Oh, what do they have at Burns Night celebrations? Haggises?
Is the right answer.
Thank you.
We thought you might be tempted to say whiskey, but this is from 1989 up until 2010. Haggises were smuggled from Canada into America. Why might this be?
Because the Americans don't approve of inedible food coming.
Delish.
Well, why can't they?
It's one element
Is there a bit of
inside
it?
the haggis that was contraband. There it is. What's the outer casing?
Stomach.
A sheep's stomach. And inside is...
It's called pluck. Pluck is the correct word for the bits of the heart. Is it the heart, liver, and...
Offal, certainly, bits of that, but one particular... Lungs, which is known as, in the butcher's trade, as the lights. And those were outlawed in America because of BSE and, indeed, their own problems.
Yes.
You couldn't eat them. And so there was a trade in smuggled Canadian haggis. What do we know about the haggis? Which nation invented the haggis?
I wonder if we're not responsible.
You think it might be Danes?
It might be.
Well, actually, the first reference to it in the British Isles is actually in Lancashire. But there are lots of theories about where the haggis might be.
Offal comes from Danish. It is from the Danish word for rubbish. Affal is...
really?
yeah, so there must be some hideous Scandinavian connection.
Well, there are some who think that it was Vikings who brought it over to Britain.
But it comes from Lancashire, does it?
Well, that's the first reference to it, yeah.
Do you know the Burns address to the haggis?
Yes, it's a poem.
It's a poem which on Burns night, at a Burns supper, somebody would address it, and it comes in, that's obviously been cut open, as you can see,
Yeah.
but before it's cut, someone addresses it, and it starts with, Fair fa your honest sonsie face, great chieftain of the Puddin race, aboon them all you take your place, pains triper therm, wheeler you wordy o' grace as lang's my erm. And a pal of mine was saying... Thank you. That's it. But... and then it is being typed in. But somebody I know was doing a Burns supper abroad, and they had sent the address over to Germany, and it was translated into German, but the German translated it back, and the line, instead of great chieftain of the Puddin race, was translated back as mighty Führer of the sausage people.
That should stay. It's a lot better than Great Chieftain of the Pudding Race. Mighty Führer of the Sausage People. What is the date of Burns Night?
January
25th.
Yes, it's his birthday. I love the way you get all your celebrations in one corner of the year, so that being Scottish, you have, like, Christmas, craziness, and then Hogmanay, insanity, Burns Night 3 weeks later, and then for the rest of the year, nothing. Just a long hangover. Abstinence, dureness. But there is no poet, really, that has the same level of affection
in the English culture. We obviously venerate Shakespeare in different ways, and some people resent him because they're of school, but there's a deep level of love for Burns, is there not?
Absolutely. I mean, he was a great man and very forward-thinking. He was completely and utterly anti-slave trade.
Yes.
So much so that if you go to the Burns Museum, there's a photograph of Muhammad Ali, who came over to Scotland and came up and visited it because he was a student of Burns because of the humanitarian work that he had done, you know,
And he was
150
fond of
years
Orion.
ago. Yeah, and he loves haggis.
I remember...
I love all you sausage people, he used to say.
How would you collect the snot from a sneezing humpback?
Is mucus our word of the day?
No. It's
They
just
sneeze
linked.
through their blowhole.
They don't sneeze, actually. They can't sneeze. But they breathe out. It's actually, when you see a humpback
So
whale
where's the snot come from?
breathing out, it is breath. It contains mucus.
So who collects
a
it?
sneeze. Well, they're a scientist interested in monitoring the health of a humpback. Why is it important to see whether humpbacks have got colds or flu?
Because a sick one, you can push it towards the Japanese.
No, because...
No, because then they go, oh, we'll have that one, knock off Earl.
No, because, like birds, like pigs, they get flu that jumps species to man. And if that flu jumps to us, which is possible...
That'd be a nightmare, because...
It's a whole new genetic code for us to...
Well, not just that. Think of the waiting room at the doctor's. You'd be squashed against the wall like that, and he'd be there.
When you get bird flu, you don't get all small and grow wings. It's not... To get a flu is not the same as to turn into the animal.
No, but what I'm saying is, if that humpback whale has got the flu and he's taken up all the chairs...
Oh, is he
and
right?
all the pensioners and me are pressed against the wall...
Well, we're going to have to encourage the whales to ring NHS Direct and not...
Yes, that's right.
The only trouble with that is NHS Direct pick up the phone and they think it's a fax machine. It's true. Wrong number again, and he's there just going, I'm really ill. And they won't let me come down the doctors because they take up too much room. And I keep knocking the posters off the wall with me barnacle arse.
If I can just guide you away for a moment towards the snot, how do you collect it?
With a bag over its head, like an ordinary bag from Greggs or any...
It's quite...
In fact, it has to be
You put
from
pepper
Greggs.
in it.
It has to be.
You put pepper in the hole.
It started... Aceveda Whitehouse, her name was, Karina Aceveda Whitehouse, who was a researcher who's very much a specialist. And she used to have a petri dish on the end of a long stick and try and get it through the plume, but it's just too difficult. There's too much turbulent water. She couldn't get
She
collections.
swims next to it and waits for it to sneeze?
That's what she originally did, but what does she do now? She's got a really good system.
Big condom over the top of the hole.
A remote control toy helicopter that flies there.
Oh, my God.
There it is, collecting. Isn't that perfect?
Collecting it.
I mean, if you're going to be a scientist specialising in collecting snot, at least...
Has she come up with anything? I mean, you know, now that she has the collection...
Good data on the transmission of flu between humpback whales, which is jolly difficult because they travel more than any other, 5,000 miles a year, routinely.
Trying to get away from the remote control.
Yeah, probably.
Terrifying. You just go up to the certain...
I wouldn't fancy being the bloke that works in her local toy shop either. Oh, it's broken again, is it? Yeah, I've got all mucus in there.
So, people who do research into whale flu collect snot using remote-controlled toy helicopters. Why are there so many lavatories in the Pentagon?
One each.
One each. Do you know how many people work in the Pentagon?
Thousands.
23,000. Whoa! There aren't 23,000 lavatories, so... No, I'm afraid it's a really ghastly reason. Where is it?
Virginia.
Virginia. Virginia was a southern state, and it had laws. And those laws...
racial segregation.
Segregation. It was a law that you had to have one lavatory for white people and one for black people. So there were double the number. I'm afraid it's true. It's a horrible truth. It shouldn't have happened because it was built in the 40s under the presidency of FDR, who had specifically outlawed racial segregation in federal, because he couldn't legislate for the states, but he could at least say that no federal building. And so when he arrived for his first inspection, was told that he was furious that there were all these lavatories.
Well, it's not very PC, that's true, but have you ever been for a queue in the ladies' loo?
So it's nice for you that there are so many...
Yes, in a way.
You
but
racist.
No.
No. They didn't actually go through with it. I mean, although they built them all for that reason, they were banned from using it, and they were never racially...
And look at all the tennis courts they've got as well.
Well, it's vast. That centre bit alone, just to give you a sense of the scale, is 5 acres. Just the middle bit. 17.5 miles of corridor, and these 284 lavatories. 6 separate zip codes. Just the Pentagon. But, apparently, it takes only 7 minutes to walk from one place to another.
Only one cleaner they have.
Yes, poor darling. Who succeeded Harold as King of England in 1066?
Is there a trick to it?
No, it's just you need to name the person who succeeded Harold as king in 1066.
No, was it the
Don't
bastard?
trust him.
The trick is
No,
to
I know.
The trick is to know the answer.
I don't trust you at all.
Is it the bastard, then?
Who's the bastard? Oh dear. Oh, it was not a trick.
Did England cease to exist in some way, or was it changed in name?
There was another Saxon claimant who was nominally king for 45 seconds or something.
Well, for a few months.
Right.
Yes, yes. Edgar Atheling. And he was 15 years old. But Saxon kings were... How did you become a king if you were Saxon?
Did you have to be sort of
You had to be from
nominated?
one of the 5 or 6 families, and then you'd be elected. Yeah.
It's like the
By what? By votes? They
Yes.
would vote for you?
Yes. Edgar the Atheling. He was 15 years old, but of course William had won the battle, and so he came after him and he tried to fight. He couldn't raise an army, he went abroad, didn't really live
Well,
a
he's
very
15,
successful life.
so he wouldn't have been able to do anything, would he, really?
Edgar the Atheling was proclaimed king by the English after the death of Harold and reigned for 2 months before William was crowned.
Which of these men here, the 2 men you see, well, 3 in fact, which one just held up a stagecoach, used bad language in front of a lady, drinks whiskey, and chases people from right to left?
The one with the black hat.
Is the right answer. So what is the history of this? Why do you think?
I don't know. Is that it, then? Black hats for bad guys and white hats for good guys?
And unshaven, and there's even a direction they cross the
I
street.
just remember being a kid, and every Saturday night, usually there'd be a Western on BBC.
Yeah.
And my dad would helpfully point out, that's the bad guy. The one who's going,
In the 50s, it was 8 out of 10 of the top 10 programmes on prime time national American television were Westerns. The only 2 that weren't were comedies. It's just extraordinary.
carried
It
on. We
rules.
grew up with Alias Smith and Jones and Champion the Wonder Horse.
Yes.
It was a bit of a letdown, Champion the Wonder Horse, because it was a great title sequence.
Champion the Wonder Horse.
Whee! That's kind of all he did, really.
In
wasn't
the
it?
end, you know, he's a
Like,
horse.
if it cut to Champion bringing a blind person shopping, that was a significantly better show than what he did.
He never used it in much more than knock a door down by kicking it. That was sort of his.
That was kind of his thing,
shtick.
like,
Had they known, they'd just put one of these on his top lip and he's useless. Come on, Champion! Oh, no.
But it's really practical, partly because you've got a small black and white television in those days, with not necessarily the high res that we expect in our digital age. And so you can just see the black hat and the white hat, and you know and there are lots of chases, who's riding after whom. You instantly know which is the goodie and the baddie. And also, the right to left business is quite crucial, that the baddie goes this way, which in screen terms is right to left, right, and the goodie goes left to right, which means his gun is favoured, is facing the camera. Well, this is useless for anybody under the age of 50 who has no idea what we're talking about. It's a peculiar, elderly nostalgia show on
Why
Westerns.
aren't any of these surely have all the plethora of channels? There could just be one Western channel just with these old programmes going on all day.
That's true.
Casey Jones I'd like to have on, Champion the Wonder Horse, Alias Smith and Jones. Just on a loop.
You could just call it... be a channel called Alan.
Alan. There's Dave, why not Alan?
It's perfect.
That's a much better channel.
Just all the things that
And it wouldn't have bloody QI on all Horse operas, they're sometimes called, aren't they, Westerns? But do you know what insiders call them in Hollywood?
No.
Oters.
Oats?
Oters, as in horses eating oats, I guess. They're known as oters. Yeah. So, yes, horse operas come and go. They may be simple, but at least you know where you stand. Who might use a left-handed motorbike? Oh.
Funny outfit I've got on.
Yeah, do you remember wearing that?
No. I remember that motorbike ride, though. It was exhilarating.
Is it one-armed men?
No. I guess they would have a use for it. But there was a real market for
By
left-handed.
which you mean throttle on the left?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Was it something to do with needing your right hand free for holding a gun, or?
Yes.
I don't know. Guess.
Spot on, holding a gun.
Yeah.
Like,
Where can I get one of these motorbikes?
They turned the company that made them, the Indian Motorcycle Company, Motocycle, in fact, they call themselves. There they are, the Indians. It's an American motorcycle company. Between the wars, they were the largest motorcycle company in the world. And part of it was because they sold so many of these left-handed bikes to
Cowboys.
To cowboys? Was
the
it?
police.
Oh, the police.
Police all over America. So the police could drive and accelerate and decelerate and kill people with guns at the same time.
Why didn't they just fix a bayonet on the front?
That would be...
In fact, I'm thinking of getting one of those for my motorbikes for cyclists.
Really?
Yeah.
Bayonet?
Not to stab them or anything, just to get cheeky. Just a cheeky little...
It may not need to be a bayonet, then.
Well, if you can use a bayonet, then use a bayonet.
I mean,
That's what I think.
It could be something else, like
a broom handle.
Cucumber or something. Yeah, you don't need a right... If you've just got a bloke in your sidecar with a Tommy gun, you're fine.
I know, unfortunately, that was the only photograph we could find. I've got some left-handed things here, some of which you can see the point of. This is a left-handed sort of biro or pen. It's a rather peculiar it's shape, though.
It makes me feel slightly sick looking at it.
It's strange. I think the idea is you don't...
But don't they
so you
say
don't
that-
smudge.
Like left-handed people are like naturally evil. That's what they say, isn't it? That's a well-known fact. Those pens do all they write just like "I will kill again, I will kill again." That's all you can write with it.
Possessed pen, the left-handed pen, is it?
It's really hard to write with.
This is a left-handed... Do you want to try that? Try it with your right-handed...
It's just going to drive me crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if any left-handed people in the audience have ever found that pencil sharpeners are a real bore for in a right-handed world.
That has already annoyed me.
Well, that's how a left-handed person would feel.
Last thing you want to do.
With ours, then.
Well, they should have just adapted when they were younger. What's wrong with having a stutter?
It's not a condition, being left-handed. It's
You
not
really-
an illness.
Well, you say that.
No, left-handed scissors, of course, are quite well known.
Oh, don't give a left-hander scissors.
They
They'll
used to
stab you in the face. Stab you in the face as soon as look at you.
It's where the word sinister comes from, isn't it? Isn't that right?
Sinister, indeed, is the Latin for left, yeah. If you're ambisinistrous, what does that mean?
Left-handed and left-footed.
It kind of means you're crap with both hands. Ambidextrous is you're good with both hands. Ambisinistrous are people just can't write with either hand. But this will annoy you then. A left-handed can opener. There you see. But then just assume that all left-handed people are just as annoyed by right-handed things.
But just
they're a minority,
assume-
so they should be punished.
At least they're warned, you see. One of those could turn up in your kitchen with no warning.
Yeah, you would
turn up in the morning.
The only thing that could annoy Jack more now is if he opens that can and it's all left-handed peaches.
Just imagine. Well, thank you. You can give them back there, because I can see they've upset you.
There is a left-handed shop where you can buy all these things, and my sister is left-handed, and I actually thought one Christmas I will buy her something, you know, there'll be a thoughtful thing. And there's a shot, goes straight, bang, right into it, and of course the door opened on the other side.
1 million British horses were sent to the First World War front. What happened to the ones that survived?
They settled in the south of France, opened a caravan park.
Of course, they couldn't learn the language, ended up moving back.
Ah, well, that's what they didn't do, is move back.
Did the French eat them?
Well, lots of people ate them. Probably they were turned into food or they were rendered into products. Yeah, the point is, 1 million horses is a heck of a lot, but almost none made it back home. They
No,
thought...
some did, because in Warhorse he did.
Yes.
He came back.
In
He did come back.
1 million horses went to the First World War?
From Britain, yeah.
That's extraordinary. I mean, if you think about just the logistics of getting 1 million horses across the Channel, I mean, they're not all David Williams.
No, exactly. According to Michael Morpurgo, who wrote that book, Warhorse, you just mentioned, 8 to 10 million horses died in the First World War. And they didn't have a nice time of it, even if they did survive, because they were just... They thought they'd be diseased when they came back as well, so they just didn't want them. So it was a very sad chapter in our story.
Yeah.
It's a bummer, isn't it? I've silenced you.
It's like when they play the Black Beauty music, I just start crying. Well, you know the bit where Ginger dies? It's really, really sad.
You know what? They call him Ginger.
So I would have that music at my funeral, definitely. Black Beauty music.
It's a deal.
I'll arrange it.
It's a deal.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We'll make sure it happens.
Good.
So how fast is that coffin going to be moving? Quite a lick by the sound of it.
One of the most popular ones to have now with the coffin going on is the countdown theme. Like that.
It is bizarre the way people go crazy for horses, though. I remember being, like, in primary school. It was the first time I saw anyone... And it did a really weird thing. It really stuck in my head. And there was a little girl in our primary school class. We were, like, 6 years old. And she was just in floods of tears. Just crying, bawling her eyes out. And we kind of went, what's the matter? And she went, I just love horses so much.
Oh, is that how you were?
I don't see why that's strange. I had to write one of those, you know, they sometimes ask you to write things for, you know, your first love.
Yeah.
Genuinely, my first love was Frank, and he was a pony. Who wasn't very handsome. He had brown ears and a spotty neck and a really bad sweet itch, so his mane just kind of stood up in sections. And my mother always said, if you could love Frank, then everything in the world would always be beautiful, because you thought he was beautiful. And I did.
Oh, that's so touching.
He was lovely. He understood me.
There's a whole...
He did understand me.
Why little girls rather than little boys don't care about ponies? I know families who move because the girl, you know, for the sake of, you know, having more space so that maybe they can get a horse.
Well, we were emotionally mature a little earlier.
Yeah.
About 50 years earlier.
I would never move for a child's hobby. You know, I can see it like John go, but I love ponies. Yeah, well, I like this house, my own house. When you pay for the mortgage, you can stick a pony in every room, right?
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah.
All right, why are you asking?
Not your dad, all right?
All right. Thank you. So, yes, the fact is very few horses sadly made it home from the front. If they weren't killed in action, they were likely to be fed to prisoners or turned into fertilizer. What animals did the Carthaginian general Hannibal use to defeat King Eumenes of Pergamon in 184 BC?
Elephant.
No. He used to defeat who? King Eumenes of Pergamon.
Right. Him.
Him, there he is.
Is he defeated?
Horses,
Not
tigers,
horses.
lions, leopards, mice.
Bacteria.
Snakes.
Snakes.
Put lots of snakes
Not
in earthenware
really.
jars.
I don't think of that as an animal, really.
Well, put them in earthenware pots, threw them at the enemy onto their ships.
Really?
Yeah.
What a great idea.
Snakes on a plane was almost the first example of it. How did Snakes on a Plane come about? Do you know?
Snakes on a plane.
Yes, the film.
People had more money than sense, and
Maybe. No, supposedly it was a group of scriptwriters sitting around trying to think up the stupidest name,
Really?
like a pub game, and someone said Snakes on a Plane, and they said, you know, that's so crap, it's good.
It would be scary to be on a plane with lots of snakes, though. I mean...
yes, it would.
I like the film.
Is
It's
it
quite
good?
scary.
The key would be whether the mechanism, the plot that leads to the snakes being on the plane is believable or not.
Well, they get out of a thing in a hold.
Oh, well, that sounds all right to me.
Yes.
And the snakes, so they can get through tiny
They come up
gaps.
the loo.
Whoa!
They might well do.
Ooh, anyway, yes. Hannibal defeated the Pergamese by bombing them with pots.